In the year 707, Queen Anne was on the throne in Britain, and it was clear that she had no surviving children. So the Act of Union was done, and with that, Scotland and England came together to be one country, and it became the Kingdom of Great Britain, Wales, England, and Scotland. So, in the year 707, with the Act of Union, or known in Scotland as the Treaty of Union, Scotland and England and Wales came together to be one country, the Kingdom of Great Britain. Scotland was no longer an independent country, but it kept its own legal and educational system and also its own Presbyterian church. And that is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page 34.
Aethelred the Unready. He was King of England from 978 until 1016. And he was married to Aethelred. With her he had 13 children, among them Edmund Ironside, or Edmund II, the same person, and also then married to Emma, the daughter of the Duke of Normandy. And with her he had 3 children, and one of them is Edmund the Confessor. His person who was before him on the throne in England was murdered, and when he became king in 978. And he was then reigning, and he has the title Aethelred the Unready. That is from the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, where the person who has written that described him like that because that person really liked him. And now it goes back to that he was during the time dealing with the Danes and the Vikings, which were attacking England a lot. And he wasn't really able to stand up against them. He also fought against them. There was a Battle of Malden, 991. He tried to bribe them on the advice of the Archbishop Sigeric. He collected money, protection money, bribed the Vikings that they wouldn't attack them. He also tried it with brutality and pure violence. He ordered on the 3rd of November 1002 the St. Belize's Days massacre of all Danes. That more or less just destabilized the country, and powerful lords came about. For example, Edmund Ironside, and they were then ruling local regions. The Danes attacked. Also, the Danes attacked, and they also attacked Kent, and they burned down Canterbury Cathedral and murdered the next archbishop, the other one, Arthur Sigurd. And he had to flee then the country also. There was also battling in Ireland. The Danish king Sven Forkbeard became the more or less at some parts king, because he had to flee, but this was still in English hand also. When the King Sven Forkbeard died, then his son King Canute followed, 1014 then, ruling that part. Then he came also back to an ineffective end of his reign, King Aethelred the Unready. But he died then also in 1016, and he was then succeeded by his son Edmund Ironside, who was then fighting against King Canute, the son of the Danish king Sven Forkbeard. So, and then it goes on, his reign ends with that his son Edmund Ironside is fighting against the son of Sven Forkbeard, the Viking or Danish king, and they are fighting a bit, and after some severe battles they decide to share the kingdom. Edmund Ironside dies pretty soon, and King Canute starts to reign whole England then onwards, after Aethelred the Unready. And that is according to the history of the kings and queens of England and Scotland, written by Edmund Swinglehurst on the page 18 and 19.
Alexander Fleming. In 1928, Alexander Fleming was researching influenza, or called the flu, when he discovered penicillin. And Howard Florey and Ernest Chain developed it even further, and by the 1940s it was mass-produced as a usable drug. And it is used to treat bacterial infections. In 1945, Alexander Fleming won the Nobel Prize. And that's according to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page 52. A little overview of the early history of Britain. So during the Stone Age, around 10,000 years ago, Britain was not separated through the Channel from Europe, and the people just followed the deer and horse herds. Then around 6,000 years ago, the first farmers arrived, and they came probably from southeastern Europe. And these farmers, they built houses, tombs and monuments, and one of these monuments, that is Stonehenge in Wiltshire, which was probably used for seasonal ceremonies. And they also lived in a village called Scarborough, which is off the coast of Scotland on Orkney Island, and that helps to give archaeologists an overview of how the people lived during the time. Then 4,000 years ago, the Stone Age happened, and the people were starting to make tools, ornaments, and beautiful things out of bronze and gold. And then the Iron Age happened, and the people were making tools and weapons out of iron. They grouped more together in larger settlements, and that is, for example, then Maiden Castle, an impressive hill fort in Dorset. The language they spoke was Celtic, and it was similar to the other areas in Europe. And today, still in Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland, a similar language is spoken to Celtic. They started to make coins, they minted coins, and on these coins they had the heads of their kings. And that is the beginning of British history, according to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page 12 and 13. April Fool's Day is on the 1st April, and until midday some people are playing jokes on each other, and also newspapers or radios sometimes publishing a story to trap people. And the name is for making people looking like a fool, but oftentimes it's actually more about breaking the trust of the other person. And that's according to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page 72. Art in Britain. There are notable British artists. For example, are there Thomas Gainsborough, and he painted people in the landscape or in garden scenery. Then there is David Allen, and he made the work The Origin of Painting. There's John Constable. He painted the Dedham Vale, which is at the border of Essex and Suffolk. And then there is Joseph Turner, and Joseph Turner raised the profile of landscape painting. And then there are the pre-Raphaelites, these are Holman Hunt, Dante Gabriel Rossetti, and Sir John Millais. And they painted in great detail the colourful pictures, oftentimes religious and literary themed pictures. And then there are John Petts, he made stained glass and engravings. And there are also Sergeant Levery, he painted the royal family. And there are David Hockney, he was a part of a pop art movement in the 1960s. And Henry Moore, he made abstract figures out of bronze. And Lucien Freud, also an artist. There is the Joseph Turner Award, given out since 1984, named after Joseph Turner, a landscape painter who raised the profile of landscape painting. And there are every year four works shortlisted. They are then in the Tate Britain Museum showcased, and then one of them becomes the winner. And winners are, for example, Richard Wright and Damien Hirst. In the medieval times, most paintings and artworks in the United Kingdom were religious themed, and during the Protestant Reformation, lots of it got lost. But there were wealthy families who preserved some of these arts. And in the 16th and 17th century, there were people from abroad living in the United Kingdom and doing paintings. For example, Sir Anthony van Dyck or Hans Holbein. And in the 18th century, many British artists got famous. And there are galleries in the United Kingdom, their paintings are displayed. For example, the National Gallery, or the Scottish National Gallery, or the National Museum, or the Tate Britain and the Tate Modern. And that is according to the Life in the UK Test Handbook, page 82 and 83. Ascension. In this book from the 1970s, there's something written about it, and there is said that it is lying between Africa and South America in the center in the Atlantic Ocean. It is volcanic origin, so there were volcanoes, and it is a barren, rocky piece of land, but there is also farming done, and there is a rich wildlife with rabbits and wild goats. And it has 88 square kilometers and rises 850 meters high. It was discovered on Ascension Day 1501 by people from Portugal with their ships. It remained uninhabited until 1815. Then Napoleon, the Emperor of France, was exiled to St. Helena, and when a British naval garrison stayed on Ascension, and when in 1922, so 100 years later, Britain annexed Ascension and made it a part of St. Helena. It's said like that in the book. Now, and there are some people living, 1,000 people from the 1970s,
And there is a satellite station, a US airfield, and a BBC relay station. There are green turtles laying their eggs from December to May or March. And there are some people from St. Helena living on Ascension, 700 people. I don't know where St. Helena is. I don't know if it's not. That is according to the Reader's Digest Library of Modern Knowledge, book 3, part 22, Regions of the Earth, written by Hugh Clayton, John Cole, Michael Frenchman, and D.H. Sinclair, on the pages 1113 and 1114. But the views and opinions expressed here are from the book and don't necessarily align with my own or with the entities spoken about. Astronomer Royal is an honorary title in Britain, and from the establishing of the Royal Greenwich Observatory in 1675 through Charles II, the British king at the time, it was always the director of his Royal Greenwich Observatory. And until 1972, under 1972, it became Sir Martin Ryle of the Mullard Radio Astronomy Observatory at Cambridge. Scotland has also an own Royal Astronomer, and it is the Royal Observatory, Edinburgh. That is according to the Reader's Digest Library of Modern Knowledge, Book 1, Part 1, Structure of the Universe, written by Ian Ridpeth and John R. Shakespeare, on the page 49. The Atlantic Ocean. It is between the four continents, North America, South America, or the Americas, and Europe and Africa. And it has a surface area of 82 million square kilometers. It has a salinity of 35% and a temperature of 4%. That is the warmest and most saltiest ocean of the world. And it has not so much islands. It has a few along the mid-Atlantic ridge between the Angola Basin in Africa and the south and the Brazilian Basin there, for example. There are a few islands, for example, St. Helena and the Azores, a bit north. And there's a lot of traffic. There are a lot of ships going around and a lot of fishing at the coast of Newfoundland and by Greenland and Iceland. There's also oil in the North Sea and the Gulf of Mexico and off the coast of Brazil. And there is the Gulf Stream. There are two big gyres. Now the first one is in the northern part and the other one in the southern part. In the northern part it goes clockwise, so that way around, and in the southern part anti-clockwise. A big gyre, a big convulsion or a big turning around of water in the top clockwise. And there's another Gulf Stream, and the Gulf Stream brings warmer water from the Caribbean, from Florida, to northern Europe and keeps it quite warm, though being so high on the planet, so much north. There's no equivalent to the Gulf Stream in the southern part of the Earth, but there is technically also warm water moving along down the coast of South America down. And there's the Sargasso Sea, and that is in the center of the northern gyre, basically somewhere in the Caribbean. And there it's quite warm, the water. And there's not much mixing of the colder water with the one on top because it's quite calm there. And therefore the water floats higher than the one closer to the American coast. And there are four big rivers, for example, of all the continents, of four continents, which are having its drainage into the Atlantic Ocean. For example, from the Northern America, there is the Mississippi, down through Louisiana, then in, and the Amazonas in Brazil, and also the Zaire in Africa, coming from Central Africa to the coast, and in Europe, the Rhine, coming from Switzerland, then from the Netherlands out. And that is according to Nations and Places, chapter, it is book 3, part 22 of a Reader's Digest Library of Modern Knowledge, page 1123 and 1124, by Monica Beckinsale, Robert Beckinsale, Harold Blackmore, DJ Tobiah, Keith Lyer, Stewart, and Nancy McMillan, R.E.H. Meller, Kevin Rafferty, D.H. Sinclair, Arthur Spencer, G.R. Story, and James Waldersea and Kenneth Walton. Bangladesh. In this book from 1978, there are some things said about it, and it is mostly focusing on the sufferings of the people which are living there during the 1970s. And the book explains the disadvantages, geological, geographical, political, cultural, historical, and climatological, which are the reasons why the people are suffering there. Now, the book says then, for example, that there can be cyclones. And there was, for example, in the year 1970, a cyclone, so a very big storm, through which 500,000 people died. Or there is the monsoon in the summer months, and if that fails, there's drought. And there are the rivers Ganges and Brahmaputra, and the whole country is very flat, just 30 meters high, just by Chittagong, where it is 300 meters high. So it's just very low, and there can be a lot of flooding, and sometimes it is not possible to distinguish between flooded area and lakes and rivers and so on. And then there is written that there's also now coal, or just poor quality coal, and now larger mineral deposits. So industrialization based on extracting minerals isn't working. And then the book says that the region Bengal, it's not explained what now exactly is Bengal, so I don't know exactly, but the region Bengal was known for muslin and silk. But when during the British rule of India, and partially of Bengal obviously, I guess, when the center of Bengal was moved to the western part of Bengal around Calcutta with the main port. And now the jute, which is something, was grown in eastern Pakistan, or is still, and then in the mills in western Pakistan around Calcutta, processed and went from there with the main ports probably shipped on. And now when India was partitioned in 1947, then the western part of Bengal seems to, the book isn't saying it, seems to have stayed in India. So there was, for example, Fazlul Haq in 1947, and he, for example, advocated for a separate Muslim state. 80% of the population in the 1970s of Bangladesh are Muslim. And now India was then partitioned in 1947, and there was then West Pakistan and East Pakistan, and they were one country. So India and then West Pakistan and East Pakistan, today's Bangladesh. And for 25 years that was so. But here the book says that many people of East Pakistan were thinking that the jute then sold in Western Pakistan, the revenues of it were used to build up the industries of Western Pakistan and not of Eastern Pakistan. Many people in Eastern Pakistan felt disadvantaged through Western Pakistan, that's the book saying. And so it was then in 1970 the big cyclone, and then there was an election, and then the people voted in Sheikh Mujibur, and he wanted then, and he advocated for an autonomous Bangladesh or East Pakistan. But he was not able to reach an agreement with Mr. Bhutto, a successful politician of Western Pakistan. And then there was a bloody repression, as the books say, of the people. Hundreds were killed, as the books say, and then 9 million people fled to India, where they were housed by India, and guerrillas were trained by India. And the book says that then Pakistanis attacked a surprise attack on an Indian airfield. And then the book says that following that, India entered into eastern Pakistan, and within 13 days overthrew, together with the guerrillas, the Western Pakistani rule in East Pakistan. And then in December 1971, Bangladesh, as an independent state, was with the capital Dhaka. And that is according to the Reader's Digest Library of Modern Knowledge, book 3, part 22, Regions of the Earth, written by Hugh Clayton, John Cole, Michael Frenchman, and D.H. Sinclair, on the pages 1130 and 1131, all written in 1978. The positions and views expressed are the ones of the source and don't necessarily align with my own or with the ones of the entity spoken of.
Bank holidays in the United Kingdom are days when banks and many businesses have closed. And they are at the beginning of May, around the time of the turn of May to June, and in August. And that is according to the Life in the UK Test Handbook, page 73.
Barbados. That is the most eastern island of the Antilles in the Caribbean, between Northern and Southern America. And the landscape is a gentle rolling appearance, has it? Gentle rolling down appearance, mostly flat, the island. The highest point is 336 meters high, but mostly flat. And the economy is a lot based on sugar, and then the byproducts, molasses and rum, for example, but also tourism is important. And then there is fertile ground, and there's a lush and colorful vegetation. A bit to the history, where were people living? And when the Spanish, some people from Spain came there, and the book is saying captured, killed, and drove away the people living there. Then the people who were from Spain left the island again. Then British people came, and they forced then people from Africa out to go to Barbados and forced them there to work on sugar plantations. Then in 1833, in the whole British Empire, including Barbados, slavery was abolished, but it took decades until the former slaves or the descendants of the slaves then got a say in the government. The country Barbados is a part of a Commonwealth, but it is an independent state since 1966, with Bridgetown as the capital, and 200,000 inhabitants in the 1970s. That is according to the Reader's Digest Library of Modern Knowledge, Book 3, Part 22, The Regions of the Earth, written by Hugh Clayton, John Cole, Michael Frenchman, and D.H. Sinclair, on the page 1131. The positions and views expressed are the ones of the source and don't necessarily align with our own or with ones of the entity spoken. The Battle of the Bannockburn, I don't know how to pronounce it. It was 1314, and in the year 1296, so 28 years earlier, there was something happening. There died King Alexander III, the King of Scotland, and 4 years later, his granddaughter Margaret, the Maid of Norway. And there was no clear successor to the Scottish throne. The Scottish lords agreed that the English king, Edward I, would decide among one of the 13 rivaling claimants to the Scottish crown who becomes the new Scottish king. Edward I marched into Scotland and captures John de Balliol. He was supported by some other rivals against John de Balliol, who rivaled against John de Balliol. Not all people were happy with it. There was a person, his name was William Wallace, and together with 30 other people, he attacked the garrison Lanark, killed the sheriff, and started a rebellion. Many more common people joined his cause. And on the 4th May 1297, there was the Battle of Stirling, at Stirling, and there William Wallace's army defeated the English. But he was still not getting big support by the other Scottish lords. A few years later, in 1305, he was captured and in London then hanged, drawn and quartered, and his head placed on a stick on the London Bridge. Robert the Bruce started then another rebellion. One story says that he was inspired by a spider over and over again trying to climb out a thread until it finally succeeded. And the book is saying that he pretended to be dead, and that he started then his campaign from Ireland in 1306, and within 2 years in 1308 that Scotland was cleared of the English. And then there was the decisive battle 1314, so even 4 years later, on the 23rd and 24th June, and there 9,000 Scottish people won against the 25,000 English people, and Scotland became again an independent country. According to Miles Kelly's World History book on the page 298 to 299, the positions and views expressed are the ones of the source and don't necessarily align with my own or with the ones of the entity spoken of. The Venerable Bede. He lived in the 7th and 12th century, and when he was 7, he started to increase his knowledge in local monasteries in Yarrow, and there he became then also a monk and a priest. Yarrow is in Northumbria, the Anglo-Saxon kingdom Northumbria, which is in northern England. He probably never left even Northumbria, but he wrote prolific and had a wide breadth of knowledge. He wrote, for example, a martyrology about martyr saints, and he also wrote about other subjects in Latin and in English, about science and grammar, for example, also. Another thing which he wrote, which is a very important book, is Ecclesiastical History of the English People. He was one of the most important people writing about what is happening from the 8th to the 12th century for historians to do research. And what does the title mean? The Venerable Bede. Venerable, he got the title meaning worthy of honor, in the 19th century by a synod. And in 1899, more than 1,000 years after he lived, he got the Doctor of the Church by Pope Leo XIII. Maybe a bit unrelated, but Dante Alighieri lived in the 15th century in Italy, and he wrote a big book, Paradiso, and the Bede is the only person named who is English in Dante Alighieri's work. And he also, in his works, which is important for historians, differentiated between fact and fiction. He felt also gratitude for people like Columba and Aidan, Saint Columba and Saint Aidan, who came from Ireland to England to spread Christianity. And he praised the holiness of them and criticized the slothfulness of his compatriots. And that is according to Malcolm Bay's A Treasury of Saints book on the page 52 and 53. The positions and views expressed are the ones of the source and don't necessarily align with my own or with the ones of the entity spoken. Belize. It has a size of around 20,000 square kilometers and around 140,000 people living there. And all what I say is based on this book from 1978. Other things which are said there is that it is in Central America, south of Mexico, next to Guatemala, and in the north, at the coast, there it is low and swampy, in the northern general flat. To the south, there are mountains, 1,100 meters high. There are 25 degrees in Belize City, subtropical climate, and 1.5 meters rainfall per year in Belize City, 3 times as much in the mountains, where also many rivers are. And 90% of the country are covered with heavy forest, and a lot of the economy is based on forest resources. For a long time, for 250 years, it was dye wood which was exported, then synthetic dye was invented, and then it was more wood for furniture, mahogany and chica for chewing gum. And it has a low population density with 6 people per square kilometer. And there were, the book isn't saying it clearly, British buccaneers and lodgers settling in the 17th century. The country was known as British Honduras for 300 years, something, I guess. The book isn't saying it. Then there was in 1821 that Central America got independence from Spain, and since then Guatemala has laid claims onto the territory of Belize, and I don't know how to pronounce it. And then the country got in 64 internal self-governance, 1964. And then further moves towards independence. The book's from 1978, and I think it is now an independent country, but part of a Commonwealth as far as I know. And there was in 1961 a hurricane which destroyed Belize City, and then the capital was shifted from Belize City to Bermuda. And that is according to the Reader's Digest Library of Modern Knowledge, Book 3, Part 22, Regions of the Earth, on the page 1133. Written by Hugh Clayton, John Colmack, a Frenchman, and D.H. Sinclair in the year 1978, and the positions and views expressed are the ones of the source that don't necessarily align with my own or with the ones of the entity spoken of. Beowulf. It is written in the Anglo-Saxon language by an anonymous English person around the year 700, and it is set in the southern part of Sweden and Denmark. And it has some Norse myth elements with a warrior culture and fate, but also Christian elements. And it is about a Viking hero, and his name is Beowulf, and he is helping other people to fight 3 monsters, Grendel, Grendel's mother, and a dragon. To fight Grendel's mother, he descends down, for example, in a murky lake. And then one day, he is fatally then wounded. Just his courageous nephew Wiglaf stays with him. The other warriors chosen by him desert him. The epic poem ends then with his funeral in a huge burial mound. And The only remaining copy made of an original was made in the year 1000, and it is in the British Museum in London. And some people thought that story makes it good in a movie, and so they made a movie, gave the title The 13th Night, and it is starring Antonio Banderas. And that is according to Meitzkel's World History book on pages 242 and 243. But the positions and views expressed are the ones of the source and don't necessarily align with my own or with the ones of the entities spoken of. Bermuda. That are 150 coral reefs and limestone islands in the Atlantic, here as North America, here Europe, and they're around here, a bit east of Florida, a bit north of the Caribbean. And it was in 1503 Juan Bermudez, a person from Spain, who discovered them as the first person from Europe, and they are named after him, Bermuda. In 1609, there was then also Sir George Sommer, and he shipwrecked there, and therefore he was an English admiral. Some people call them also the Somers Island. In 1612, the English King James I then gave the islands to the Virginia Company. Here's nothing explained in the book. All the information are from 1978. And then it became internal self-governance in 1620, or internal governance, and then in 1684 part of a crown. And it is also then so today it is a British colony which is internally self-governed. Here's nothing really explained in detail. And so there's some people living, 60,000 in the 1970s, and the capital is Hamilton, and 109 million US dollars per year are made out of tourism, half of the economy in the 1970s, 500,000 tourists per year from North America mostly, 99% come with the planes to the US airbase, which is used by the United Kingdom to the United States of America, and also to the other airport. There's a duty-free port, Freeport, and until 1833, when slavery was abolished in the British Empire, there were also enslaved people forced to work under slavery laws, and they were then doing agriculture and fishing on the island, contributing that the island could be an important military base, which it is still today. And today the people are doing also still agriculture on 340 hectares. Dairy products, vegetables, fruits, citrus fruits. And there are also some trees growing, some Bermuda, cedars, junipers, on thin patches of poor soil. And that is according to the Reader's Digest Library of Modern Knowledge, Book 3, Part 22, Regions of the Earth, on the page 1134, all written in the year 1978. The positions and views expressed are the ones of the source and don't necessarily align with my own or with the ones of the entities spoken of.
The Bill of Rights, it was in the year 1689. So the Bill of Rights said what power the Parliament has, and it limited the rights of the monarch. For example, from now on, through the Bill of Rights, the monarch had to ask every year for new money from the Parliament to fund the army and the navy. And also during the time, the king or the monarch became more reliant on advisors and ministers, because now he needed the approval of the Parliament. He needed to say to the Parliament that they could have to do what he wanted, and they had to agree to it. So he was more in reliance on ministers and advisors. And also the first political parties, the Whigs and Tories, started to be established in the Parliament. Also during the time the newspaper started and the free press started in the year 1695, the newspapers could publish without a government license. And this reliance on the Parliament to get them to approve, as was said in the Bill of Rights, that the king needed the approval of the Parliament to certain things, for example, the money for the army and navy, that became then more important 30 years later when George I was on the throne. George I, he was a German, and he couldn't speak good English, so he was more in reliance on his ministers and advisors to talk to the people of the Parliament that they were agreeing to the things he wanted to do in the country. And now one of his ministers got more and more important, and that was then called to that person the Prime Minister. And the first one was Sir Robert Walpole, and he was Prime Minister from 1721 until 1742. So the Bill of Rights, 1689, said what power Parliament has and limited the rights of a king. And that's according to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page 33 and 34. Bonfire Night is on the 5th November, and it's celebrated in Britain with a lot of fireworks. In the year 1605, there was a Catholic group led by Guy Fawkes who planned to detonate a bomb in the Houses of Parliament to kill the Protestant king. That attempt didn't happen, it was prevented, but on the 5th November that is celebrated with red fireworks. And that is according to the Life in the UK Test Handbook, page 72. In the year 1745, there had happened that the Jacobites in Scotland tried again to put James or his children onto the throne in Britain. Jacobites were the people who wanted James II or his children on the throne in Britain, and the grandson of James II was it who they wanted to have back on the throne. His name, so the name of the grandson of James II, who was supported by the Jacobites in Scotland, was Charles Edward Stuart, or also called Bonnie Prince Charlie. So Bonnie Prince Charlie had the support of the Scottish clans, and there was an uprising and also a big battle happened, the Battle of Culloden in 1746, where the clansmen lost. Bonnie Prince Charlie fled back to Europe, and the clans were punished in a way. So the chieftains of the clans became landlords, but only if they had the favour of the British king. And the clansmen became tenants, and they had to pay for the land on which they were doing farming. And also at the time, a process known as the Highland Clearance began, the Highland Clearance. And in that, the smaller farms, known as crofts, so these crofts, small farms, were destroyed to create large areas of grazing land for large flocks of sheep and cattle. And it was also a time when many people from Scotland left Scotland to settle in North America. And that is according to the Life UK Test Handbook, page 34 and 35. In the year 1789, there was the French Revolution in France, and soon came the war between Britain and France. Napoleon became the Emperor of France, and the war continued. In the year 1805, there was the Battle of Trafalgar, and in that battle, the British Navy defeated the French and Spanish combined army. In that battle, the Battle of Trafalgar, 1805, Admiral Nelson led the British Navy, and he died in that battle. And at Trafalgar Square in London, there's a column for him as a monument. And his ship, the HMS Victory, can be seen in Portsmouth. In the year 1805, there was the Battle of Waterloo, and that ended the Napoleonic Wars. And in that Battle of Waterloo, the commander of the British troops was Wellington, also called the Iron Duke, and Wellington also then became Prime Minister at one time. And that is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page 38 and 39. In the 1760s, there were substantial British colonies in North America. And the people who were there had settled there because they believed in religious freedom, which they got there. And they had also interest in ideas of liberty. Now, the British government wanted to tax the British colonies, but they said no taxation without representation in the British Parliament. And so fighting broke out, and eventually in the year 1776, 13 of these colonies declared their independence. And the war happened, but these 13 colonies won the war, and in the year 1783, they were recognized by Britain as independent. And that is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page 38. On the 28th June 1914, Franz Ferdinand, the Archduke of Austria, was killed in an assassination. And that sparked the outbreak of the First World War from 1914 until 1918. In the leading up years, Britain was a superpower, and the people had a mood of optimism. Many changes were to improve his social life and so on were done.
Throughout whole Europe there was a growing sense of militarism and of imperialism, and two parties started to be formed: the Allied and the Central Powers. The Allied were, for example, Britain, France, Italy, the United States, and the Central Powers, mainly Germany, Austro-Hungarian Empire and Ottoman Empire. Then, after the assassination of Franz Ferdinand, the Archduke of Austria, on the 28th June 1914, the First World War broke out. In this First World War, 2 million British casualties were recorded, and, for example, there were 60,000 casualties just on the first attack in July 1916 by the Battle of the Somme. It was a worldwide war. For example, also 1 million people from India fought on behalf of the British, and 40,000 Indian people died. On the 11th November 1918, the First World War ended, and every year in Britain there is the Remembrance Day on the 11th November, and at 11 o'clock on the 11th November in Britain there's a 2-minute silence, and wreaths are laid down in commemoration of fallen soldiers at the cenotaph in Whitehall in London. And that is according to the Life in the UK Test Handbook on the pages 46 and 47.
Designers and fashionists of Britain, for example, Thomas Chippendale, he made furniture in the 18th century, or Clarice Cliff, she made art decorative ceramics, or Sir Terence Conran, he made interior design, and also Robert Adams, he was a Scottish architect and he did also interior design, for example at Dumfries House in Scotland. And there are also leading fashion designers, for example Quant, Alexander McQueen, or Vivienne Westwood. And that is according to the Life in the UK Test Handbook, page 84 and 85.
There is, for example, the Royal Ascot in Berkshire, and that is a 5-day long meeting, and also the royal family attends it. Then there is the Grand National in Aintree, which is near Liverpool, and the Scottish Grand National in Ayr. And there is a National Horse Racing Museum in Newmarket, which is in Suffolk. And that is according to the Life in the UK Test Handbook, page 77.
Brunei. This book is probably outdated from 1978, but there's written that it is in Southeast Asia. On Borneo, the third largest island of the world, in the northern part of Borneo, neighbored by Malaysia. 6,000 square kilometers, 150,000 people living there. And it was until 1971 a British protectorate, which it was for over 80 years. But Britain stayed responsible for the external affairs of the Sultanate. The Sultan is Sir Muda Badola, and what is elsewhere? There's rainfall, 2.5 meters at the coast, 5 meters inland. There's mountainous inland, rivers going through the mountains. There is the Brunei Shell Petroleum Company, responsible and developing the inland and offshore oil extracting, and natural gas is also exported to Japan, and rubber and timber are also exported. In the 16th century, Brunei was ruling the whole Borneo. So Muda Badola is the 29th of his line, the whole Borneo, but when it declined through pressure of European influence and European powers coming there and local pirates, and Brunei had to make concessions, for example, to Sir James Brooke, who became the Raja of Zawirik. According to the Reader's Digest Library of Modern Knowledge, book 3, part 23, Nations and Places, written by Monica Beckinsale, Robert Beckinsale, Harold Blackman, DJ Dwight, Keith Stewart, and Nancy McMillan, I.H. Metcalf, and Rafferty, D.H. Sinclair, Arthur Spencer, J.S. Sterry, James Wallace, and Kenneth Walton, on the page 1138. All in the year 1978, and the positions and views expressed are the ones of a source and don't necessarily align with my own or the ones of the entity spoken.
This website says that in 2022 the Mayor of London, UK, was asked what a bus stop flag costs. The answer: a bus stop including a flag, £3,000. A bus stop shelter. The answer: £10,000. A suitable curb for accessible bus stop boarding, £3,000. 1,000 bus stops and 15,000 bus shelters within the Greater London Authority administrative area. That is Greater London. The white thing is the City of London.
Carsington Water Reservoir. That is in Derbyshire, in Britain, in the middle of England. In general, in Britain there's enough water. In some regions there's more, in some less. In the north is more than in the south. And for example, in Wales there's more water taken, almost all, out of surface water from the rivers and lakes. Further to the southeast, where the most people are living, that is mostly taken from groundwater outfield. And sometimes during the summer, during droughts, there can be too little. And so things like Carsington Water Reservoir were built. The planning of it started already in the 60s. And then there were some construction problems. There were bacteria living inside of a built dam, which were creating an acid, which was attacking the material out of which the dam was built. But the people learned a lot about geochemicals and so on, and now the dam was built and then finished, and in 1992 inaugurated by Queen Elizabeth II. And now it cost £107 billion, but it helped, for example, in 1995 and in 1996 to help when there was in the Severn Trent region too little water to have water there. There's the River Derwent going down, and at Emberton there's water taken off in the winter. There's plenty of water, and over a 10 kilometers long aqueduct of pipe the road over to the Carsington Reservoir, and then in the summer when there's too little, back into the River Derwent, so that when there isn't enough water, then further downstream a little eaten by Derbyshire, where the water can be abstracted again. And it also prevents when there is flooding at the River Derwent, because if there's too much water, it can be taken out. And if there's too little, put in again. And people can go there as tourists. The book is saying 1 million per year to the Carsington Water Reservoir, which would be 3,000 people a day. They're doing water sports and fishing and things like that. And that is according to Geography by James Ferretti and Brian Gressley on the page 12 and 13. The positions and views expressed are the ones of the source and don't necessarily align with the own or with the ones of the entity spoken.
In the United Kingdom, Christmas Eve is on the 24th December in the evening. And then on the 25th December there is Christmas Day. On the 26th December, then Boxing Day. That is a public holiday. Christmas, there is the birth of Jesus Christ celebrated. And that is in the United Kingdom celebrated in a traditional way. And that is that the people are at home with their family oftentimes, and they're having traditional meals, for example, Christmas pudding and roast turkey and mince pies. In the Christmas time, they are sending gifts to other people, they are sending cards, they are giving gifts, and they are decorating the house. And they sometimes also take a tree into the house and decorate also the tree. And they're giving presents to other people, and there's some people saying that these presents are from Father Christmas or Santa Claus. And that is according to the Life in the UK Test Handbook, page 69 and 70. The Church of England. The head of the Church of England is the monarch, so the King or Queen of Britain. The spiritual leader of the Church of England is the Archbishop. And the monarch has the right to select the Archbishop and also other senior officials of the Church of England. But usually the Prime Minister is doing the choice together with a committee appointed by the Church. There is a constitutional link between the Church of England and England, and it is a Protestant church which existed since the Reformation in the 1530s, and it's also named in other countries Anglican Church, or in Scotland and the United States, Episcopal Church. The first Archbishop was St. Augustine. And that is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook on the page 67. Clement Attlee studied at Oxford University. After that he became a barrister, but he then gave it up to be a social worker in the East End of London. And he became then eventually a member of Parliament for the Labour Party. From 1940 until 1945, Winston Churchill was Prime Minister, and Clement Attlee was the Deputy Prime Minister. So from 1940 until 1945, Clement Attlee was the Deputy Prime Minister. Then in 1945, the people wanted more change. Already during the wartime, there were done reforms to the education system, but they wanted more change to create something like a welfare state, more social reforms.
and so they voted a Labour government. Winston Churchill was a Conservative, Cleveland Attlee Labour. So now Cleveland Attlee became the new Prime Minister, which he was from 1945 until 1951. Already during the wartime there was the Barrett Report commissioned, and in that there was William Barrett, and he wrote down 5 things which should be changed in the country or fought by the new government. Idleness, ignorance, squalor, want and disease. And that report said these 5 things should be fought. And that was when started too. While Cleveland Attlee was Prime Minister, there was the Minister of Health, Henry Naibivan, and under him the National Health Service was established, the NHS. And that guaranteed for everyone for free, from the point of view, a minimum amount of healthcare. Also, a overall protection from the phrase cradle to the grave was introduced, so that everyone is protected from the cradle to the grave. And also things were nationalized, for example, the water, gas and electricity supply, or coal and steel and railway. And that is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook on the pages 52 and 53. Comedy in Britain. Already during the medieval times there were jesters, and these jesters were to the amusement of people there, to the monarchy and the nobility, making fun of people and telling jokes. And then there was William Shakespeare, and he included in his work sometimes comic characters. And then in the 18th century, satire became more and more popular. This satire was making fun of politicians, attacking them even with caricatures, and also the monarchy. And there were Morecambe and Wise. They were working in music halls, which is a specific type of variety theatre. And they transitioned then to television, which in the 20th century became the main source of entertainment in the United Kingdom. In the 50s and 60s there were comedies shot, for example, Passport to Pimlico, or The Ladykillers, or the Carry On movies. Then in the television developed the situation comedies, sitcoms, and they are oftentimes set at workplace or in family situations. And they are funny, should they be. And then there were, in the 60s, for example, the show that was The Week With Wars, and then also Spitting Image in the 80s and 90s. In 1969, Monty Python and the Flying Circus, they started to do comedy, a specific type of comedy, a progressive form of comedy. And all over, comedy and satire is important in Britain, and it is part of a British character to have the ability to make fun of itself. And that is according to the Life in the UK Test Handbook, page 91 and 92. Expressions from cricket which made it into everyday English are lane stop play, battling on a sticky wicket, playing a straight bat, bowling a googly, and it's just not cricket. And that is according to the Life in the UK Test Handbook, page 76. Dame Mary Peepers. She was born in Manchester, and as a child she moved to Northern Ireland. She was an athlete, and in 1972 she won the gold medal in pentathlon. These are 5 different disciplines, for example, running, distance jumping and throwing, and the person who is the best one in all together combined wins then the gold medal in pentathlon. And after that she started to raise money for local athletes, and she became the leader of a women's British Olympic team. She promotes tourism and sport activities for Northern Ireland, and in recognition of that work she was in the year 2000 made a Dame, so Dame Mary Peepers. And that is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page 57. When and with what result was the Brexit? It was on the 23rd June 2016, and 51.9% voted to leave the European Union. And that is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook on the page 60. The devolved administrations in the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom has 4 regions, and one of them is England. There's the UK government in London. But there then are also Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland. In Scotland, there's the Scottish Parliament as a devolved administration. In Wales, there is the Senate, and in Northern Ireland, the Northern Ireland Assembly. Devolved administration, that means they have got some power to govern in that region. That means the Senate in Wales can govern on some things in Wales, and the Scottish Parliament on some things in Scotland, and the Northern Ireland Assembly on some things in Northern Ireland. Some things are still governed by the central government in London. For example, defence or social security or foreign affairs. They are all governed in London. But these three devolved administrations, they have also some rights. For example, the Senate in Wales, they can do education and training on that subject, or on health and social security, or on economic development, or on housing. They can govern on that parts. The ones in Scotland, the Scottish Parliament, they can govern on civil and criminal law, and education, planning, and health, and also on additional tax-raising powers. They have also additional tax-raising powers. And the Northern Ireland Assembly, they can govern on education and agriculture, the environment, health, and social services. And they also have names. The people in the Senate, they are called SMs, Senate members. There are 60 of them. The 129 members of the Scottish Parliament are called MSPs, members of Scottish Parliament. And the 90 members of Northern Ireland Assembly are called MLAS, members of Legislative Assembly. And there was a Northern Ireland Parliament that was from 1922 until 1972. Today there is a Northern Ireland Assembly. In the past there was a Northern Ireland Parliament that was founded in 1922 with the Peace Treaty of 1922, which ended the guerrilla war. The Peace Treaty was in 1921, with the guerrilla war between Irish nationalists and the British ruling force. And that was then a peace treaty made in 1921, and Ireland was separated in 1922. In Northern Ireland and the Irish Free State, which is today the Republic of Ireland. So in 1922, there was then the Northern Ireland Parliament done, and it lasted until 1972. In 1969, the troubles started, and that was a conflict between people who wanted whole Ireland to be independent of Britain and other peoples who wanted to stay in Britain. So it was suspended in 1972. But when all these devolved administrations were done, also the Senate in Wales and the Scottish Parliament in England, in Scotland, when that was done in 1999, then also Northern Ireland got the Northern Ireland Assembly, which exists today. It was suspended from 2002 until 2007, but it exists. So, Northern Ireland, the Northern Ireland Assembly, in Scotland, the Scottish Parliament, and in Wales, the Senate. And it's all part of the United Kingdom, mainly governed from London, from the main government. And it is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook on several pages. Diwali is a 5-day-long festival which is usually in October or November. It is celebrated by Hindus and Sikhs, and it is often called the Festival of Lights. It celebrates the win of good over evil and the gaining of knowledge. And in Leicester there are famous decorations for this Diwali festival. And that is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page 70. Dylan Thomas, he was a Welsh poet and writer, and he often performed his own works, for example also for the BBC. Two of his best known works are the radio play Under Milkwood and a poem written for his dying father, Do Not Go Gentle Into That Good Night. In Swansea, which is in Wales, there are memorials for him, for example a statue of the Dylan Thomas Centre. And that is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page 54. Easter, that is on a Sunday, either in March or in April. And that Sunday marks the day on which Jesus Christ had risen from the dead. The Friday before, that is Good Friday, and that marks that Jesus Christ died. So on Friday, that marks on Good Friday, the day when Jesus Christ died, and then on Sunday, on Easter Sunday, the day when Jesus Christ rose from the dead. And this Good Friday and also the Easter Monday, following the Easter Sunday, are public holiday in the United Kingdom. And the 40 days before Easter, this is the time of Lent, so almost 6 weeks earlier. Every week has 7 days, and now 6 weeks would be 42 days. So from the Easter Sunday, 42 days back, that is a Monday, and then that day is not important for Easter. And then the Tuesday, the 41st day before Easter Sunday, the day which marks the rising of Jesus Christ from the dead, that is Shrove Tuesday. And on that day, many people are baking pancakes in the United Kingdom out of egg, milk and fat which they have left. Because on the 40th day on the Ash Wednesday, the 40 days before Easter Sunday, where the Lent starts, on this Ash Wednesday. So Monday nothing, then Shrove Tuesday, pancakes, and then Ash Wednesday, then it's 40 days with Good Friday, and then the 40th day, Easter Sunday. And on that Ash Wednesday, some people are getting an ash cross on the forehead as a sign for sorrow for sin, and as a sign for death. And during this 40 days of Lent, some people are fasting. Some people are giving away something which they like to reflect on themselves and to prepare for Easter. And also some people are gifting to other people chocolate bunnies or chocolate eggs as a symbol of new life. Because Jesus Christ, the Easter Sunday marks the day when Jesus Christ has risen from the dead. And that is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page 70.
Eleanor of Aquitaine, born 1122, lived until 1204. She was the heir to Aquitania. And she was married to the French king Louis VII, whom she also joined on the Second Crusade to the Holy Land. Then the marriage with him didn't work so really out. She met Henry II, the King of England, or I think he wasn't at that point the King of England. I think he was 19 and she was 30. And she divorced Louis VII, the King of France, and just 6 weeks later she married Henry II, already in the 5th month pregnant. And 2 years later they were both crowned in Westminster Abbey. I think that was the crowning 1154 of Henry II. So Henry II, her husband then, with whom she was then until his death in 1189 married. He was the grandson of William the Conqueror. There was William the Conqueror, the Duke of Normandy. Therefore, now Henry II and Eleanor of Aquitania were ruling this big area, England, completely down to France. England, Normandy, Anjou somewhere, and Aquitania, which comprises southwest France or something. And I have just the information in this book. And now Henry II, grandson of William the Conqueror, who had come from the Normandy and the Norman conquest over to England, got to be king. Then he was followed by Henry I on the throne. Then Henry I had a son who drowned by crossing the Thames, and now his only heir was Matilda. He had a nephew, Stephen, and there were the 19 long winters of civil war in England. Stephen had the upper hand when at the end Matilda was living in France. Matilda had then a son together with Geoffrey of Anjou, a Plantagenet. And that son is then Henry II of Matilda and of Geoffrey of Anjou. And that Henry II crossed the river, the Channel over to the British Channel over to England, made an agreement with Stephen that on the death of Stephen he becomes the new King of England, which he then became. So in 1154 Henry II became King of England, married to Eleanor of Aquitaine, and the empire was the big empire, England down to southwest France. And that had also some problems. Henry II was traveling about the whole country, very far, and with the traveling, which took a long time. And he was trying to rule everywhere, is the book saying, as good as he could, but it was a big country with many different cultures and regions, and there was a lot of disagreement, also with Eleanor of Aquitaine, what part should be governed. And the book is saying that he was untrusting and also short-tempered, Henry II, and that he had some difficulties finding and distributing the regions among his sons, who was ruling what and who would have his future inheritance. He had 8 children with Eleanor of Aquitaine. And so Eleanor of Aquitaine plotted together with both their sons against him. Henry II got notice of it, and he imprisoned her then from 1174 until his death in 1189 in Château de Chinon, a castle. And she was then living there. She could roam there free about, but she could not have contact to people who might have helped her to plot. While she was living there, she had a great influence. She brought a bit new culture to the English court lifestyle. From the sometimes rough knights, it was more expected to be gallant, and also troubadours at the courts, and the seeking for cultural accomplishments became something well regarded.
So she had an influence there. And then in 1189, Henry II died. And he was followed by his son, Richard I, or Richard Lionheart, the son also of Ellen of Aquitaine. And he was ruling for 10 years until his death in 1199 by the siege of a castle. Richard I was most of his time while he was reigning in the Middle East crusading, or he was back from the crusade and was captured and then gotten over to the German Emperor Henry IV, I think, and then against the ransom back, but then he died at the siege at the castle in France. So Richard I was almost all the time not ruling or not in the territory of the big England, southwest France, Normandy, Anjou, Aquitania. So she was a lot also ruling. And she was traveling about the whole country. She continued to do this even after then the death of Richard I in 1199, when her son and Richard I's brother John became king, who was then ruling until 1216, and then followed by his son and also the grandson of Ellen of Aquitaine, Henry III, on the throne. And even at that high age, already 70, 80 years old, she was traveling about the whole country while Richard I was in imprisonment, and also then later on. And she was looking after the country, trying to keep the loyalty of the lords and the nobility, to look after the army and the estates. And she also organized the marriages, for example, for her granddaughter Blanche of Castile, together with the grandson of her former husband, King Louis VII of France. And so she was not managing there until then she died in 1204 at Fontainebleau Abbey, and which is the place at which she also previously in life was quite some time. It was a favorite place of her, a place to which she had come previously in her life, oftentimes when she sought for a place where she could find peace. And she has there her tomb next to Henry II and Richard I. And that is according to the history of the kings and queens of England and Scotland on the page 51 and others, and 52. The positions and views expressed are the ones of a source and don't necessarily align with my own or with the ones of the entities spoken of.
Emmeline Pankhurst, born in the year 1858, founded in the year 1889 the Women's Franchise League, and in the year 1903 the Women's Social and Political Union. In the United Kingdom most people couldn't vote, and when the Reform Act in the year 1832 happened, so decades before Emmeline Pankhurst was born, and with that Reform Act of 1832 more people could vote, but still most people couldn't vote. There was a second Reform Act in the year 1867, so when Emmeline Pankhurst was just a child, and with that more people could vote, but still no woman at all. Then in the year 1889, Emmeline Pankhurst founded the Women's Franchise League, and that fought for the right of married women to vote in local elections. And then in the year 1903, she helped to found the Women's Social and Political Union, WSUP. And they were the first group called the Suffragettes. They campaigned and protested for the right of women to vote. And they did it, for example, also with civil disobedience. They chained themselves to railways, they went into a hunger strike, and the Pankhurst did it, for example, and they also committed arson. And then in the year 1918, women above the age of 30 got the right to vote, and then finally, the same as men in the year 1928, with the age of 21 and above. So, in the year 1928, from that date on, women could vote the same way as men could do from the age of 21 and above. And that is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page 33 and 44.
Charles I believed, like his father, James I, in the divine right of kings. And that means that he believed that he, as the king, has the God-given right to rule. And now for 11 years he ruled without approval of a parliament, if the parliament wasn't him giving him the approval. So and then he tried to impose on the Scottish Presbyterian Church a book of prayer. And that wasn't really received, and there was an armed rebellion. And now the king really needed money. So Charles I needed really money, and he asked the parliament. But in the parliament there were the Puritans, and they didn't like the religious views and the reforms which Charles I was doing with the Church of England, and they weren't giving him the money to raise an army against this Scottish army. And even after the Scottish army had invaded England, they weren't giving him the money. Now, then the king also at one time Charles I entered the House of Commons to arrest 5 members, but they were warned and they weren't aware. Now, and then in 1642, civil war broke out between the king, supported by the Cavaliers, and the Parliament, supported by the Roundheads. There were the battles of Marston Moor and Nesby, in which the king's army was defeated, and then Charles I was taken prisoner, and he was still then over years not ready to agree or to come to an agreement with the Parliament, and now he was then executed in 1649. Then there was a bit unclear who rules England, but one general of the army of the Parliament was Oliver Cromwell, and Oliver Cromwell became the Lord Protector and ruled England. And that is according to the Life in the UK Test Handbook, page 27, 28 and 29.
In the year 1832, there was the Reform Act in the United Kingdom. And with that Reform Act of 1832, many more people could vote. That new Reform Act 1832 abolished the old rotten boroughs and pocket boroughs. So these were constituencies, some areas, some in Britain, in which just one wealthy family could vote because they had to have a large amount of property to vote. But still, after this Reform Act of 1832, most people couldn't vote. And there were then the Chartists in the 1830s and 40s who campaigned that every man in every region could every year vote secretly and also get voted for. So they wanted to expand the number of people who could vote, and also that they can vote secretly, that elections are regularly, and that they can also be voted for, so that they themselves can get votes to become members of parliament. And then the second Reform Act was in 1867. So the first one was in 1832 and the second one in 1867. And with that, again, as in 1832 already, the amount of property which people had to have to vote was reduced. And now many more people could vote. But women still couldn't vote, and there was then a lot of campaigning and demonstrating that women also have the right, and these people were called or are called the suffragettes. And then actually in the year 1918, women over the age of 30 could vote, and then in 1928 women got the same voting right as men. So from the year 1928 onwards, every woman could, the same way as every man in the United Kingdom, vote from the age of 21 onwards. And that is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook on several pages.
Examples of hospitals of central London are Royal London Hospital, University College Hospital, St Thomas Hospital, Guy's Hospital, Howard University Hospital, Moorfields Eye Hospital, and St Bartholomew's Hospital.
Some British inventions of the 20th century. John Logie Baird developed in the 1920s the television, and the first time successfully broadcasted was in 1932 from London to Glasgow. There was then also in the 1930s Sir Frank Whittle, who developed the jet engine, and also Sir Robert Watson Watt, who had the idea that radio signals could be used to detect airplanes, and so the first radar station was used in 1935. Alan Turing built the Turing machine, and that is in many ways the basis of computers, of modern computers. Then there was John McLeod, who co-discovered insulin, which is used to treat diabetes, and also the Harrier jumper jet, an airplane which can start vertically. Then there was in 1953 at London and Cambridge University the DNA structure of molecules discovered, and there was then Francis Crick, who was a British person, who got a Nobel Prize for that. Then there was Bernard Lovell, Sir Bernard Lovell. He built in Cheshire at Jodelbrink the largest radio telescope of the world at that time, and it's still in use. And then there is Sir Christopher Cockerell. He built the Hoover craft in the 1950s. And Britain and France together built the Concorde, a supersonic airplane. And that was firstly done in 1969. And when there was James Goodfellow, he built the cash dispensing ATM machine, and this was installed at Barclays Banks in 1967 in London. And the IVF therapy, the in vitro fertilization therapy, was in 1978 first done successfully, and that were Patrick Steptoe and Sir Robert Erbert. And then there was Sir Peter Mansfield, and he developed the MRI, the magnetic resonance imaging. And then there was Dolly the sheep in 1969, and that were Sir Ian Wilmot and Keith Campbell, they cloned. And then there is the World Wide Web by Sir Tim Berners-Lee. On the 25th of December 1990, he firstly said something about the World Wide Web. And that is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook on the pages 56 and 57.
Traditionally associated foods with the regions in England. So for example, England. Traditionally associated with England is fish and chips. And also something else, that is beef, roast beef together with vegetables and potato, and Yorkshire puddings. That is a batter heated in the oven. In Wales, Welsh cakes, and they can be eaten hot or cold, and they are flour, dry fruits and spices. In Scotland, haggis, and that is a sheep's stomach filled with offal, suet, onions and oatmeal. And in Northern Ireland, Ulster fry, and that is black pudding and white pudding, potato bread and sauerbraid, and mushrooms and tomatoes, and eggs, sausage and bacon. But in the United Kingdom are many more foods made, and oftentimes people are also inviting other people over, and then they're cooking dinner for all. And that is according to the Life in the UK Test Handbook, page 89 and 90. Famous gardens in the United Kingdom which can be visited are Kew Gardens and Sissinghurst and Hitcote, they are in England, and in Scotland, Craves Castle and Inverary Castle, in Wales, Bodmin Garden, and in Northern Ireland, Mount Stuart. And that is according to the Life in the UK Test Handbook, page 89. For example, once more unto the breach, out of Henry V, to be or not to be, out of Hamlet, a rose upon another name, out of Romeo and Juliet, the darling buds of May, out of Sonnet 18, shall I compare thee to a summer's day, and all the world's a stage, out of As You Like It, according to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page 26. Of Winston Churchill, there are some lines still quoted today. Winston Churchill was a member of Parliament in the United Kingdom, and during the Second World War, Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. For example, in 1940, when he just got to be Prime Minister, he said to the House of Commons in one of his speeches, one line, "I have nothing to offer but blood, toil, tears and sweat." After the evacuation of trapped soldiers in Dunkirk, 300,000 were saved, he said to the House of Commons also in the year 1940, "We shall fight on the beaches, we shall fight on landing grounds, we shall fight in the fields and in the streets, we shall fight in the hills, we shall never surrender." And after the Battle of Britain, where the Royal Air Force had defended against the attacking German planes, he said, "Never in the field of human conflict was so much owed by so many to so few." And that is according to the Life in the UK Test Handbook, page 50.
The feudal system. That was a way of governing land, area, and people during the medieval times in the centuries around the 13th century in Central Western Europe. And there was a king who had a lot of land. The book is saying through three reasons could it be: because the king had inherited it from his ancestors, because the king had conquered it, so won it in war and got it from other people, or because no one else had claimed it. And now the feudal system was the useful way for the king to govern the area, the country, to control the people, rule the people, and also to get services and money extracted. So the king was now giving areas of that country, smaller areas, to lords, maybe also underlords then, and so on. And the people living on that ground were the tenants or serfs. And then the lord, for having gotten the land by the king, had then to extract the money and also pass something on to the king, and also demand that some people living on the country had to work for the war efforts of the king. So it was a way that the king had, for one reason, a lot of area under his control, and was giving it now to other people, that they were ruling than other people living on that land. And that way then money and also people for the war efforts were extracted and the country was ruled. The people got some protection for it because they were now ruled by a person who was now ruling it, so no one else could just come and take their land, because they were part of more or less a society under the lord. But it was then abolished over the time, for example, in 1789 in England, because of reports of misery and also disorder and poverty. According to the history of the kings and queens of England and Scotland on the page 42 and 43 by John Swinglehurst, the positions and views expressed are the ones of the source and don't necessarily align with my own or with the ones of the entity spoken of.
Films in Britain. In 1896, the first films were shown in Britain, and they very soon became popular. There were people from the United Kingdom who went to the United States and worked there. For example, Charlie Chaplin. He became famous in silent movies featuring his Jem character, or directors like Sir Alexander Korda and Sir Alfred Hitchcock. During the Second World War, there were movies like In Which We Serve to boost the British morale, facing the hardships of the Second World War. And there are also more successful directors, for example, Sir David Lean or Sir Ridley Scott, who became international successful. In the 50s and 60s, there were comedies a lot. For example, the Carry On movies, or Passport to Pimlico, or The Ladykillers. And also shows like That Was the Week With Wars, Spitting Image, or the Monty Python and the Flying Circus Crew. There are many production firms from other parts of the world, for example, from the United States, working in Britain together with the British film studios, and they profiting then from the expertise of the British studios. There's, for example, one studio, the Ealing Studios in Britain, and they have the claim to be the oldest continuously working film studio of the world. In Britain are some of the most successful films made of the world, for example, the Harry Potter franchise and the James Bond franchise, which are two of the most highest-grossing film franchises of the world. And special effects are, from the beginning of the cinema till today, very much gold. In the United Kingdom, there's, for example, Nick Park. He won 4 Oscars, 3 of them for animation of the Wallace and Gromit. And there are actors starring in a wide range of popular movies, for example, Sir David Niven or Sir Rex Harrison, or Richard Burton or Sir Lawrence Oliver. And also, people of the United Kingdom have won the Oscars. For example, Colin Firth or Sir Anthony Hopkins, Dame Judi Dench, or Tilda Swinton or Kate Winslet. And there's the BAFTA, the British Academy of Film and Television Arts, and they're giving out the British Film Awards, and that is the equivalent to the Hollywood Oscars or Academy Awards. And that is according to the Life in the UK Test Handbook, page 90 and 91. Films, television, radio and theatre in Britain. Already during the medieval times there were jesters. And these jesters, they were at the royal court by the nobility and the monarch, the king and queen. And they were telling jokes, and they were making fun of people to the amusement. Then William Shakespeare, he was an author. And he wrote plays, so theatre plays. And in his plays he wrote about kings and queens, sometimes fictionalized and dramatized. He also wrote about ordinary men and women. The important part, he included in some of his works comic characters, so which were funny. And then in the 18th century, it became popular to attack politicians in a satirical way, so to make fun of them, and also the monarch and the royal family. In the 1840s, there was The Punch, a satirical magazine doing exactly that. And there's, for example, The Private Eye, and that is today a satirical magazine. During the 19th century, so 1800 something, there were Gilbert and Sullivan, and they were writing also comic operas. For example, HMS Pinafore, or The Pirates of Penzance, or The Mikado. And then in 1896, the first movies were shown publicly in Britain. and they became very fast popular. Then there were people like Morecambe and Weiser working in music halls, British music halls, and that is a form of variety theatre. And they then switched over to television in the 1560s, in the 50s and 60s, when television became the main source of entertainment in Britain. And they were doing their comedies. Comedies of the 1560s are, for example, the Carry On movies, or The Lady Killers, or Passport to Pimlico. And in 1952 there started in London's West End, which is also called the Theatreland, Dame Agatha Christie's The Mousetrap. And that is the theatre play, the play having the longest run since its initial run. And there are also, more in the recent time, musicals done, for example, by Baron Andrew Lloyd Webber and Sir Tim Rice, Jesus Christ Superstar, Evita, Cats, or The Phantom of the Opera. Now, when in the television, they developed situation comedies, sitcoms, and they were oftentimes set at workplace or in family situations. And then in the 60s, there was, for example, that Both Secret Wars, a format running, or then later in the 80s and 90s, Spitting Image. And in 1969, Monty Python and the Flying Circus started to make a progressive form of comedy, and also stand-up comedy is in Britain sometimes used. And there are movies like the Harry Potter franchise and the James Bond franchise from Britain, who are two of the highest grossing film franchises in the world. And there are actors. For example, Sir Lawrence Oliver, or Sir Rex Harrison, David Niven, or Richard Burton. And also there are actors who won the Academy Awards, the Oscars. And the British equivalent to the Oscars is the BAFTA. So people who have won the Oscar, for example, are Sir Anthony Hopkins, or Colin Firth, Tilda Swinton, Kate Winslet, or Dame Judi Dench. Now, and there are different types of television channels in the United Kingdom. And there is a wide variety of programs on it. And there are even some for specific parts, specifically of the United Kingdom. There are in Gaelic, a different language from English, some television channels for Scotland, or in Irish Gaelic for Northern Ireland, or in Welsh there is one for Wales. And there is the BBC. That is the largest broadcaster of the world, the British Broadcasting Corporation. And they have also radio channels. And on radio channels of the United Kingdom, there are different genres running. There are, for example, radio channels just for one music genre. And that all is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook on several pages, for example, 91, 92 and 93. Florence Nightingale was born in 1820. From 1851 until 1854 she trained as a nurse in Germany. Then in 1854 she went to Turkey, because there she treated soldiers who were fighting in the Crimean War. The Crimean War was from 1853 until 1856 and fought between Britain, Turkey and France against Russia. Now, during this Crimean War, where she treated patients and with wounded soldiers, she improved the conditions of hospitals. And that was necessary because during the Crimean War, most soldiers rather died from illnesses which were caught, or infections which were caught in hospitals, than from the battle bounds. The Crimean War was also the first war to be covered extensively by news stories and photographs, and also the Victoria Cross for soldiers who showed valor was started to be given out. Then in 1860, after the Crimean War, she opened in London in the St. Thomas Hospital the Nightingale Training School for Nurses. And it was the first of its kind. The nurses were trained how to do nursing, and she is seen by many people as the founder of modern nursing. And that is according to the Life in the UK Test Handbook, page 42 and 43. The four big regions of the United Kingdom have their own flowers. So England, the rose, Scotland, the thistle, Wales, the daffodil, and Northern Ireland, the shamrock. And sometimes on the nation patron saints' days, the people are wearing these flowers. So all of these four regions have their own patron. England has St. George, and Scotland St. Andrew, Wales St. David, and Northern Ireland St. Patrick, and they all have a day, and on that day they sometimes wear these flowers. So in England, St. George Day, on the 23rd April, the people are wearing sometimes a rose. Scotland, St. Andrew the 30th November, the Visse, and Wales the 1st March, St. David and where it is the Daffodil, and in Northern Ireland on the 17th March, the Shamrock, St. Patrick. And that is according to the Life in the UK Test Handbook, page 89.
Sir Francis Chichester sailed in the years 1966 and 1967 once single-handed around the world, and he came across the Cape of Good Hope in South Africa and the Cape Horn in South America. 2 years later did Sir Robin Knox Johnston the same, but he did never stop. And that is according to Life in UK Test Handbook, page 78.
From pre-modernization to post-modernization. In this book from the 70s, a British book, there's a lot listed. And now we have said first and foremost what is modernization. And that is the industrialization of a country, and that there is a proper administration, and also that there is training in technology. And intellectual abilities are there a lot, and also that there is a working system of medical and social welfare things. And most people striving to get that. In some countries who have reached it already, the expansion of industrialization of other things is oftentimes not so much liked, because the negative consequences are seen that we're outweighing the positive ones. For example, is the seeing of smoke associated in these countries when with destroying of the environment. Other countries, if they see smoke, they just see the modernization, positive things. Some countries are diminished in their growth of modernization because they're having a big increase in population. For example, India rose in the population from the 1950s to the 1980s in a double. Now, there are not also something else. The technology has made progress, and it is possible with atomic weapons to basically kill everyone on the planet, but also has the medicine made progress, and it is also possible now to prevent infant mortality almost completely. Now, there are different political ideas. For example, Marxism arisen, and that gives an explanation for the misery that some people have, and also how it gets better. Nationalism also, that gives the people cultural identity, and also solidarity against foreign exploiters as idea. The whole industrialization and modernization is fueled on fossil fuels, a lot of it. And there's a big shift of wealth from these modernization countries to some other countries, to the people who have their control over the oil, for example. For example, in Kuwait or in Abu Dhabi in Libya, Saudi Arabia. And also another thing is, for example, the company General Motors has made in the year 1970 so many cars, in the amount of which the cars which were sold in the year 1970 by General Motors was more money than the whole country of Yugoslavia, Greek or Egypt is doing with altogether. Now, some people have already reached post-modernization or post-industrialization. And pre-industrialization was many working on extracting raw materials from the ground, so coal or whatever. And industrialization was a lot about manufacturing of goods, and now it goes more to intellectual abilities, to universities, to theoretical knowledge. And theoretical knowledge is an asset which can be used technically by everyone, and it cannot be used up. That is why many countries putting a lot of money in education and also. Another thing he argued in this book is when said that humans no longer fight against nature, but against other humans. And there's also a lot of things necessary to keep societies not working. There's a lot of health necessary, welfare, and so on. And there are also firms now necessary to work on the system, basically. There are trade associations representing the consumers and the producers of things. Now, there are many different jobs listed. The United States lists over 20,000 occupations types. And some of them need years to study for, others just a few months. And in these occupations, there are the more foreign workers working. It's easier to go from job to job. And that happens, for example, in Germany and the United States of America. The next thing is that the people have grown apart, is argued in this book. That the people, they are making holiday in other countries. They are no longer bound to the rhythms of the season, to agriculture when they have to sow the seeds, or to the manufacture of the machines or whatever. They are bound to other things. And they're making the holidays in other countries. And if they have in another town a better occupation which gives more money, they are changing the town. And if now a family moves from town to town, they are losing their contact to their relatives. And that way the distinctive flavor, dialect, attitudes and so on of the region gets lost. But the people all over share share a common body of knowledge about mass media. They watch the same movies, the same books, and so on. They have a shared knowledge of mass media. And through that, they are able to communicate with each other over their other social backgrounds. And the next thing in this book is that also the clothes have changed. People are no longer identifiable by their clothes, what class they have, and the fashion is changing rapidly. And the old becomes the new. So basically the people were what they want. And many people decide to try, if they have the money and the means to acquire it and also know what clothes they were, they have been trying to become part of, through the t-shirts, what they were, to become part of a jazz group, so to become part of it, or of movies or something. But here's an argument in this book that does not give a central link of community, actually, as once the churches or other things did. Now, another thing here said that the most post-modernization countries or modernization countries have reached literacy. Basically, everyone can read and write. Other countries are still struggling with it. And also, basically, all around the world with the mass media aspect, getting these mass media, and they can see what can be achieved and they want to achieve it. And now, people, they have all something pervading in all their life, and that is bureaucracy and organization listed in this book, said in this book here. And that means that all the people are basically organized, all live by the same rules and so on, and all people are organized, but they don't get a feeling of togetherness. They're just organized. Another thing that's said is that of children, of students, of pupils, it's suspected to find a form of free expression and of identity. They are offered choice and also the ability to express themselves, but they don't really have the structures and the loyalty necessary to form an identity in the first place. They are organized in two big scales in schools. They are moving from classroom to classroom with different pupils and so on, as he argued. The next thing is that also authorities figures have declined. People no longer have so much policeman, person, parent, political father figure or God listed in this book here as an authority figure. Also, since said, also the elites are calling for equality. And people no longer work so much in their own business, in their own bookshop or whatever, in their own corner shop. They work for large corporations. And they are in these corporations not interested in the profit which they make or the whole economy, but just in their own employment, because they don't take part in the profit. The next thing is when many people don't blame themselves or another individual person for a problem if it occurs, but the whole system. Many people want to save the system, how the society works, but they don't want to take the risks to adapt a new one. Then the rise of sociology has happened, and there was also said that many people who were oppressed in wood forms, whatever, were also then by the whole group and by the whole system. And that had brought progress in discrimination against women, that women get the same rights as men, and also that people who don't have a white skin color also get the same rights. This idea of sociology, that every form of discipline is a problem, also went on into achievements, was when said in this book here. So that also schools are affected by it. And there's now said that in the schools the free expression is more important than the skill or literacy to get. And that there are people from other countries who are going on to these countries, want to get these modernizations, literacy, skills and so on, but in the schools, in these schools are oftentimes offered expression of these other things. Also another thing is when said that the people have grown more homogeneous, that the people have an opinion about many different things, basically about all things, and that it is possible for a small group of activists to make, at that point, something and then change the whole direction of the whole country. A small group of activists at one point is able to change the whole direction over the democratic majority. But that it is not so big in countries of pluralism, many countries who are post-modernization in Western countries, because there's a great form of pluralism with different religions, different political parties, different institutions. That doesn't happen so much there, that some group of activists can have an influence on the whole political region. And another thing then said is that in some countries there are other secondary things growing, and they are basically striving for having just one identity, one religion, one ethnic, and one country. That is also not so strong in Western countries. In Western countries, post-modernization, there's the idea of liberty and people of different ethnic groups with different ideologies and different ideas are there, so that these countries are giving the people the option to have their own individualism. That all is according to that book here, Reader's Digest, Library of Modern Knowledge, Book 2, Part 8, Man and Society, written by C.L. Beddock, Hugh Jocelyn, Emily Court, Peter Loyce, Lucy Mayer, David Martin, Jacqueline Sarsby, Ruth D. Whitehouse, J.C. Woodburn, on the page 444 and 445.
This is an aerial view of the University of Oxford. So in Oxford is this part of Oxfordshire. And Oxfordshire is this part of England and the United Kingdom. And that is there. Halloween is on the 31st October, and it has roots on the older ancient pagan festival, and it is to mark the beginning of winter. Some people are customizing, oftentimes with frightening costumes. They're going around and knocking at doors, and then they're saying the words trick or treat, and oftentimes the people are giving them then sweets, so the treats, and whether they got sweets or not, they are then peacefully moving on to the next house and knocking again and saying trick or treat. And oftentimes they get sweets. And also some people are carving out of pumpkins a fruit, some lanterns, so they're making them hollow and putting a candle inside. And that is according to the Life in the UK Test Handbook, page 72. Hanukkah is in November or December. And it lasts for 8 days, and it should remember the struggle of the Jews for religious freedom. And on each of these 8 days, a candle is enlightened in something called a menorah. And that should remember to a festival where oil lasted for 8 days instead of just one. And that is according to the Life in the UK Test Handbook, page 71.
Henry I. Before Henry I was on the throne, his brother William II was on the throne. Both, and also their other brother Robert, were children of William the Conqueror. Then one day William II was hunting in New Forest, and then an arrow shot by his friend Walter Tyrrell, or William Tyrrell, hit him and he died. And the speed with which now his brother, Henry I, came onto the throne, gave rise to some people having the suspicion that that was maybe a planned assassination. But now, in the year 1100, there is now Henry I ruling in England. And as already his father William the Conqueror and his brother William II, now Henry I has a rivalry with Robert the Duke of Normandy. The Duke of Normandy had already attacked with William the Conqueror, he had attacked with William II, and now he attacks also invading England. He invades also against Henry I. But we're making the Treaty of Elton in the year 1101, and Robert, his brother, stays as the Duke of Normandy, and he is the King of England. Henry II is King of England in the year 1106. Robert and he are again fighting and having battles, and then Henry I wins again Robert and imprisons him for life in Cardiff Castle. So, that is the story, and now he becomes the Duke of Normandy as well, King of England and Duke of Normandy. And he is ruling, he is governing, he is administrating all there. And there's written in this book that some Ajun region or something was lost while it was ruled in the Normandy under Robert. And now Henry I tries to regain them, but the growing power of Louis IX, the French king, stops him from doing that, and Henry II comes into more and more debt, majorly by the Pope, and he fears no excommunication. So he stops with these war adventures or war doings, and he starts now to administer and govern. He's then also called in the book that he was then called Folkloric. Now, and he makes reforms. For example, is when the reform done the pipe rolls, which were then for 700 years until 834 in use. They were about concerning the crown finances, and he also has then the Chancellor of Exchequer, Roger Salisbury. Already directly after he came onto the throne, he imprisoned the Bishop of Durham, the rueful Flamber, in the Tower of London, who escapes then from the Tower of London. Now he is now governing and ruling, and he marries now Edith, the daughter of Malcolm III, who seems to be the Scottish king, and who is also the niece of Edgar the Atheling, who seems to have been a Saxon king in England previously, and that gives him stronger ties with Scotland and also with England, because he was the son of William the Conqueror, who had come over from France, from northern France, from Normandy to England. And now he's ruling and governing, and he has now with her, Edith, 2 sons and 2 daughters, but at the end of the day, I don't know how it's calculated. Where is it that he has only 1 legitimate son? He has also more children who are not legitimate. No, just 1 legitimate son, who one day comes with a ship from France over to Britain. He has written the pilot was drunk, stirred the vessel against the rock, and the ship is sinking, and Henry II is heartbroken over that his son had drowned. And now he tries to convince the barons to accept then his daughter Matilda on the throne. Then in the year 1135, Henry I dies of food poisoning near Rouen in France. So that's the story of Henry I, the main one here written in the book. Now, how goes it then a little bit on? There is now Matilda, his daughter, and Stephen. Both are grandchildren of William the Conqueror. And the barons are supporting Stephen on the throne, but some are then switching and starting to support Matilda, the granddaughter of William the Conqueror and also the daughter of the previous King Henry I. And they are now making civil war for 19 years. After 18 years of civil war, so 19 years in total civil war and 18 years of civil war, then Henry Plantagenet, the son of Matilda, comes to England, and he reaches then an agreement with Stephen that on the death of Stephen he will become the King of England, which happens 1 year later, in the year 1154. Right. And in the year 1154, the grandson of Henry I, Henry Plantagenet, becomes the King of England as Henry II. And that is according to the history of the kings and queens of England and Scotland, mainly written on the page 38. The positions and views expressed are the ones of the source and don't necessarily align with my own or with the ones of the entity spoken of. Henry II. He was ruling from 1154 until 1189 in England and more. Also was he the Duke of Normandy and the Duke of Aquitaine. With the Angevin Empire as his ruling territory, he was ruling England and huge parts of France up to the Pyrenees in northern Spain. How did it all begin? There was Henry I, the son of William the Conqueror, and he had 1 legitimate son who drowned while coming back from Normandy over the English Channel when the boat on which he was sunk. Now Henry I tried to get his daughter Matilda onto the throne, but when Henry I died, his nephew Stephen was also about to become the king. He was also supported by many people, and now there were 19 long winters of civil war between Matilda, his daughter, granddaughter of William the Conqueror, and his Henry I's nephew Stephen, also a grandson of William the Conqueror. Matilda, after some time, she had at some time also the upper hand. She imprisons even Stephen at some time. Matilda gave up the struggle and went to France, and she has a son, Henry Plantagenet, Henry II. Plantagenet, the father of Henry II, has at some time picked up a flower with his head and then worn a flower as a badge. And in French that means Plantagenista, and therefore the name Plantagenet. Okay, and now this Henry Plantagenet comes over to England and fights against Stephen, and then they make an agreement that on the death of Stephen, Henry Plantagenet becomes the new King of England. That happens then 2 years later, and Henry II is ruling in this big Angevin empire. And that is not so easy because such a big empire and he has some problems with the barons. It isn't working all so well. And he is making Thomas Becket, who is a priest, first his chancellor and then the Archbishop of Canterbury. He then makes in 1164, so the King Henry II, in 1164 the Constitution of Clan, and that limits the church power. That brings him into violent quarrel with Thomas Becket, who then in protest to the Constitution of Clan, what was the name of it, goes into exile, comes on back, they're having reconciliation, they quarrel again, and then there's a misunderstanding. Somehow the Knights of Henry II understand something like rid of the troubles or something, that they should assassinate him, and they do it when they murder Thomas Becket in the North Transept of Canterbury Field in 1170. He's married to Eleanor of Aquitaine. Eleanor of Aquitaine was married to Louis VII, the King of France, but that marriage wasn't working, and she went to England and marries Henry II. And it wasn't also good running. The book is saying something about that Henry II wasn't so well-tempered or something. And then that Eleanor of Aquitaine plots together with her sons and also his sons to overthrow him, but Henry II notices it and imprisons her in Chateau de something for 15 years for the rest of his life. And now that is that part. He makes in 1166 the Assize of Clarendon, so 2 years after the Constitution of Clarendon, the Assize of Clarendon, and that for the first time makes that there is trial with jury. And he also makes an inquiry in all the processes and court things done since he was on the throne. So let's recheck them all. Okay, and now he then also dies. And now after his death, how it goes a bit on, Eleanor of Aquitaine is also an important figure the whole time. He, Henry II, has his sarcophagus at the Chateau de Chinon in the vicinity of it. The Chateau de Chinon is at the river Vienne, which is a tributary to the Loire, and at the river Loire in France, there's the sarcophagus of Henry II and also of Eleanor of Aquitaine and Richard I, all three next to each other. Now, his sons, how it goes it on. His son is, one of them is Richard I, Richard Lionheart, who spends much of his time crusading in the Middle East, and he's been also captured by Austria and then got brought over to Henry VI of Germany, and there's been a ransom paid to get him free again. So Richard I is most of the time of his ruling abroad, a lot of time even in captivity. Then Richard I also comes back when there is fighting at some castle in France where he is injured and dies. And John is ruling, the son of Henry II. King John is ruling. And now under King John, the quarrel with the barons goes on, and King John has been forced, partly because of an invasion through the Dauphies of France, I don't know what that means, to sign the Magna Carta. And that makes now a power agreement between what power the king has and what power the barons have. So the quarreling goes on, which was on Henry II. John has to sign the Magna Carta, and then King John is ruling, who dies when unexpected at Newmark. And now his son, Henry III, I think was it, becomes the new king. He's 9 years old when he starts to rule. So William the Marshal and Humbert the Bourbon are ruling as regents at the beginning for him, but when Henry III is ruling. Now, and that is according to the history of the kings and queens of England and Scotland on the page 48 and 49, but several other pages. But the positions and views expressed are the ones of the source and not necessarily aligned with my own or with the ones of the entity spoken of. Henry III. He was the King of England from 1216 until 1272. So for over 50 years. For 56 years. He was 9 years old. Then he became the king because his father, John, died unexpectedly from a fever.
For the first 11 years of his reign, until he had reached the age of 20, he was reigning through regents, William the Marshal and Hubert the Burr. They too also were able to successively rule the country. There was a Magna Carta, in which was said that his father, King John, could not just raise taxes as he wanted and change the rule of taxation or the rules of the feudal system. He was forced to sign it in 1215. He didn't accept it, but he died shortly afterwards. Shortly before he had died, the barons who were forcing the king to sign it had called in the help of the Dauphin of France, Louis VIII, to England, who was still there when Henry III was ruling through his regents, William the Marshal and Hubert the Burr, who were not successfully able to defeat the Dauphin of France, who had already captured the Tower of London, and defeated him in the Battle of Lincoln in May and Dover in August, and drove him out of England. And the Treaty of Latham was made, making peace between the barons, King Henry VIII, and France. William the Marshal died already in 1219, and when later on Henry III had dismissed Hubert the Burr. And he was marrying Eleanor in 1236, so we know something into his reign, and he appoints 3 uncles of Eleanor of Provence and southern France had he married. He had with her 6 sons and 3 daughters. And he appoints 3 of her uncles as ministers, Peter de Roches, for example, and another Peter. And not everyone liked it. People from France were now ruling in England, and there was already rebellion by William Marshal, which seems to be another person as William the Marshal, who had died. But he defeated that, but that is not the end of the story. He had a sister, also called Eleanor, who was married to Simon de Montfort. And the rivaling with the barons continued. First, another rebellion. Owen Wyn in North Wales rebelled for 11 years with help of France. Now, the other rebellion, later on then, he was forced to sign in 58 the provision of Oxford and 59 the provision of Westminster, which was saying that he could not appoint people to the council, and that council had some powers about what was going on with the barons in the country. And he didn't like that, he repudiated that, and when Simon de Montfort in 663 went to arms, then he went back to the documents. It didn't really work out. In 64, Simon de Montfort rebelled again as the leader of the barons and defeated at the Battle of Loos the army of King Henry III, and Simon de Montfort became for 1 year the de facto ruler of England. Henry III was also the king of Ireland and parts of France and of England. Simon de Montfort was ruling, and he tried to establish his rule. He was inviting in 2 burgesses from each borough and 4 knights from each shire to a very early form of parliament. That didn't lead to all too much at the time. Aethelred I, the later Aethelred I, the son of King Henry III, defeated in 1265 Simon de Montfort in the Battle of Afshire. And King Henry III was again ruling for a few years. The book is saying that Aethelred III was maybe not all too cleverly ruling, and that he was easily setting bad terms with friends and with enemies alike easily. But that during his reign, arts flourished, illustrations, writing. Matthew Paris, a historian, drew up the first map of England, and the building of Satesville Cathedral was started, and additions were made to Winchester, to Westminster Abbey.
And then he was then followed by Edward I on the throne, and he was then ruling. While he was ruling in 1284, he made the Statute of Rutland. Rutland is a town in England, always, somewhere there. And with that, Wales then was declared to be a part of England. And in 1295, Edward I summoned in as well people, burgesses and knights and lords and clergy, to something similar as parliaments. And the development of parliament in Britain continued then on. That is according to the history of the kings and queens of England and Scotland on the pages 60 and 61 is the main article. The positions and views expressed are the ones of the source and don't necessarily align with my own or with the ones of the entity spoken of.
The Holderness coast in England at the east coast, not here. There is Grimsby at the River Humber, and then there's the Flamborough Head and the Spurn Head. And that is an example where some erosion has happened. The coast has retreated or eroded in the last 2,000 years 4 kilometers inwards. Several towns and villages were then lost to the sea, so 4 kilometers inwards in just 2,000 years. The material is out of boulder clay, that is material brought with the glaciers and is faster eroding through weathering and the sea. And longshore drift from the northeast has brought the material further down. And also the Spurn Head has moved a bit westwards in. When the whole coast has retreated, the Spurn Head seems to move with inwards to the land. And there were attempts made to prevent all the erosion with seawalls and ripraps, downs placed there and so on. That is when the following course, that is now the longshore drift is no more bringing so much material down the coast, and there's this material lying to protect the coast from erosion. That is according to Geography by Brian Gresley and Brian Greasley on the page 32. The positions and views expressed are the ones of the source and don't necessarily align with my own or with the ones of the entity spoken. Ice sheets. Now there are places where the ice and snow is never melting, and it's just falling down there as the snow and then standing there for a long time. And during the ice ages that goes in many places. For example, also when northern Britain, the book is using that as an example, and they are today also in the Arctic, Antarctic, and northern Arctic Canada, other northern regions, also the Alps and the Himalaya. And there are different types of erosion possible. There can be freeze and thaw, so little melting also, freeze and thaw. There is water going into cracks, and when it is been freezing, it expands and cracks the rock. There can be done plucking, and there's when the ice freezing onto rocks, and then the ice is moving on and plucking the rock with it. And if such rocks or boulders, when plucked with it, go with it and are scratching over the ground, they're causing abrasion to the ground. And that way, as the book says it as its example, that the larger boulders were brought over from Scandinavia over to Brimham Rocks in the Pennines in England, and they're left there standing. Now, thousands of years later, many kilometers away from where they were taken with them. Or also boulder clay, which is a form of till, was then brought with it, containing some larger boulders, and the Holderness coast cliffs are formed out of them. And because it's such a material, they are rapidly eroding. So the Holderness coast cliffs are faster eroding than other types of cliff, because they're out of such boulder clay brought with ice sheets. That is according to Geography by Jane Ferretti and Brian Gresley on the page 22. The positions and views expressed are the ones of the source and don't necessarily align with my own or with the ones of the entities spoken of.
Some battles in which Britain was involved. There was in 1066 the Battle of Hastings. There was the Norman conquest in that year, and William, Duke of Normandy, had come over to England and conquered a lot of England. And in that Battle of Hastings in 1066, he won against Harold the Saxon king, and he then conquered England, and he became William the Conqueror. Then the next battle, which is an example of a battle, is in 1314, in 1314. That is the Battle of Bannockburn. And in that, Robert the Bruce led the Scottish army against the English, and the Scottish army won. Another battle is Battle of Agincourt. That was in 1514. And there were vastly outnumbered troops of Henry V
won against the French, but England nevertheless left France in the 1450s. There was another battle in 1485. That was the Battle of Bosworth Field. It was the decision-making battle of the Wars of the Roses. The Wars of the Roses were from 1455 until that battle, 1485, Battle of Bosworth Field. And in that battle, the leader of the House of York, they had the White Rose. King Richard III died, and the winner was the House of Lancaster with the Red Rose, and Henry Tudor, the leader of the House of Lancaster with the Red Rose, won, and he married then after the battle the niece of King Richard III. She was also of the House of Lancaster, of the House of York, and now the two houses were combined. That is the Battle of Bosworth Field in 1485. Another important battle was the Battle of the Spanish Armada in 1588. And in that the troops, or the troops of Elizabeth I, she was the reigning monarch in Britain at the time, won against the Spanish Armada. And that increased Elizabeth I's popularity a lot. They were sent out to restore Catholicism in England from Spain because Elizabeth I was Protestant. And another important battle was in 1646 too, the Battle of Nesby and of Marston Moor. That was the civil wars in England. There was Charles I, and he believed in the divine right of kings, and he didn't often come into an agreement with the Parliament. And then a civil war happened. And it was when the king, supported by the Cavaliers, against the Parliament, the Roundheads. And in the battles of Nesby and Marston Moor, 1646, the King Charles I was defeated, and 3 years later, then in 1649, because he still wasn't willing to come to an agreement, he was then executed. Now, and the Scottish people weren't happy with that, so they tried to put Charles II onto the throne, the son of Charles I, the one with the battles of Nesby and Marston Moor in 1646, and in 1650 there was the Battle of Dunbar, and in 1651 the Battle of Worcester, and in that Charles II was defeated, the same as his father Charles I, by Oliver Cromwell. And then there was another battle, and that was in 1689. Now, Charles II then came back to reign after the Restoration. He was defeated in the battles of Worcester and Dunbar. He fled to Europe, but he came back in the Restoration. He became king, and then one day he died, and his brother James II got to be king, but he was a Catholic. Charles II was not a Catholic. He was a Protestant. So now there was a Catholic on the throne, James II, and the people didn't like that. And the Glorious Revolution happened, and William came onto the throne. William and Mary were then reigning, and James II fled. Now James II wasn't so happy about that, and he had support in Scotland. And in 1689 there was the Battle of Killiecrankie, and there were the Scottish people who were supporting James back onto the throne. They were defeated, and James II tried with the help of a French army to invade Ireland, but he was also defeated in the Battle of Boyne, 1690. And then there was another battle in 1746. The grandson of James II, born Prince Charlie, was trying to come back onto the throne by support of the Scottish clans. They were then also defeated in the Battle of Culloden in 1746. Then there was another battle, that was the Battle of Trafalgar in 1805, and that was against the French Navy. And in that Admiral Nelson, he was the leader of a British fleet, of British troops. He died in the battle, but he has a monument at the Battle of Trafalgar, and it's at the Square of Trafalgar in London. And another battle was in the Napoleonic Wars in 1850, and that was at Waterloo, the Battle of Waterloo, and there the French troops were also defeated. And then another battle during the First World War was the Battle of the Somme. And on one attack on the morning in July 1916, 60,000 British troops were casualties just on one day in the Battle of Somme in the First World War. And in the Second World War, there was the Battle of Britain in the summer 1940. The German airplanes were attacking Britain and making the Blitz and dropping bombs and all. And the Royal Air Force with the Spitfires and Hurricanes was successfully defeating Britain. And that is according to several pages of the Life in UK Test Handbook, for example 38 and 39.
Info snippets to the Epping Forest in Greater London. The Epping Forest has a size of 2,500 hectares, that are around 5 kilometers times 5 kilometers. Epping Forest is in Greater London and Essex, in the UK. The forest is not a square of 5 times 5 kilometers, but more a narrow strip. The maximum width is 4 kilometers wide, but the forest is 19 kilometers long. It was in the past less suitable for agriculture because of its elevation
and the thin, gravelly soil through glacier who were there long ago. It was still used for timber production, grazeland and hunting. Many people are living around the forest, and the park has many visitors. In the 19th century, many people protested against destruction of the forest, leading to that the City of London Corporation bought the forest, and so the outcry of the people saved the forest till today, where the forest is still in the legal possession of the City of London Corporation. Over 100 lakes and ponds are within the forest, with varying size. Some lakes are natural, others resulted from gravel extraction. Some were intentionally made, others are from bombs thrown by Nazi Germany during the Second World War, which were intended to hit the people and the homes of the City of London. At 24 lakes and ponds, angling is permitted. All lakes are accessible through forest paths. On the paths of the forest, rambling, cycling and horse riding is done. Some clubs are organizing ridings on Sunday mornings. There are 60 football pitches and a golf course, and cricket is played.
Infrastructure of a Trafford shopping centre near Manchester. That is in north central England. And there's Manchester, a big town, and there's the M60, a motorway going around it, M56 and 61 to the sides, or 61, 62, 56 to 61. And there's the M60 going around Manchester, a big densely populated area. And there at the side of Manchester, close to the motorway, the M60 encircling Manchester, there is the Trafford shopping centre. And it is built in 1998 because there are many people living who could shop there, and also many people who could be hired to work as staff there. And there are 200 different shops. There's also cinema and restaurants. And why there? Because people can go to the motorway, densely populated, many people can get hired. And also the land is cheaper and it can expand, the people can drive there. And there are 10,000 free car parking places. The book is from the early 2000, maybe something has changed. 10,000 free car parking places, if I calculated correctly. If it has 10 business hours, let's just assume 10,000, that means 100,000 cars can park there a day. That would 10 million, 3 million per month, so 30 million in a year. And that would fit together that it has 30 million visitors per year. Yes, and that is something general for shopping centers. The articles in general about shopping centers, they can be a bit out of town, retail, superstores, big ones, oftentimes good to the traffic. That is the main thing. And the cheaper land, expansion possible, and so on. According to Geography by Jane Ferretti and Brian Gresley on the page 66 and 67, written early 2000s, the positions and views expressed are the ones of source and don't necessarily align with my own or with the ones of the entities.
Aithelred King in Brunei was an engineer. He built bridges and tunnels and railway lines and ships. One railway line, the Great Western Railway, for example, that he constructed, that goes from London, from Paddington Station, to the west, the Great Western Railway. It goes to the southeast of England, to the West Midlands and to Wales. And many of the things which he built are still standing today. For example, the Cliff Suspension Bridge over the Avon Gorge is still standing today and still in use. Aithelred King Brunei, from Portsmouth in England, born in the year 1806. And that is according to the Life in the UK Test Handbook, page 42. In the year 1685, Charles II, who was the king, died, and he had no legitimate children. So his brother, James II, got on the throne. Charles II was a Protestant, James II a Catholic. And he had two eldest daughters who were Protestant. So James II, a Catholic, was ruling a bit Catholic-like. He favored Catholics and he let bishops of a Protestantistic Church of England arrest, and he allowed Catholic people to become army officers. The people accepted that because they thought after him, one of his two daughters, the oldest one Mary, would become queen, and his daughters were Protestantistic. So they thought just for intermediate time there would be a Catholic king with James II. But the wife of James II got a son, and now it wasn't clear anymore if the next king might be at the end a Catholic and the whole country got be recatholicized. And so the Glorious Revolution happened, and in 1688 they invited William of Orange to invade England. William of Orange was the king of the Netherlands. And he could just invade without any fighting because the eldest daughter, Mary, who was a Protestant, did let him in, and they two were married. So the eldest daughter, a Protestantic, of James II was married to William of Orange. The people invited William of Orange in, and they then started to rule together without any fighting. So William of Orange ruled together, the king of the Netherlands, with Mary, the eldest daughter of James II, also Protestancy. James II fled to Europe. And that's according to the Life in the UK Test Handbook, page 30.
In the year 1603, Queen Elizabeth I died, and she had no children. So her heir became James VI of Scotland. There wasn't before a James on the throne in England, so he was simultaneously James VI of Scotland and James I of England. Both countries remained separate countries. During the time of James I, James VI, reigns of it's the same person, James VI, James I, there was the King James Bible introduced, and that Bible, it wasn't the first one, but it is written in English, is still used by many Protestant churches today. Now there was a lot of rebellion in Ireland against the Protestant rule of Queen Elizabeth I and also of James I. And the government in London encouraged people to settle in the northern part of Ireland in Ulster, and these settlements were called plantations, and also companies based in London had given land from Ireland. And James I continued this policy, and also in other areas of Ireland land was given. James I, as well as his son, Charles I, believed in the divine rights of kings. That means that they believed that they had a God-given right to rule, and that led to disagreements with the parliament. By Charles I then, that led to the civil wars. And that is according to the Life in the UK Test Handbook, page 27 and 28.
The key data of the Belfast City Hall is the name Belfast City Hall, or in Irish Hallonar Cafra Béal Freiste, or in Ulster Scots Belfast City Hall. Location, it is in Belfast in Northern Ireland. The construction start was in 1898 and the construction completed in 1906. It was renovated in 2009. The roof was destroyed during the Second World War, but when later rebuilt. It has a height of 53 meters. The architectural style is Baroque Revival, and the materials used are Portland stone, Carrabelle marble, Pavanazzo marble, and Brescia marble. There are many statues and memorials, for example, the Queen Victoria Monument, Memorial to Sir Edward Harland, Royal Mailship Titanic Memorial, Belfast, Garden of Remembrance and Cenotaph, granite column dedicated to American Expeditionary Force, statue in honor of George Best, the Indian River Memorial, Mary Ann McCracken statue, Winifred Carney statue. And the Durban City Hall, built in 1910 in Durban, South Africa, and the Port of Liverpool building, built in 1903 in Liverpool, the United Kingdom, are almost exact replica. And on the 10, 20, 50 and 100 pound sterling banknotes, which are issued by the Northern Bank, there's the pediment of the building printed.
King Alfred the Great, he was the king in England, and he was reigning from 871 until 899. He has the title the Great because his dominant personality, and also because he was so relentlessly defending England against the Scandinavian Viking invasions. He was married to Aethelred, a Mercian princess, Mercia, one of the 7 heptarchies of England at the time, and they had 3 daughters and 3 sons. And he made an agreement with the Vikings that they stayed behind the line in the north and east of England. Then in 886 he captured London, Alfred the Great, and that made him basically the king of all England. And he could read and write, and he was translating books from Latin into Anglo-Saxon. He encouraged that people learn to make gold and silver work. For example, he translated Bede's, a scholar monk, Ecclesiastical History of England, and also Anglo-Saxon Chronicles was compiled by him about the history of England before the Romans arrived. And also was he on good terms with the Pope in Rome. and he translated a pastoral rule written by the Pope Gregory in Rome that was an advice to bishops how they should govern. He was studying and interested in how kingship should be, what duties and responsibilities come alongside with it. And he made a treaty with King Offa of Mercia, the king, and they founded together the first permanent fleet of England so that they could, with ships, engage the Viking invasions already on the water. And there's a story told, and that story tells that he was one day with very little money, King Alfred, and he came into a woodcutter's hut, and when the woodcutter's wife told him to watch over the cakes so that they don't burn in the oven, he forgot them and they burned, and the woodcutter's wife yelled then at him, "Now we all don't have supper." And when the woodcutter's wife's husband came in and he recognized the king and said, "You have yelled at the king," and then she bowed down and was a bit sorry. That is the story. Now, and that is all according to the history of the kings and queens of England and Scotland, written by Edmund Swinglehurst on the page 14 and 15.
King Arthur. He is the name-giving character of the Arthur's legend. And about him is something said in the book. The Arthur's legend includes and also, for example, the knight Lancelot or the Lady Guinevere. Now, in this book, there are 11 bullet points to King Arthur. And first and foremost is there said that his existence was not yet proven. But that, according to legend, he had a father, Uther Pendragon, and the name means dragon head. And he had a son, Mordred, and Mordred killed him. Now, but while he was still alive, for example, he should have slewn a dragon at Mont Saint-Michel. And of a battle and fight with a giant and King Arthur, there can't be anything found. But the Mont Saint-Michel can be found northwest of France, and if the tide goes out, it's a big rock of Carsington Cathedral standing in the middle of a sand. If the tide comes in, it is standing in the middle of the ocean. And when there are other things said in the book, they said that since the beginning of the second millennium, people are writing about him. Alfred Lord Tennyson, for example, or Sir Thomas Malory, or Cher de Tra. And Thomas Macy was the first one to mention the round table around which the knights were sitting in 1155. There is a lot written about this court life of King Arthur and at the Arthurian court. And there's been, for example, written in many legends that there are the gallant knights and they would use their body strength and their sword for the security and well-being of their honored lady. And now, after he died, he was buried, according to one legend, at Glastonbury in England. And some legends say that he is in Avalon, a country of the blessed souls, and will return should England fall into greatest danger. And that is according to Miles Kelly's World History book on the page 284 and 285. The positions and views expressed are the ones of the source and don't necessarily align with my own or with the ones of the entity spoken. King Canute. He was the King of England from 1016 until 1035, and from 1019 then also the King of Denmark, and 1028 onwards also the King of Norway. His father was the King Sven Forkbeard, a Viking king, his mother Gunhild. And his predecessor in England was Aethelred II. He then died, and then King Canute was having severe battles with the son of Aethelred II, Edmund Ironside, for who becomes the king on the throne. So Aethelred II dies, he has a son who was already fighting against him. King Canute had invaded in 1015 England, and his son, Edmund Ironside, son of Aethelred II, was fighting against King Canute. The people wasn't really seeing the support of Aethelred the Unready to his son, Edmund Ironside, against the invading Vikings under King Canute. They saw him as a bit as a rebel, Edmund Ironside. And Aethelred the Unready, by the way, has
by name the Unready because he wasn't really decisive on how to deal with the Danes. He tried to pay the money that they were doing attacks and so on. He also attacked them, ordered massacres, was getting the money, so he wasn't really good how to prepare with them. Now then, in 1015, King Canute invades. His son Edmund Ironside fights against him. 1016, Aethelred the Unready dies, Edmund Ironside and King Canute fighting for who is leading now England. They're having severe battles. In the Battle of Allington in Essex, where then King Canute defeats Edmund Ironside, they meet at the Isle of Ailmay in the River Seine on River Severn in the middle, on an island, and they agree on sharing the kingdom. Edmund Ironside is murdered, and Canute becomes the whole ruler of England. And he rules, and he encourages Christianity, and he appoints Saxon and Danish people to become priests. And he is treating Danes and Saxons equally. And he marries Elgiva. With her he has Harold Harefoot as a son. And he marries Emma. With her he has Halfdanut as a son. Both wives, if I understand it correctly, were married to Aethelred the Unready. Now, and these two sons, when after King Canute had died, battling who becomes the king. They even die in 1040 and 1042. And now it goes then a bit on, and it becomes, when the next person becomes Edward the Confessor, becomes the next king. Edward the Confessor is also a son of Aethelred II, if I'm correctly. And now Edward the Confessor then at one time is then in exile in the Normandy, and where he promises in return for the helping of the Duke of Normandy, him to be the next king of England. We're talking about William the Conqueror. Then Edward the Confessor goes back to England, and he changes his mind, and he decides to give now Harold of Wessex the kingdom. King Canute had split up the country into four earldoms, into Wessex and Northumbria and Mercia and East Anglia. What happens now? Duke of Normandy, William the Conqueror, is not so happy that he is not getting what was him promised, the kingdom of England, after Edward the Confessor had died, the son of Aethelred the Unready. And he invades England, defeats them in the Battle of Hastings in 1066, Harold the Saxon king. Now, and somewhere in between is the story of King Canute. And that is according to the history of the kings and queens of England and Scotland, written by Edmund Swinglehurst on the pages 22 and 23.
John. We're talking about the King of England from 1199 until 1216. He was the son of Henry II and of Eleanor of Aquitaine. He was crowned in 1199 in Westminster Abbey, and already in that year his marriage with Isabella of Gloucester was annullated, and he married then Isabella of Angoulême. With her he has two sons and three daughters. One of his sons became the later King Henry III, and he has more illegitimate children. All over, many people see him as an inept king. The reasons for that are that he lost many possessions in France. So, his mother was Eleanor of Aquitaine. She was Eleanor of Aquitaine in France, and she was married actually in first marriage to King Louis VII of France, but they divorced, she divorced him, and she married Henry II of England, who was actually a Plantagenet born in France. Henry II of England, and they were married. Already during that reign, Eleanor of Aquitaine plotted with her sons, including, for example, Richard I, Richard the Lionheart, and John, against Henry II, but Henry II got noticed and imprisons Eleanor of Aquitaine in Chateau de Chinon Castle. There were problems about how to rule the big Angevin Empire from France, down in France up to England, north, with many different cultures. And who should rule what and how should it go on, there were problems. Then after Henry II died in 1189, Eleanor of Aquitaine kept ruling because Richard I was, the most of his 10 years of reign in France, or crusading in the Middle East, or captured against ransom money first by Austrian troops, captured and then sold to the German Emperor Henry VI. So Richard I was just about 6 months of his 10 years reign in England. And then when Richard I died at besieging Chaluz Castle, Ellen of Aquitaine kept ruling while now John was ruling from 1199 onwards till 1216. Ellen of Aquitaine lived till 1204. So the first third of his reign. And she kept managing. She went then to England, back to Angevin while John was ruling, and she was arranging marriages. She had already previously looked that the nobility keeps in favor, that it all holds together, looking after the army and the estates and so on. She was arranging marriages between Blanche of Castile, her daughter, her granddaughter, and the grandson of her former husband, Louis VII. And then in 1204, Ellen of Aquitaine dies at Fountain Abbey. Now, the book isn't saying if it is a coincidence, but in that year, 1204, England lost its possessions in France. One reason why the reign of King John is seen as not so good. The book is also saying something about that he lost the war chest and the royal treasure in the wash, whatever that means. Now, what else? One big thing during the reign of John was his checkered relationship with the church. John was not accepting the new Archbishop Stephen of Canterbury. And the Pope Innocent III then banned all services except for baptism and for funeral in England. And then the Pope Innocent III excommunicated John because John was confiscating ecclesiastical property. The Pope Innocent III said that John was not the rightful king of England. They both came a bit at better terms, and then the Pope Innocent III actually said that King John doesn't have to obey to what was said in the Magna Carta. The Magna Carta. The barons of England were not all too happy with the rule through the Normans. They had come 150 years earlier with the great-great-grandfather of John, William I, or William of Normandy, or William the Conqueror, to England in 1066. And they were quarreling. There was also previously quite some quarreling, and it went actually also a bit on. Now there was quarreling, and on the 15th June 1215, John was forced at Runnymede on the Thames near Windsor to sign the Magna Carta, declaring what right the nobility has, the barons, and what right the king. And the Pope Innocent III said no, he doesn't have to follow it. Now, and already at time, it was very much at the end of the reign of John, so it's not so clear how what I just said all would have gone on, because just 1 year later, John died at Newark, unexpectedly of a fever. Before that happened, the barons called in the Dauphin of France, the later King Louis VIII, to invade England and help the barons against John. The Dauphin of France captured also the Tower of London in London. Now, when John died, so what I explained, I don't know how it would have gone on. Then he was followed on the throne by Henry III, his son. He was just 9 years old, so there was William the Marshal and Hubert de Burgh as regents for his son Henry III, and they were also successfully dealing with the invasion of the later Louis VIII, who wanted to take the throne of England by force. All over, his reign is seen as not so perfectly, and he an inept king. Two reasons for that are also that he is overshadowed with the legend and the resume about his brother Richard I, Richard the Lionheart, one of the persons seen as one of the greatest heroes of England, and another legend figure, Robin Hood, who should have been in Sherwood Forest near Nottingham. And it is said that Robin Hood was loyal to Richard I and was stealing from people who had more money and gave it to people with less money. So by these two figures, Richard I was his brother and existed, Robin Hood is no proof that he existed. His reputation is overshadowed. But the book is saying that history shows that he was in a way an able king. He was extending the network of castles, which was providing security against invasion to England, and during his time the country prospered and grew in strength. And he was then followed by his son Henry III on the throne, who was ruling for over 50 years. That is according to the history of the kings and queens of England and Scotland on both page 56 and 57 and several others. The positions and views expressed are the ones of a source and don't necessarily align with my own or with the ones of the entities spoken of.
There are several landmarks in the UK. For example, 3 are here in London. And that's, for example, the Big Ben, also called the Elizabeth Tower. It's a big tower with a clock and a big bell inside of it, next to the Houses of Parliament. Another thing in London is the Tower of London. And there are the Yemen warders, or the beef eaters also called, and they are touring tourists through it. It was firstly built after the Norman Conquest in 1066. And the third thing in London is the London Eye, a Ferris wheel. And that is 135 meters high, and it was built to the millennium in the year 2000, and it was an important part of the Diamond Jubilee of Queen Elizabeth II in the year 2012, and it's still used for New Year's celebrations. Then there is, for example, in the southwest of England, in Cornwall, there is the Eden Project, and these are biomes, these are greenhouses in the form of eggshells, and inside of them there are different temperatures, so that inside of them different types of plants from all over the world can grow. And then there's Edinburgh Castle in Edinburgh, at the east of Scotland in Edinburgh, and Edinburgh Castle is a prominent feature of the skyline of Edinburgh, and that castle dates back to the beginning of the medieval times. And then there's, for example, Loch Lomond in the Trossachs National Park. That is at the west of Scotland, and that is a 720 square mile large national park. And this Loch Lomond is the largest expanse of fresh water in mainland Britain. And there's the Lake District in England, and that's the largest national park of England. And that is 823 square miles big, this national park. And there's Windermere, and in 2007 a television show said that it is the most beautiful view of England, wasteland, in this national park. And then there is, for example, Snowdonia. Snowdonia is in the north of Wales, and there is a big mountain, Snowdon. And then there's another thing, that's the Giant's Causeway. That is at the northeast of Northern Ireland, and that is 50 million years old volcanic lava. There are different legends how thing it is. In the United Kingdom, there are 15 national parks, and there are a lot of footpaths on which people can hike and walk. In many cities and towns of the United Kingdom, there are museums, smaller community museums, but also big national museums. And there is the National Trust, and they are looking after the countryside, after the castles, after the buildings, also after the coastline. And that National Trust was founded by 3 volunteers in 1895, and they have 61,000 volunteers helping them. And that is according to the Life in the UK Test Handbook, several pages, for example, these two.
20 cities of the United Kingdom and a broad description where they are. So in the southeast, there is London. And then a bit north in the east, there's Norwich. In the south in the middle, there is Southampton, and here more in the west at the end, there's Plymouth. Then a bit more up, there's Bristol, and even more bit up, more in the middle, there's Birmingham. And then pretty much in the north of the England part, so not in Scotland, the England part, there are then at the west at the sea Liverpool, and then a bit more inland, Manchester. In the middle then, there is Bradford, and then Leeds, and a bit more south, Sheffield. When in Wales, there are closer to the sea, to the west, Swansea, a bit more inland, but also at the south at the coast, Cardiff, and more to the country, Newport. In Scotland, there are at the coast Edinburgh, and Dundee, and Aberdeen even more up, all three close to the coast. And a bit in the inland, a bit west of Edinburgh, there's Glasgow. And in Northern Ireland, at the east, there's Belfast. And that is according to the Life in the UK Test Handbook, page 62 and 63.
The Magna Carta. In the year 1797, people disinherited the tomb of King John, and he was clothed in crimson damask and with a monk's cowl. His wish was it, as it was him granted, to be buried in Worcester Cathedral next to his favorite saint, Wulfstan. They put John back into the earth, but someone had taken the bone off his thumb. The book is saying maybe because that person had a bad conscience, the thumb was later returned, but they didn't want to take King John up again, so they just placed it there with gold, mounted in gold. It disappeared again. And so, the thumb of the hand which sealed the Magna Carta is missing. What was the Magna Carta? England was in the 7th, 8th century a Saxon kingdom. There were the Saxons, the Heptarchy. These were Northumbria and Mercia and Wessex and Essex and Kent and Sussex and East Anglia. Kingdoms, multiple kingdoms. Then there followed some time, 200 years, where many Viking invasions came. And not just to raids, but later on also to settle there, and when also ruling. And there was when struggling and fighting for who was ruling England. Actually, 1015, 1035, it was ruled by King Canute, who was also ruling Denmark and Norway. And when in the year 1066, William, the Duke of Normandy, came to England, and he defeated Harold, the King of Wessex, in the Battle of Hastings, and in the same year, 1066, he was crowned in Westminster Abbey to be the King of England. And from then onwards, England was no longer ruled as multiple Saxon kingdoms, or with the Vikings fighting for who is ruling England, but it was ruled by the Normans, by William the Conqueror, who is the great-great-great-uncle of King John. During these 150 years, from the ruling of William the Conqueror until King John, there was from time to time again objection, quarreling, rivaling, revolts against the Norman control by the barons. They didn't really like to be controlled by a king. And when the Magna Carta, it peaked in a way with that Magna Carta as an important thing, but it went also. So King John was now ruling 1250, and he was ruling also previously from 1199 onwards. Was he ruling following Richard Lionheart, his brother, and his father Henry II. He was ruling, and in the year 1204, England lost all its possessions in France. Previously, the Angevin kingdom, spanning England and most parts of France, was ruled by an English, French, or Norman king or queen. And now they were lost, and he had great expenses in war efforts, King John, and the barons didn't like that so much tax was taken from the barons and from the people living there. And they didn't like the arbitrary power of King John to change the feudal system, the form of society which had come over with the Normans to England, that the king is giving country to lords, and they were ruling that area and the people living on it, and paying for that taxes and so on to the king. They didn't really like the power of King John to rule over it all, and they didn't like it, and so they revolted. And they forced him then to sign the Magna Carta at Runnymede on the Thames near Windsor on the 15th June 1215. King John had also some problems with the church. He didn't accept Stephen as the Archbishop of Canterbury. The Pope Innocent III forbade all types of service of the church, a part of baptism and funeral in England. The Pope Innocent III excommunicated King John. But the two somehow found more or less together again, and immediately after King John had signed the Magna Carta, he said, with support of the Pope, that he does not have to oblige to what is said in the Magna Carta. What was said there? There was said something along the line of that there are standards in royal writing, and then two other things. One of them is that the king cannot just make taxes as he wants to, or not change the feudal system as he wants to. So he didn't accept it. And the barons were not happy with that. And they bade for assistance of the Dauphin of France, the later King Louis VIII of France, who then invaded England and conquered and captured even the Tower of London. But then King John died in 1216 unexpectedly at Newark. His son followed him on the throne, King Henry III. He was 9 years old, and he had two regents, William the Marshal and Hubert the Burr. And both were able to fight out the later Louis VIII out of England with battles at Lincoln and then Dover, May and August. And that is not the complete end. Henry III's sister Eleanor was married to Simon de Montfort, who forced King Henry III, and 15 years later when he was an adult, because the people didn't like again how he was ruling. He had gotten advisors who were French into his court and so on. They didn't like it. They forced him to sign the something of Oxford. But he didn't like that as well. He repudiated to oblige to it. He repudiated that thing. And so civil war was there. And the King Henry III was defeated by Simon de Montfort. And Simon de Montfort was for 1 year the de facto ruler of England. Then the son of Henry III, the later Edward I, defeated Simon de Montfort at the Battle of Evesham. And Henry III was again ruling for more than 50 years, then followed by Edward I. So the story goes on. The king wasn't obliging to what was said there, neither King John nor his son, Henry III. But it set the principle into life that also the king is obliged to some laws and doesn't have unlimited power. And that is a benchmark in the story of the evolution of British law. According to The History of the Kings and Queens of England and Scotland, main article on the page 58 and 59, the positions and views expressed are the ones of the source and don't necessarily align with my own or with the ones of the entity spoken of.
Margaret Thatcher. Margaret Thatcher was a chemist and a lawyer. And in 1959 she became a member of parliament for the Conservatives. In 1970 she became then the Secretary of State for Education and Science. And then in 1975 she became the leader of a Conservative party, and now from then on she was leading the opposition. Then in the general election in 1979, her party, the Conservatives, won the general election, and now she became the first Prime Minister who was a woman. And so she was now from 1979 until 1990, for 11 years, the longest time which someone was Prime Minister in the 20th century in Britain, Prime Minister. So Margaret Thatcher was Prime Minister from 1979 until 1990. She worked closely together with Ronald Reagan, the US-American president at the time, and she welcomed and recognized the changes in the Soviet Union, which then led to the end of the Cold War. There were things done in the economy while she was Prime Minister. For example, the nationalized industries to privatized, and the trade unions were in the power restricted, and there happened deregulation, and that helped to make the City of London a center for investment and financial services. In 1982, so while she was Prime Minister, Argentina invaded the Falkland Islands, and a naval task force was formed to recover and reconquer the islands. And that is according to the Life in the UK Test Handbook on the pages 58 and 59.
Mary Stuart, or also often named Mary Queen of Scots, was just 1 week old when she became queen, because her father died. Much of her childhood did she spend in France, and when she then later came back to Scotland, she became the center of power struggle of different groups. Her husband was murdered, and she was suspected of having an involvement in the murder. So she fled to England, and she gave her throne to her son, James VI. She hoped for help in England from her cousin, Elizabeth I. She was the Queen of England. But Elizabeth I suspected her of wanting to take over the English throne and kept her as a prisoner for 20 years. And eventually, she was, so Mary Queen of Scots, Mary Stuart, of plotting against the English throne and executed. And that is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page 25. Media coverage of the Parliament in the United Kingdom. What is happening with the politicians in the Parliament is broadcasted on television in the United Kingdom. And there's also an official report, and the report has the name Hansard. And reports can be found in large libraries or at parliament.uk. In 1695 it was abolished that newspapers have to have a government license to publish. So in the United Kingdom basically everyone can publish newspapers. And there are some people in the United Kingdom who publish newspapers, and they have themselves strong political beliefs, and they try to influence the readers of the newspapers in their political beliefs. In the United Kingdom there's free press. The press is not controlled by the government, so every person can give out some newspapers and also try to influence other people. Radio, television, and television, they have to balance the viewpoints, so they have to give equal time to the rivaling viewpoints in the Parliament. And that is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page 190.
Megaliths. That is a big, large stone. Mega means in Greek great and lithos stone. And it is used in construction. For example, Stonehenge on Salisbury Plain in England was built with it. And also other things. For example, menhirs are built with it. That is a singular big stone, oftentimes with a carving in it. It can be a human or a cup-shaped pit with concentric circular forms around it. And it can be also chamber tombs built of it. There are also some, so a tomb out of these big stones, or other things. For example, stone circles at Aethelred in Wiltshire in England, there's one. It's a big circle with lots of stones and then just a single entry. That is according to the Reader's Digest Library of Modern Knowledge, Book 2, Part 8, Man and Society, written by C.R. Pettercute, Jocelyn Emery Court, Peter Loyce, Lucy May, David Martin, Jacqueline Saxby, Ruth de Witters, and Jason Woodburn, on page 452 and others. All written in 1972. The positions and views expressed are the ones of the source and not necessarily aligned with our own or with ones of the entity spoken.
Music in Britain. There are, for example, some composers. There's, for example, Henry Purcell, and he wrote church music and also operas. And he was the organist at Westminster Abbey. His music was and is influential. There is George Frederick Handel. He was German-born, but in 1727 he became a British citizen. And he wrote for George I, a British monarch, water music, and for George II he wrote music for the Royal Fireworks. And he also wrote Messiah, which is an oratorio oftentimes sung at Easter. Then there is Sir Edward Elgar. He wrote Pomp and Circumstance Marches and March number 1, Land of Hope and Glory. And there is Gustav Holst. He wrote a suite of music called the Planets of the Solar System. And the music which he used for Jupiter is used for I Vow to Thee My Country. And there is also Ralph Vaughan Williams. He wrote music influenced by British folk music. And there is Sir William Walton. And he wrote marches for the coronation of George VI and Elizabeth II. And his most known works are probably Facade and Belshazzar. Then there is Benjamin Britten. And Benjamin Britten founded the Oldenburg Festival in Suffolk. And also did he wrote the operas Peter Grimm's and Billy Budd. And also A Young Person's Guide to the Orchestra, which introduces the listener to the different sections of an orchestra. There are festivals, for example, the Glastonbury Festival, or the National Aintree of Wales, which is a place where mostly things in Welsh are made, music, art and also poetry. And there are stadiums in the United Kingdom used for great music events, for example the Wembley Stadium in London, or also in London the O2 or the SEC Centre in Glasgow. And there are awards, for example the Brit Award, given out to Best British Artist or Best British Group, or the Mercury Prize every September, given out to the Best Album of the UK and Ireland. And that is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page 80. And also there's written something to the proms. Now the proms are 8 weeks long and they are in the summer in London. And since 1927 they are organized by the BBC. And the most famous one of these concerts, of these 8 weeks long season of concerts, is the last night of the proms, where for example this Land of Hope and Glory by Sir Edward Elgar is played. And some things of these concerts are happening in the Royal Albert Hall. That is all according, as I already said, to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page 79, 80 and 81. New Year is on the 1st January every year. And the day before is the 31st December. And the people are celebrating in the night from the 31st December to the 1st January. The 31st December, that is New Year's Eve. The 1st January is New Year's Day. And the New Year's Day is a public holiday. And in Scotland, the 31st December, which is there called Hogmanay, and also the 2nd January, a public holiday, not just the 1st, as in the rest of the United Kingdom. And also there's oftentimes sung Auld Lang Syne by Robert Burns. And that is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page 72.
The National Health Service (NHS) of United Kingdom has a workforce of 1.5 million people.
Norman castles in England. There was William the Conqueror from Normandy, northern France, coming over to England, and he started then to build castles. For example, that he started to build first in timber and earth, the White Tower in London. And when it was built, the White Tower in London with stones. And like that, 2,000 of these Norman castles were then over the centuries built in England. Like 1,000 years earlier, the Roman camps all over the country to control from these castles out of the country. And they were oftentimes at the bend of the river or at a good place at the cliff to have a good outlook and view of the surrounding. Chateau Gaillard, which would be in France, is an example of such a situated castle. And there was then the big tower in the center, and then oftentimes there were then added more walls with towers from which archers could shoot, and then ditches were widened and deepened and filled with water to make the moats. The lord was living in the central building, and then there were quarters for the troops, for the soldiers, and also stables for the animals. And examples like Dover Castle or Stepstow grew then to become almost like a little village. The whole purpose of it was that it could withstand sieges, so that they could live for weeks or months without access to food or water from the outside. And these castles were built to impose the power of a ruling lord, to collect from that places out taxes, even if the population was resisting for that purpose. And around the 15th century, when these castles weren't built anymore, there were some changes. For example, the feudal system wasn't so much in use anymore. That was that the king was assigning land to the lord, which was then governing it, something like that. And other things like also that the administrative system changed a bit and there was more power by the king. So these castles weren't used so much anymore. And another thing also is strategically, the reason is there that gunpowder was invented, and now if such a castle was attacked, it was no longer a sword or spears or arrows against these walls, but it was now, and maybe a few catapults, with some stones thrown, it were now cannons, because gunpowder was invented, and against these cannons, these castles weren't working so good anymore. So from the 15th century on, these castles weren't built so much anymore, and not at all, and the old ones were oftentimes falling to ruins. And that is according to the history of the kings and queens of England and Scotland, written by Edmund Swinglehurst on the page 40 and 41. The positions and views expressed are the ones of a source and don't necessarily align with my own although the ones of the entities spoken of.
There was William, the Duke of Normandy, and in the year 1066 he invaded Britain. In the Battle of Hastings he defeated Harold, who was the Saxon king, the important king of England. Harold died in the battle, and William, the Duke of Normandy, became William the Conqueror. Scotland and Wales were not conquered. The Battle of Hastings is depicted in the Bede tapestry, which is a 70-meter long embroidery about the battle, and which can be still seen today. The Norman conquest brought changes in the government and in the social structures. For example, the system of feudalism, which is a system of agriculture, where the king is lending money to the lords, and therefore the lord has to send the peasants and serfs living on the land to the war efforts of the king. And also, the ruling class through the Norman conquest was speaking Norman French, and that had an influence on the development of the modern English language. And William the Conqueror sent people out in all parts of the kingdom to list what towns and villages are there and what people lived there and what animals they had. And that is written down in the Domesday Book, and that gives an insight into the social structures shortly after the time of the Norman conquest in 1066, according to the Life in the UK Test Handbook on the pages 15 and 16. Notable authors of Britain. There's, for example, Jane Austen, and she wrote Pride and Prejudice and Sense and Sensibility, among others. And her books are oftentimes focused on marriage and family matters. And many of her works have turned into television plays or into movies. Then there is Charles Dickens, and he wrote, for example, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory or Great Expectations. And he also invented characters which are sometimes referred to in daily life. A person could be called Scrooge, which would mean that the person is a mean person, or Mr. Micawber, that would mean that the person is always hopeful. There's Robert Louis Stevenson, and he wrote Treasure Island, Kidnapped, or Dr. Hyde and Mr. Jekyll. And then there is Graham Greene, for example, a bit later. And he wrote, for example, Our Man in Havana, The Heart of the Matter, Brighton Rock, and The Honorary Council, oftentimes as books about personal beliefs. And there's Sir Kingsley Amis, he wrote Lucky Jim. And there's Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, he invented Sherlock Holmes, one of the first fictional detectives. And Thomas Hardy, he wrote oftentimes about rural society, and examples of his works are Far from the Maddening Crowd and Jude the Obscure. And then there's also, for example, Evelyn Waugh, and he wrote oftentimes satirical works. For example, Decline and Fall and Scoop, and his most famous work is probably Brideshead Revisited. And then there's J.K. Rowling, she wrote the Harry Potter books. And that is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page 86. Important British movies. For example, The 39 Steps, 1935, regie by Sir Alfred Hitchcock. Or Brief Encounter, 1945, Sir David Lean. Or The Third Man, 1949, by Carol Reed. Or The Bells of St. Trinian's, 1954, Frank Launder. Lawrence of Arabia, 1962, Sir David Lean again. Or Woman in Love, 1969, Ken Russell. Don't Look Now, 1973, Nicholas Roeg. Or 1981, Chariots of Fire, Hugh Hutchins. 1984, The Killing Fields, Ronald Jeff. The Killing Fields, Ronald Jeff. Or then in 1994, Four Weddings and a Funeral by Mike Newell. And in 2003, Touching the Void by Kevin MacDonald. And that is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page 91. Notable British painters. There is, for example, Thomas Gainsborough, and he painted portraits of people and was oftentimes in garden or countryside sceneries. And then there is John Constable, and he painted, for example, Dedham Vale, that is a vale between the border of Essex and Suffolk. And then there's, for example, David Allen, and he made a work called The Origin of Painting. And then there is Joseph Turner. He raised the profile of landscape painting. And then there is, for example, Sir John Lavery, and he painted the royal family. And there are the pre-Raphaelites. These are Holman Hunt, Dantico Rossetti, and Sir John Millais. And they painted in colorful pictures in great detail, oftentimes religious and literary motives. There's Henry Moore. He made abstract bronze statues. And John Petz. He made engravings and stained glass. And then there's Lucian Freud. And, for example, also David Hockney. He was important in the pop art movement in the 1960s. And that is according to the Life in the UK Test Handbook, page 83.
Notable British sportsperson. There's, for example, Sir Roger Bannister, and in 1954 he ran as the first Briton the 1 mile in under 4 minutes. Then there is Sir Jackie Stewart, and he won 3 times the Formula One World Championships. There is Bobby Moore, and in 1966 he captained the English football team to the World Cup win. Then there is Baron Ian Botham, and he captained the English cricket team, and he broke several British Test cricket records in battling and bowling. Then there are Jane Torval and Christopher Dean, and in 1984 they won the gold medal for ice dancing, and they won 4 times consecutive the World Championships in ice dancing. Then there is Sir Steve Redgrave, and 5 times did he won consecutive gold by Olympic Games in rowing. Then there is Baroness Tanny Gray Thompson, and she broke 30 world records, has a total of 16 Olympic medals, 11 of them gold, and she took part in 5 Paralympic Games, and she won the London Marathon 6 times. There is Dame Kelly Holmes, and in 2004 she won 2 gold medals in running, and also Dame Ellen MacArthur, and in 2004 she sailed single-handed around the world in a new best time. Then there is Sir Chris Hoy, a cyclist, and he won 6 gold and 1 silver medal, and 11 world championships. There's David Weir, and in 2 Paralympic Games he won 6 gold medals, and he also won 6 times the London Marathon. Then there is Sir Bradley Wiggins, and he won the Tour de France as the first Briton ever in 2012, and he won 8 Olympic medals and 4 times gold in 2004, 8, 12 and 16. Then there is Dame Jessica Innes Hill in heptathlon. She won gold in 2012 and silver in 2016, and she also broke multiple British records, national records. And then there is Sir Andy Murray, and he won Wimbledon in 13 and 16, and in 2012 the US Open. And by the Olympic Games 2012 he won gold and silver, and by the Olympic Games 2016 gold. And then there's Eddie Simmons. She was the youngest member of the British team by the Olympic Games 2008, and she won gold in 2008, 12 and 16 in swimming. And that is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page 74 and 75. In the 1640s there was civil war in England between the King's Army, supported by the Cavaliers, and the Parliamentary Army, supported by the Roundheads. In the Battle of Marston Moor and Nesby, the King's Army was defeated, and the King was taken prisoner and then executed in 1649. One of the generals of the Parliamentary Army was Oliver Cromwell. Oliver Cromwell also was sent to Ireland where rebellion was, and he there smashed the rebellion down, and that did he do with so much violence that he's still a controversial figure in Ireland. Now, I said that Charles I was executed in 1649, and many people in Scotland didn't like that, and they rather wanted to know Charles II, the son of Charles I, the one who was executed, on the throne, instead of Oliver Cromwell ruling. And now Oliver Cromwell also defeated the Scottish army, and now Oliver Cromwell was seen as the leader of England, Scotland, Wales and Ireland. And he then had the title Lord Protector. He ruled for quite some years, and when his son Richard Cromwell followed onto the throne, people didn't like how he was ruling so much, and so they invited Charles II in. Charles II, the one who was supported by the Scottish people on the throne, and who was defeated in the battles of Worcester and Dunbar. So after Oliver Cromwell died, his son Richard Cromwell followed onto the throne. The people rather wanted when Charles II onto the throne. They had invited him in. Charles II was the one who was defeated by Oliver Cromwell in the battles of Worcester and Dunbar. And that is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page
28, 29 and 30. Britain hosted the Olympic Games in the years 1908, 1948 and 2012. And that is according to the Life in the UK Test Handbook, page 74.
An apple a day keeps a doctor away was in a different formulation recorded as a saying in Pembrokeshire, Wales in 1866. Eat an apple on going to bed, it will keep the doctor from earning his bread. Print examples of a present form are found from 1887 onward.
Padstow, then and now. In this book is something written about Padstow, around 100 years ago and today. Padstow is in southwest England, in Cornwall, the northern coast of Cornwall. And 100 years ago it was a fishing harbour and a port. Ships were sailing to Canada and to Scandinavia from Padstow out. And today there are more pleasure boats than fishing boats. And the fishes fished there, they were then the railway brought to other markets and other bigger towns. Today the railway line is a cycle path. And there were lots of sail repair things and ship repair yards. Today there are gift shops and coffee shops. And today there are coming people as tourists to walk there and see the spectacular views of the cliffs and so on. And dredgers are taking today silt out of or sand out of estuary and use it in the building industry. Back in the past the river was 12 kilometers upland, navigable. Today there are only 4. Back then up until Redbridge, today just under Padstow, because the estuary has silted up. And that is Padstow then and now, according to the book Geography by Jane Ferretti and Ryan Gresley on the page 57. The positions and views expressed are the ones of source and don't necessarily align with their own or with the ones of the entities spoken of.
The Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. In the United Kingdom there are a lot of different areas called constituencies. And in these constituencies the people are every 5 years in a general election voting democratically. And the person for whom the most people have voted for in this area, this constituency, is then the Member of Parliament. And they are coming then in the House of Commons in the Parliament. And when it's looked how many of these members are part of one political party. So most of these members of Parliament who are voted for in every area, very much of them, they are oftentimes part of a political party. And the political party which has then the most people of their party in the House of Commons, that party has won the election. And the leader of that election becomes the Prime Minister. The monarch invites the leader of the party in and then appoints him or her to be the next Prime Minister. And we're also meeting further on the monarch and the Prime Minister, and every couple of times, every couple of weeks, for example, or once a week. And then the monarch is advising, warning, or encouraging the Prime Minister in political stuff. And also once a week, there's happening that the Prime Minister has Prime Minister's questions. And there the people in the Parliament, also the ones of the other party, can ask him directly or her what they think, what's going wrong, and pressure him on things. So Prime Minister's question is happening once a week, for example. Now, how did that all come about? There was, some centuries ago, James II reigning, and he was a Catholic. And the people wanted a Protestant, and so they invited William of Orange in from the Netherlands, the ruler of the Netherlands, and he was married to Mary, a Catholic daughter of James II, the Protestantistic daughter of a Catholic king. And now the Glorious Revolution happened. And William, Protestantistic, ruled together with Mary, Protestantistic, Mary, the daughter of the Catholic James II. Now they both were reigning, and then at that time was done the Bill of Rights. And that's said that the following monarch has to be always a Protestant. And then time passed, and in 714 then, Queen Anne died and she had no children. And so the next monarch to be was then George I, her next relative, who was a Protestant. But it happened to be that he was a German and he could not speak good English, and he was then more reliant on the ministers. That had also started with the Bill of Rights. So with the Bill of Rights, the monarch had to always ask the Parliament for money. And with the Bill of Rights was established how much power the Parliament has and how much power the monarch. And now he needed advisors and ministers to talk to the people of the Parliament so that they agree if he wants money. So, and then both had power, the monarch and the parliament, and there were no ministers in between, and the most important one became then Sir Robert Walpole in 1721, became the first prime minister. The most important of his ministers helping the monarch to get all the people in the parliament to agree to what the monarch proposes, became the prime minister. And that happened then under George I, because he couldn't speak good English. He was very reliant on his English-speaking ministers. And then there was the first prime minister. Sir Robert Walpole, 721, was the prime minister until 742. Now, and that is now the job of a prime minister. And the prime minister, the next thing, what he, for example, the monarch can appoint the spiritual leader of the Church of England, the Constitutional Church of England, but usually it's done by the prime minister and a committee assigned by the church. And the next thing is the prime minister lives Downing Street 10, or 10 Downing Street, and he has a country house in Chippendale, which is called Chippendale. And that is according to the Life in UK test handbook on several pages, for example, 110 and 111.
Rain probability in Britain. Now it's quite high, proportionally compared to other countries, because there's a lot of southwest wind which comes over the Atlantic Ocean and bringing rain. Sometimes the wind is coming from the northwest, and that comes also over the ocean with polar maritime air masses, these with tropical maritime air masses, polar maritime air masses, and they're also wet and cold, bringing rain. Or they're coming from the other side. They can also come in polar continental air masses from Scandinavia, also cold, and going over the sea again, over the North Sea, and raining then down in the east, having picked up more air, more water again over the water, over the sea. Only if the wind comes from the continent, which is not oftentimes, the tropical continental air masses from Europe, from the continent, then they are dry and warm. All the other wind directions, the polar not so much, but oftentimes they are not so wet, but they are cold. All the other three ones, and the predominantly one of the southwest, they are all coming over the ocean, picking over the ocean, the condensing, vaporizing water up, which is raining down on England, because in the western part of England it is raining more, England, Wales and Scotland, and also in Ireland, because there are the Welsh mountains and the Pennines and the Scottish Highlands, and if the air masses are coming to the mountains, they have to go over the mountains. And if the air mass has to go over the mountains, it has to rise up. And when the air is rising up, it's cooling down. And when it's cooling down, the water in the air is condensing and falling down as relief rainfall. And also all these air masses of Britain, which are so much changing, they're oftentimes meeting there. And whenever two air masses meeting, the warmer one is pressed up, and it falls then also down as a frontal rainfall. So there's proportionally quite a lot of rain in Britain, according to Geography by Jane Peretti and Brian Dressley on the page 35. The positions and views expressed are the ones of the source and don't necessarily align with my own or with the ones of the entity spoken.
Remembrance Day is in the United Kingdom on the 11th November. And on this 11th November, the people who had died fighting for the United Kingdom and its allies are commemorated. Originally it was for the people who died fighting for the United Kingdom in the First World War. The First World War ended on the 11th November 1918. And so at 11 o'clock at the 11th November, there is 2 minutes silence in the United Kingdom. And some people are wearing red poppies, so red flowers, because they grew in the fields where a lot of battling of the First World War happened. And also then on the 11th November at 11 o'clock, there are wreaths laid down at the Cenotaph in Whitehall in London. The United Kingdom had 2 million casualties in the First World War. And that is according to the Life in the UK Test Handbook, page 72. Richard Austin Butler, or also referred to just with R.A. Butler. He was a Conservative Member of Parliament from 1923 onwards, and in 1941 he became the Minister for Education. And then he did the Butler Act, or the Education Act of 1944. And this Education Act of 1944 introduced the free secondary education in England and Wales. And that is according to the Life in the UK Test Handbook, page 54.
Richard I, he was King of England from 1189 until 1199, so for 10 years. And he was the King of England, but not just of England. He was the ruler of the Angevin Kingdom, or Anjou. Angevin is a French name, Anjou the English name. And that is a big empire. England
and then almost completely France, or the western part of France, with the Normandy and Aquitania. And he was the son of Henry II and of Eleanor of Aquitaine. And his father had died, and he had imprisoned his mother Eleanor of Aquitaine because she was plotting with her sons, maybe Richard I was one of them, also called Richard Lionheart, against Henry II. He imprisoned her then at Chateau at the castle. And then she came free again. She could roam about freely in the castle, but not have affairs with other people who might have had to overthrow Henry II. There was some problems with who was ruling what part in the big empire. The book is saying that Henry II, the father of Richard I, had a short-tempered and untrusting nature, and the big empire with different cultures in different places, there were some problems with ruling it. Now, Eleanor of Aquitaine then started to be about in the country and travel about the whole country. She was already 70 years old, 70, 80 years when old, while Richard I was ruling. Now, and she was a lot Eleanor of Aquitaine, going about trying to keep the nobility, the favor of the ruling of Eleanor of Aquitaine and Richard I, and looking after the army and the estates. One reason for that is that Richard I, already in the year when he was crowned in Westminster Abbey in 1189, went together with Philip of France on the Third Crusade to the Holy Land. His mother, Eleanor of Aquitaine, had already accompanied her first husband, King Louis VII of France. She married when later Henry II, also on the Second Crusade to the Holy Land. Now, Richard I was on the Third Crusade, 1189-1192 in the Holy Land. He wasn't able to reconquer Jerusalem, but he took Acre and he defeated the Saracen King Saladin at Arsuf near Jaffa. He even came back. Now, and he had a younger brother, John. Eleanor of Aquitaine had together with Henry II 8 children. Now, he had a younger brother, John. And while he was away, Richard I, John Longchamp and William the Chancellor of England, were governing, and the book isn't saying it, but from the previous pages, Eleanor of Aquitaine was also governing. Now, John, his younger brother, the book is now saying that there are some people talking about him. I think the book is referring to people living hundreds of years ago, during the time, very negatively, other people more positively. And one thing which the negative people are pointing to, that he was maybe even plotting and be traitorous against his brother Richard I, was that Richard I came back from the Middle East and was then captured by the Duke Leopold of Austria and then sold to Henry VI, I think was it, of Germany, and who demanded then ransom money, 100,000 mark, does the book say, from England for Richard I. That John had that plotted, or had a part of it. Those are negative people say. Some positive people of John do say that he even just with the charm of his presence alone was able to raise the money to pay the ransom. To the ransom money, where the book is saying that the ransom money was collected through selling church property and giving out town charters, and that brought John into deeper conflicts with the church. John was then, after Richard I ruling on the throne, and so what part do I have to say first? Now, and he got the money and paid the money. Richard I came free and went back to England. During the whole reign of the 10 years of Richard I, or Richard Lionheart, of the 10 years, he was just 6 months in England. The book is saying, the quote, the truth is he was more French than English. And 6 months in England, and then he went again out and to the I think it was a revolt, right, somewhere, at Chalus Castle in France, and there he died after being wounded from a crossbow hit. I heard somewhere that it was a young boy whom Richard I then talked with him after being wounded and absolved him. That is not said in the book, I read it somewhere. Okay, Richard I died then after being wounded at a more or less little battle at Chalus Castle in France, and was followed by John on the throne. And John was then ruling in England from 1199 until 1260. And now that brought him deep into conflict with the church, that he was selling church property. And also did he accept it in 1206 John, not the new Archbishop of Canterbury, and also did John then prohibited any form of service apart of baptism. Therefore, he was by the Pope excommunicated. When John was forced or pressured by the nobility of England to sign the Magna Carta in 1215, so that is all part of the House of I said. And in 1215, the Magna Carta, when saying how much power the king has, it curtailed the power of the king towards, against the nobility who had what power, and that the king could not just make new laws regarding the feudal system, that the king was giving land to the people, to the lords, and the lords were then ruling that land and the people living on it. And in paying back the favor of having got the land by the Lord, they were sending then money and also people then to the war efforts of the king and so on. So that is feudal system. Now that brought him into conflict with the church, and also that he got the ransom money for his brother Richard I. And another thing at the same time is also the legend of Robin Hood. Robin Hood is the book saying a legend, and that Robin Hood was an outlaw living in Sherwood Forest in the centre at Nottingham in England, north centre England, and that he was stealing from the rich to give it to the poor. Now the whole story, because why I am saying all that, because the book is also talking quite some time about that section. Richard is regarded as one of the greatest heroes of England, and John, is the book saying, fades into insignificance, overshadowed or secured by Richard the Lionheart's reputation and by Robin Hood's. The book is more or less saying that Robin Hood, there's not so much yet proven to what degree he even existed. The Richard I, he of course existed. There's a book saying it's also not so completely clear, because it was a lot of time in France, and the book is saying that he had not such a great influence on the development of England or the monarchy in England. And about John, that John has many people who see him very negatively, other people very positive, or some people also positively. And it all together is the story of Richard I, who was most of the time not in England but in France, in the Middle East, or in imprisonment, and of John, who was ruling who was ruling for 17 years, and then followed by his son Henry III on the throne. John died unexpectedly of a fever at Newmark, and was then followed by his son Henry III on the throne in England. Now all that together is the story of Richard I. He has a statue at Westminster Abbey, for example, and he's regarded as one of the greatest heroes of England. And that is according to the history of the kings and queens of England and Scotland on the pages 52 and 53 and other ones. The positions and views expressed are the ones of a source and don't necessarily align with my own or with the ones of the entity spoken.
Roald Dahl, he was born in Wales to Norwegian parents. During the Second World War he served in the Royal Air Force, and also in the 1940s he started to publish first books and short stories. Two of his best-known works are Charlie and the Chocolate Factory and George's Marvelous Medicine, and many of his works have been done into movies. And that is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page 59.
The key data of the Royal Albert Hall in London is: the name is Royal Albert Hall. It is in London in the United Kingdom. It is used as a concert hall with over 390 shows per year, and these are classical music, rock and pop concerts, ballet performances, film presentations with live score, award ceremonies, etc. The construction start was in 1867 and completed in 1871. The size is the height 41 meters and the length is 83 meters and it's 72 meters wide. The form, it is slightly elliptical and has a glass and wrought iron dome and a seating capacity of 5,272. It is the venue for the BBC Proms, which is a 2-month-long phase of around 70 classical music concerts, which are mostly happening inside the Royal Albert Hall. The original name, which was planned, was Central Hall of Arts and Science, but was then changed by Queen Victoria in honor of her 6 years earlier passed away husband, Prince Albert. The London bus routes 952, 360, 452 and N9 serve to the venue, and the nearest underground stations are Gloucester Road, High Street, Kensington, South Kensington and Knightsbridge.
In the year 1865, Rudyard Kipling was born. That was in India. He lived during his life in India, in the United Kingdom and in the United States of America. He wrote novels and poems. For example, that he wrote Just So Stories, Jungle Book, and If, and his works often reflected the idea that the British Empire was a force of good throughout the world. And one of his poems, If, that is, for example, about that people should try to be patient and calm, even if the other ones around them are that not. And, for example, advises this poem, If, that people should not try to pretend to be something better than other people or to return hatred. And that is what is written here to Rudyard Kipling and the Life in UK Test Handbook on the page 45. Sekhti Mohammed. In 1810, he opened a Hindustan coffee house in George Street, London. And also together with his wife, he opened a saloon for head massage. Sekhti Mohammed was born in 1759 in Bengal in India, and he served in the Bengal army. In 1782 he went to Britain and then to Ireland, where he in 1786 eloped with Jane Daly. Now he went then back to England, and where he opened in 1810 the Hindustan Coffee House, the first one of a curry house in England, and together with his wife a head massage saloon. And that is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page 37.
Early Saxon kingdoms. That was in England in the 7th and 8th century. That was before William the Conqueror came with the conquest, the Norman conquest. And there England was not so much connected, and the smaller regions inside of the seven kingdoms, the heptarchies, were ruled by smaller local lords. Now there was Northumbria, and then Mercia, and then East Anglia and Essex, Kent and Sussex, and Cornwall, and then of course the other regions, Wales, Scotland, and Ireland. And there were many towns uprising, new villages were founded, and agriculture was everywhere possible. The south was fertile, and the southern regions with Kent and Wessex, these were also regions profiting from the Gulf Stream bringing warm water and so on. Now, and Kent and Wessex and also then Northumbria were the first one who were Christianized. There was St. Augustine. He came in 597 to Kent, in Canterbury. And when there was King Aethelred of Northumbria, he was encouraging learning then also, together with also there was another person, Bede, a scholar monk, and encouraging learning. And then there was King Redwald of East Anglia, and he was buried when in Viking manner, in a longship with treasures underneath a mound of earth, and that was found in 1939. And there was then King Offa of Mercia, the other region, and he built a dike towards Wales to keep the Welsh people out, and he made then a trading pact with the Emperor Charlemagne of France, the region, to encourage the trading between England and the continent. And then there were Viking invasions to the east side of England, and Wessex became and Wessex with its King Alfred became defendant against them. And King Alfred then became then the main monarch of England because he was basically doing that so good and mainly. And that is according to the history of kings and queens of England and Scotland, written by Edmund Swinglehurst on the pages 12 and 13. Scotland in the first millennium. In this book from 2004, maybe a little oversimplified, maybe a little outdated, are some things said about that time period. Now, first of all, they said that around 5000 before Christus, the first people came to Scotland. And that one of the earliest settlements is on Orkney Island, Scarborough. Then there is said that when people, the book speculating that they may have come from the Black Sea in Southeast Europe, came there, who were then called the Romans, who came then with a Roman invasion around 0, were called Picts, after the Roman name Picti, meaning painted people, because they had bodied Jew. A little earlier, around 100 before Christ, there were people and they built baroche, 50-meter high towers for defensive reason. Then around 470, the book is saying that people who were part of the Celts, who were called Scots, came from Delteria in Ireland to Scotland. And then 563 there came from Ireland St. Columba to Iona and founded there a monastery, and during that time Scotland slowly converted to Christianity. Also in 563 does the book say was Scotland split into 4 kingdoms. The Scots Deirdre in the west, in the north the Picts, in the southwest Britain Strathclyde, and in the east Bernicia or Lothian of the Angles. When in 670 the Picts drove out the Angles, and in 865 Kenneth MacAlpin, the king of the Scots of Deirdre in the west, conquered the Picts, and Alba was founded, and that is the first kingdom of Scotland. And during the 10th and 11th century there was a lot of rivalry who was leading Scotland, and there was Constantine III who was killed by Kenneth III, who was killed by Malcolm II, who was killed by Duncan I, who was killed by Macbeth, who was killed by Malcolm III. Malcolm III's wife was Saint Margaret, who was brought up in Hungary, where her father was in exile. And maybe as a little spoiler alert also, Macbeth is a book also by Shakespeare, and there in Shakespeare's work there, Macbeth is killed by Malcolm III in bed. It was actually on the battlefield. And that is according to Miles Kell's World History book on the page 268 and 287. The positions and views expressed are the ones of the source and don't necessarily align with my own or with ones of the entity sprung of.
The Scottish Parliament. In the United Kingdom there are devolved administrations. So a part of the central government in London, the other regions, Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland, have their own little government. And in Scotland that is the Scottish Parliament. And that is in Edinburgh, which is the capital city of Scotland. In the Scottish Parliament are 129 MSPs, members of Scottish Parliament, and they are elected in on proportional representation. And they can basically govern in everything which is not excluded to be governed by the central government in London. Excluded would be, for example, foreign affairs, defence or social security. But they can do civil and criminal law and health, education and planning, and they also have a right to make additional tax raising. And that is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page 116. Sir Isaac Newton, he studied at Cambridge, and his most famous work is Philosophia Naturalis Principia Mathematica, Mathematical Principles of Natural Philosophy, and that was about gravity and how it applies to the whole universe. He also discovered that light has not just the color of light, but that it is composed out of multiple different colors. And his ideas are still important for the world today. And he was a member of the Royal Society, which was formed by Charles II. Sir Isaac Newton, born in Lincolnshire in England, 1643-1727. And that is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page 30 and 31. Robert Burns, he is known as the Bard in Scotland by some people. He wrote in the Scots language, he was a poet, and he also wrote in Standard English, and he sometimes wrote in English with Scottish words. He revised traditional folk songs, so he took old traditional folk songs and then made a new version of them. And his most famous work is probably Auld Lang Syne, which is sung in many countries around New Year. New Year is known in Scotland as Hogmanay, and in Scotland Hogmanay is a very big festival. And that is according to the Life in the UK Test Handbook, page 35.
In the 18th century there was the slave trade. British ships were taking slaves in Western Africa and transporting them under horrible conditions to the Caribbean and to Northern America, where they had to work, for example, in tobacco and sugar plantations, and the living conditions were very grave, very severe, very bad. Inside of Britain, slavery was illegal, but it were British ships who did the slave trade. Now, then in the late 1700s, there were the first anti-slavery groups formed by Quakers, and also, for example, there was William Wilberforce. He was a member of a parliament and evangelical Christian. And in the year 1807, then the slave trade became illegal. So, It was already in Britain illegal to have slaves, but it were British ships who were doing the slave trade. 1807 it became illegal that British ships were doing the slave trade, or that slave ships are running from British ports. When in 1833 the Emancipation Act followed, and the Emancipation Act said that all slaves were freed, and Britain started to stop slave trading ships, also of other countries, to free the slaves and to punish the people doing the slave trade. And when 2 million Indian and Chinese workers were employed to replace the freed slaves, working then as soldiers in Kenya or on railways in Eastern Africa, or on mines in Southern Africa. So, inside of Britain, slavery was illegal, but British ships were doing the slave trade. 1807, for example, through anti-slavery groups or through people like William Wilberforce, when the public opinion was turned against the slave trade, in 1807 slave trading became illegal. 1833, Emancipation Act, and all slaves throughout the whole British Empire were freed. And that is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page 37 and 38.
Snowdon. That is the highest mountain of England and Wales, 1085 meters high in Wales, in the northern part of Wales, and it is additionally the centerpiece of Snowdonia National Park. There are many tourists. In the summer months, these are 1,000 people who are coming up with the Llanberis Railway, which had opened in 1896 up to the summit, and additional 1,500 people walking up there on the footpaths built. There's also a car park built that the people are not parking on the roads and so on. And so many people are going there. There's a cafe at the top where the people are drinking coffee, I guess. And it is a glaciated landscape. It is a pyramidal mountain with coral lakes on 3 sides, with many reeds separating them in different places. And from these coral lakes, there are now tarn lakes in from, for example, Llyn Glaswyn. There are going glaciers down. There's a glaciated landscape. There are truncated spurs and many reeds. There's a ribbon lake, Lundinas, for example, a long lake lying inside of moraine, the material brought down with glaciers. Some people are littering quite something there, so that the Prince of Wales once said it would be the highest slum of Europe. And that is Snowdon, a mountain there, and it is visited by many people every year. And there are also some sheep, and they are grazing there, and in the summer months, the valleys, the hay is collected so that the sheep have something to eat in the winter months. And that is according to Geography by Jane Ferretti and Brian Gresley on the page 26. The positions and views expressed are the ones of the source and don't necessarily align with my own or with the ones of the entities spoken.
Sports in the United Kingdom. There's, for example, cricket. And it is said that the idiosyncratic nature and the complex rules are representing the best of the British character and also the best of a sense of fair play. And there are the so-called Ashes, and that are test cricket games between England and Australia. There are expressions from cricket who went into the English language, for example, rain stop play, or it's just not cricket, or battling on a sticky wicket, or bowling a googly, or playing a straight bat. Then there's football. Football is very popular. And many towns and cities have their own football team, and many people are taking great pride in their own football team. That can cause rivalry. There is the Premier League, the English Premier League, and that is watched by many people also all around the world, and also players from all around the world are playing in the English Premier League. And also teams of the United Kingdom are playing in other tournaments. For example, the World Cup, which England won in 1966. It was hosted in the United Kingdom. And then there is horse racing, for example. Horse racing, there are tournaments, for example, or racings. There is the Royal Ascot, that is in Berkshire, and it is attended by the royal family. Then there is the Grand National, that is at Aintree, which is near Liverpool. There's the Scottish Grand National, that is at Ayr. And there's the National Museum of Horse Racing, that is in Suffolk, in Newmarket. And it is said about horse racing that it is royal, and it dates back to the Roman times even. And then there is golf, another example. And golf can be traced back to Scotland, to the 15th century. And there are the Open Championship. And this is the only major tournament of golfing outside of the United States. And it is said that St. Andrews in Scotland is the home of golf. Tennis is also important, and that was in the 19th century that it came up originating in England, lawn tennis. And the first tennis club was formed in Leamington Spa in 1872 of the world. And the oldest tournament of the world are the Wimbledon Championships. And they are at the All England Tennis and Croquet Club. And it is the only Grand Slam which is played on grass. There is water sports. Sailing is popular in the United Kingdom. And there were, for example, in 1966 and 1967, there was a person, his name was Sir Francis Chichester, and he sailed around the world once along the Cape of Good Hope in South Africa and the Cape Horn in South America. 2 years later, Sir Robin Knox Johnson did the same, but he never stopped. He did it in one flew. And at Cowes on the Isle of Wight, there is every year a sailing event, for example. And rowing is also popular. And the universities Cambridge and Oxford have competitions on the River Thames. And motorsports. The first motor racings were in 1902. And there's a Grand Prix of the Formula One in the United Kingdom. And there are drivers who have won the whole Formula One World Championships. For example, Sir Jackie Stewart, or Damon Hill, Charles Button, or Lewis Hamilton. And then there is skiing. Many people of the United Kingdom going abroad to ski, but also in the United Kingdom it can be made skiing on snow or dry sea slopes. And the longest one of Europe is near Edinburgh. The Olympic Games in sport were in the United Kingdom in 1908, 1948 and 2012. And also the Paralympics were in 2012 in the United Kingdom. And they are dating back to Dr. Sir Ludwig Goodman, who worked at Stoke Mandeville Hospital, and he developed, that was in Buckinghamshire, he developed new methods to treat spinal injuries. And there are great stadiums in the United Kingdom. There's sports there, for example, the Wembley Stadium in London and the Principality Stadium in Cardiff. And this is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook on several pages, for example, 76 and 77.
Saint Anselm. He lived in the 11th century. He was born in Italy, and he became in 1093 the Archbishop of Canterbury. He believed in the supreme power of a pope regarding religious matter, and now where he was in England, that brought him into conflict because there William II, the king, wanted to have also a say in who becomes the next bishop. And he had to go multiple times into exile. And also, when 500 years later, Dante Alighieri wrote in his work Paradiso multiple things, and one of the things is then a spirit of light and power, and there he uses the picturing of Saint Anselm. Saint Anselm, he was a fierce opponent of the slave trade by the Council of Westminster, or the Synod of Westminster, or Council of London, or Synod of Westminster, 1102. There was written down as one of the things there that no man ever should be sold again as an animal, no man should be sold as an animal, no one should dare to do it. That had no legislative power, and the slave trade continued during the time also. It was a talk about English people being sold to Ireland. And he had an uncompromised view on social injustice, so there his fierce position against slavery. And his symbol in art is a ship, maybe because he went multiple times into exile. He was a lot of theologic Kaising, a lot of thinking around, and he was a philosophical theologue. And for example, one of his ideas, which he outlined, was the ontological proof. And that says if there is the idea that a God exists, that means that a God exists. And also he was formulating, which is, as the book says, is a popular maxim of the church, that he did not try to understand God, to believe then in God, but that he said one has to believe in God to be able to understand God. And that is what is written here in Malcolm Bay's The Treasury of Saints book on the page 54. The positions and views expressed are the ones of the source and don't necessarily align with my own or with the ones of the entity spoken of. Saint Brigid. She lived in the 5th and 6th century in Ireland. During the time Christianity was
spreading, more people became Christians, and there was the important figure St. Patrick, who had a big part in it. And her mother was also converted under St. Patrick. So St. Brigid, now the child of her mother, which was converted by St. Patrick, they both, so her mother and her St. Brigid, were sold to a landowner as slaves. And when we were living there, but she was giving away, so St. Brigid, to the poor people and the homeless people and the first travelers, milk and goods, so that they got help. But that brought her into conflict with her landowner, and so she was banned. She then took her vows under St. Patrick and founded a convent. The first convent in Ireland at Kildare. And she then continued to help the poor. She tried to give the blessings to the poor and to expel hardship from the poor. And it was told that at one occasion there came thirsty people, churchmen, and that there wasn't enough to drink, and then she then converted something to beer, and that they had something to drink. And there's some people telling now that because of that, for example, that is one reason why, that she is like the personification of Mary, the Blessed Virgin Mary, and that is also why she has another name, Mary of the Gay. Now, there were some things now a bit taken together with a Druidic figure which had also the name Brigid, and that is celebrated on the 1st February. It's also the feast day of her, the 1st February. She's the patron of poets and of babies and of scholars and of blacksmiths and of dairy workers. And now this festival celebrated on the 1st February, there was celebrated of a Druidic figure, also with the name Brigid, of fire and light and healing. And now on the 2nd February there's Candlemas, and there are some people in Ireland now making a cross out of rushes and putting it at the top of their door to keep away evil spirits. And then St. Brigid is welcomed back again with rekindling the hearth again after the house had been cleaned in the spring. And that is according to Malcolm Day's A Treasury of Saints book on the page 20 and 21. Saint Columba, he lived in the 6th century, and he is the patronage of poets, of bookbinders against floods, and of Scotland and Ireland. Now he was a copyist, he was copying books in the hand. And his former tutor, St. Finian, had the first copy of St. Jerome's Book of Psalms. And in secret he started to copy it, and painstakingly copying it. When St. Finian wanted it back, also the copy, the king also said then that to every cowherd calf, to every book, its copy, so meaning something to it, and they were disputing over it, and it is then told that this dispute enraged so much, aggravated so much, that 3,000 people died in it. He was full of remorse. St. Columba was full of remorse for it. And he banished himself to a life in exile. And he wanted to convert so many people to Christianity as were having died in that cause. When he was 44, he had founded a monastery called Kells in Ireland. He and 12 other companions, each one representing one apostle of Jesus, sailed them to the island Iona, and there they founded a monastery, which became the center for Northern Celtic Christianity. And in its graveyard, there on the island Iona, there are many Scottish kings buried, for example, Macbeth. And the relics of St. Columba became also a patriotic talisman, and for example, 700 years later, by the Battle of Bannockburn in 1314, they were carried then with them, and there the Scots, under the leadership of Robert Bruce, won over the English, a very important and deciding battle for many centuries. Now there are 4 things told, some things for example, and the first one is that they were then also going to Scotland, and they were crossing a river, and there was a creature pursuing one of his fellow companions, but he was able to tame the creature, and now, about the creature, there are some things told, but never that it causes someone harm, so it's tamed. And it's talked about the creature Nessie in Loch Ness. Now, another thing was that it was a boar attacking him, and whether taming didn't work so good or whatever, he killed it with his words. On another occasion, he should have banished the snakes from the island Iona, so that cattle and also humans were safe from snakes. And then On his last day of life, he was weary, but when his white horse leaned its head against him and was whining in distress, and when on the next day St. Columba died in peace. That is according to Malcolm Day's Treasury of Saints book on the page 34. St. Cuthbert, he lived in the 7th century, and he is the patron, or has the patronage for sailors and against the plague, and for watermen, and also for shepherds. He was a shepherd boy. When he was 15, he was an orphan. And when in one night, it's told, he saw a vision how a body was brought in a holy manner up to heaven. Later on, he discovered that in that night, the founder of Lindisfarne had died, Saint Aidan. And when he took his holy orders, 2 years later, when he was 17, at the Abbey of Melrose, where he later on became the abbot of. But he preferred to live rather outside of the world with many people on the islands of Farne, that is off the coast of the kingdom then Northumbria, all in England. And it is said that he went out waist deep into the water to meditate for long times, and when he came back, that when sea otters, fiery animals, were drying his legs. He also came into contact with other animals, where he learned wildlife quite good. It was also said that there were ducks fond of him, and there were many birds and so on. There was the plague hitting England, the yellow plague, and he was then walking for long distances to people who had it and tried to help them, and miraculous healings are told about the time. He became the bishop of Lindisfarne in 685. He already died in 687. In 664, so when he still was living, he was part of a synod of Whitby, and there the liturgy of the Celtic Church and the Roman Church were brought together to try to find a consent. Now, after he had died, 11 years after he had died, his body was taken again out of the earth, and then was seen that it was completely intact, incorrupt. And that is a sign, it is oftentimes associated with sanctity. And then there was an ornament done, and then later on in 875, Viking raids came to the east coast of England, where Farne is, and then monks brought his relics further into England to protect them, to Durham, which is a bit 25 kilometers inside of Northumberland or Northumbria. And there was then a church built, then later on in 1104, after the Saxon church, a Norman church. And there are his relics, and also stained glass with birds and so on, are in that church in Durham. That is according to Malcolm Day's A Treasury of Saints book on the page 36. St. Patrick. The feast day is the 17th March. He is symbolized in art with a shamrock, or through snakes, or the bishop harp, and he is the patronage of snakes, of snake bites, of excluded people, Ireland and Nigeria. Now, he was living in the 4th or 5th century, and he was living at the western coast of Britain, between the River Clyde and Severn somewhere. And when he was young, he was captured by pirates and brought over to Ireland, where he lived 6 years as a slave. Then he escaped and came back to Britain. And he started to come for training by St. Germanius of Auxerre in Gaul, and he became a bishop. And he went back to Ireland in 432 in his try to convert the people living there to Christianity. Most people there were not Christians. Some few people, but most people were not Christians. They were adoring the sun or pagan gods. Now he went, and as previously Palladius, another missionary, he could speak the language Gaelic because he lived there for 6 years. And at Easter Eve, he set a fire ablaze, the Paschal bonfire ablaze, and to show the light to the people, and also confronted the Druid king Lagobert, and he was able to convince the people to convert to Christianity. In 434, he started to have his episcopal see at Armagh, and he had also help of Saint Brigid. She was also someone trying to help the poor. She founded the first nunnery in Ireland, and towards the end of his life, Saint Patrick wrote a big confession in which he described his life as a spiritual journey. Now, there is the picturing of him climbing to Mount Aigil and looking at the fruits of his labor, and something else. There's legend saying that he drove out all the snakes from Ireland. And with holding out his staff, and it's also then depicted in art that he was driving them out as an image as it is told in the Bible about God in the Genesis about Adam and Eve out of the Garden of Eden with snakes. And that is according to Malcolm Day's Treasury of Saints book on the page 33. Stephen and Matilda. There was Henry I on the throne in England, and he had one legitimate heir. And he was on a boat traveling from France to England, which sunk and he drowned. Henry I now tried to get Matilda after him onto the throne. Matilda, a daughter of him. And he has a sibling, and that sibling, if I understand it correctly, has a son, that is Stephen. And after he then dies, in 1135, the barons are supporting Stephen, and not Matilda, his daughter. And so Stephen is crowned in 1135, Matilda is never crowned. And first Stephen is reigning, but then just 1 year into his reign, in 1136, there are first revolts of barons who starting to support Matilda in Norfolk and Devon. Then in 1138, there is the King of Scotland, David I, invading England, supporting then Matilda, his niece. But he is defeated at the Battle of Standard in Yorkshire. And then the battling goes on. No one of them, neither Matilda nor Stephen, is able to get enough troops or money to get an outright victory. At one time, Matilda is even capturing Stephen, and she is then crowned queen, or she is then queen, but never crowned her. The book doesn't say it. And then the book isn't saying why, but it is that she has the backing of Robert of Gloucester, who then dies in 1147, and in 1148 she leaves England. It could have a connection with that, the book isn't saying it, and goes back to France, and Stephen seems to reign again. However that comes now. And now it seems like that, but it's not the end of these 19 long winters of civil war. She has a son, Henry Plantagenet. And at one time, Henry Plantagenet gets even the backing of the throne. And now, Henry Plantagenet feels that he has a strong claim to the English throne, invades England, and at Wilford something on the River Thames, he makes an agreement with Stephen that on the death of Stephen he becomes the next king of England, which happens 1 year later in 1154. And in 1154, Henry Plantagenet becomes Henry II of England, the grandchild of Henry I, who had the son who had the throne. That is according to the history of the kings and queens of England and Scotland, written on the page 44 and 45. The positions and views expressed are the ones of the source and don't necessarily align with my own or with the ones of the entities spoken.
In the 1640s, there was civil war in England. The King, Charles I, was supported by the Cavaliers, and the Parliament, supported by the Roundheads, were fighting. They had a big disagreement. So, and then after the battles of Nesby and Marston Moor, Charles I was captured and then later executed. Now, in Scotland, the people weren't happy that Charles I was executed, and they wanted now Charles II, the son of Charles I, the one who was executed, on the throne. In England, there was Oliver Cromwell governing, under the title Lord Protector. And he defeated in the battles of Worcester and Dunbar the army of Charles II, and Charles II fled. He allegedly once hid in an oak to Europe. Now Oliver Cromwell then reigned, and he did it then until his death. After him, his son Richard Cromwell followed him as Lord Protector. For 11 years did Richard Cromwell reign, but the people weren't so happy. So in May 1660, Charles II was from his exile in Europe, he was in the Netherlands, called into England and crowned again king. And Charles II was now king. And now there were some things happening. Charles II knew that he could not just handle the parliament as his father did, which then led to the Civil War, big disagreement, but he knew that he has to work together with the parliament. During his reign there was the Great Fire of London in 1666, and the year previously, in 1665, there was a Great Plague in London. In the fire, 1666, there many things were destroyed. For example, the St. Paul's Cathedral. It was then rebuilt by the architect Sir Christopher Wren. And John Pepys wrote a diary about all these events, and that is still there today. And also, during the reign of Charles II, the Habeas Corpus Act was introduced. And that stated, that was in the year 1679, that no one can be held prisoner unlawful, and that everyone has the right to a court trial. And also during his reign, the Royal Society was formed, the oldest still surviving scientific society to promote natural knowledge. And two of his members were, the first one, Sir Edmund Halley. He predicted the return of the Halley comet, which actually then did it, and Sir Isaac Newton. And that is according to the Life in the UK Test Handbook, page 28, 29 and 30.
The Swanage coastline in Dorset in England. The coastline goes a bit like that. There is the town Swanage, and then there is the Dorset Head further out into the sea, and the foreland further out into the sea. And then there is the Swanage Bay, where part of Swanage is in, between the Dorset Head and the foreland, and then there's the Stubland Bay. The reason for that is that the Dorset Head is out of limestone, then there is clay with the Swanage Bay, and then there is chalk with the foreland, and then there is again clay and sand with the Stubland Bay. And the region where the clay and the sand is, there the coast has eroded further into the Swanage Bay and the Stubland Bay as to the foreland and the Dorset Head with the Privée Point. So that the coast looks like that. Two bays and two headlands. Because they are out of lime and chuckstone and eroding slower as the clay parts. That is according to Geography by Jane Ferretti and Brian Grassley on the page 28. The position and views expressed are the ones of the source and not necessarily aligned with my own or with the ones of the entity spoken.
The 5 museums of the Science Museum Group are the Science Museum in London, the National Railway Museum in York, the Science and Industry Museum in Manchester, the Science and Media Museum in Bradford, and the Locomotion Museum in Durham.
The Commonwealth has 56 members, and these are Canada, and then here in Central America, Belize, the south one of Mexico. And then in the Caribbean, there are the Bahamas, they are south of Florida, and also Jamaica. And then at the island where Haiti is, the Dominican Republic. And now here are the West Indies, and there's Trinidad and Tobago at the south, and very much at the south there's Grenada. More in the north there's Antigua and Barbuda, and also St. Lucia, that is in the middle. And then there's also St. Vincent and the Trinidad and the Grenadines. And then there's also Barbados. Now, and when we're going here to Europe, there's the United Kingdom. And then in the Mediterranean Sea, there's Malta, south of Sicily. And south of Turkey, there's Cyprus. They are all part of the Commonwealth. And in Africa, we have then the Gambia, and then Guyana, and also Sierra Leone. And Ghana and Togo, they are next to that. And they're Cameroon, and also Gabon. And then in the southern part of Africa, Namibia and Botswana and South Africa and Lesotho and Eswatini. Also Mozambique and Zambia. And also here, there Mauritius and the Seychelles and the Maldives. And also more in Africa, the Maldives. And here, there's Rwanda and Lake Victoria. And also Uganda and Kenya. And then in Asia, there are India and Sri Lanka, Pakistan and Bangladesh, part of the Commonwealth. And here in the South Pacific, there is Malaysia and Brunei, there in the middle by Malaysia. And also at the east of Indonesia, there's Papua New Guinea, and in the western part, there's Singapore. And then here in Australia, and Australia itself, New Zealand, and then a lot of islands, Vanuatu and the Fiji, and Tuvalu and the Solomon Islands, and also Kiribati and Nauru, and also then Samoa and Tonga. And these are the 56 countries which are part of the Commonwealth. In the 19th century, there were some laws discriminating women in the United Kingdom. For example, were not allowed for women to vote in the elections, and also the property and the money which women had were directly given to the husband if married. And now there happened 4 things basically. 2. The first one was the Reform Act of 1870 and the Reform Act of 1882. These two gave women the right to keep their own property if they married, and also gave them the right to keep their own earning which they had earned in their working. And then the next two, they basically also all belong together, these two. That was 1918 and 1928, where in 2 steps women got the voting right. 1918, women over the age of 30 got the right to vote, and then 1928, the same as all men from the age of 21 onwards. And that is according to the Life in the UK Test Handbook, page 44.
The Act of Union of 1800. Ireland was ruled already by monarchs of Britain since Henry VIII, so since 1500 something. But now in the year 1800 there was done the Act of Union of 1800, and with that Ireland became part of altogether, and it was now called United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland. So the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland was then established with the Act of Union of 1800, that were now England, Wales, Scotland and Ireland. And they got a flag, and that flag was the Union flag, or also known as the Union Jack. And England has a red cross in front of the white background, Scotland has a diagonal white cross in front of a blue background, and Ireland has a diagonal red cross in front of a white background. And they all three went together, make up then the Union flag. And that is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page 40.
The Andaman and Nicobar Islands, they are in the Indian Ocean, so there is India, and then east of India and west of Thailand and Burma, north of Indonesia. There are, and the Andaman Islands, these are 204, and the Nicobar, these are 19. And on the Andaman, there are the Pygmy Aborigines, some living, and they're living since thousands of years in the forest, fishing, hunting, and so on. But also 115,000 other people, all data are from the 1970s, 115,000 other people living, most of them from India and Bangladesh and Burma, since the 1950s. And 1858, the British had started to bring people there as a punishment, and 1869 also then to the Nicobar Islands, and then was 1858. But that system was abolished then, and it was during the Second World War occupied by the Japanese in the Pacific War, and then it became a part of India. And there are some products made in the Andaman. The capital and the main port is Port Blair. There are rice and coconut and rubber made, but timber, hard and softwood, and also coconuts and betel nuts are made on the Nicobar Islands. And that is according to the Reader's Digest Library of Modern Knowledge, Book 3, Part 22, Regions of the Earth, written by Hugh Clayton, John Coyle, Michael Frenchman, and D.H. Sinclair, on the page 1109.
After the Romans had left Britain in 410, other people invaded, the Utes, the Angles, and the Saxons. And there were battles fought, but around the year 600, many Anglo-Saxon kingdoms were established in England, not so in Wales and Scotland. And the language which these Anglo-Saxons spoke is the language on which the modern-day English is based. One of these Anglo-Saxon kings is buried in Sutton Hoo, which is in Suffolk, and he was buried with armor and treasure in a wooden ship with an amount of earth over it. And these Anglo-Saxons were not Christians, but it is also the time when missionaries came from Ireland and preached Christianity. For example, St. Patrick, and he would become the patron saint of Ireland, or St. Columba, and he founded a monastery on the island Iona off the coast of Scotland. And someone else, St. Augustine, he led missionaries from Rome and also to preach Christianity. And St. Augustine was then the first Archbishop of Canterbury, according to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page 14 and 15.
The Bahamas, where the United States of America, then there's Florida, and there in the Caribbean, there the Bahamas. These are 14 larger islands, 700 lower islands, and over 2,000 cold case reefs. And there's mild weather, 21 degrees in winter, 28 in summer. And so many people go there on holidays from the United States of America and Canada and also other countries. And there is 1 meter of rainfall that is most of the time during the summer, and there can be also then destructive hurricanes. When the economy tries to be less independent on imported things and they try to build out fishing and agriculture, also oil is exported, the Bahamas have in comparison a quite high standard of living, and there are many trust firm centers and banking centers having their center. In the 1650s, British settler colonialists landed there, and then in the 1770s, some people came from the United States of America over, loyalists to Britain, and they had, according to the law then, the slavery law, slaves, and they brought the slaves, according to the law then, with them. And then in 1963 or 64, the country became internally self-governing, and then in 1974, then independent. It is part of the Commonwealth. And that is according to the Reader's Digest, Library of Modern Knowledge, book 3, part 22, Regions of the Earth, written by Hugh Clayton, John Colmack, a Frenchman, and D.H. Sinclair, on the page 1129. The book is written in the 1970s, and the positions and views expressed in this source don't necessarily align with my own or with the entities spoken of.
In 1939, Nazi Germany had started to attack its neighboring countries, and in the summer of 1940 there was the Battle of Britain. The Royal Air Force of the United Kingdom was defending the United Kingdom against the attacking German planes. The Royal Air Force had, for example, the planes Spitfire and Hurricane. Britain won the Battle of Britain, but Germany continued in the following years to bomb in something called the Belize areas of Britain, for example, the East End of London and Coventry. But despite this large amount of destruction following the Blitz and following years after the Battle of Britain, Britain pulled together, and there's also the phrase then arisen, the Blitz spirit, which is used to describe when Britons are pulling together. Nazi Germany was then defeated in the following years by all the surrounding countries, by the Allied force, the Soviet Union, the United States, the United Kingdom, France, and completely defeated. And that is mostly according to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page 49.
The Battle of Hastings. Probably was it Odo, the Bishop of Bayeux, who had ordered to make an embroidered tapestry with wool embroidered onto linen about the channel crossing of William I or William the Conqueror, William the Duke of Normandy, with his troops over the channel to Britain, and in the Battle of Hastings. And now it happened like that. On the 28th September, then William the Conqueror crossed the channel with many people. He had then at the battle 300 mounted soldiers and 2,000 foot soldiers and archers. There was previously that Edward the Confessor was in exile by him in the Normandy, and in return for that favor, he promised then William the Duke of Normandy the throne of England. But then when Edward the Confessor got back to England, he redecided, and he wanted to give now Harold of Wessex the throne. William the Conqueror wasn't happy with that, and so he invaded then on the 28th September. Harold of Wessex was in the north at Stamford Bridge fighting a successful battle against Harold Hardrada, who was a Viking and his force, and he hurried down to encounter William the Conqueror. And when William the Conqueror had already a bit advanced, and when the battle was happening on the 14th October 1066, and he was on a ridge, Harold of Wessex, and when the Normans were taking with a cavalry charge, they were repelling it, they were pursuing it down, and then they landed in the middle of lots of soldiers with axes and so on, and it wasn't well working, and they were retreating. When archers were firing at them, an arrow hit Van Harold of Wessex in the eye, and the troops were leaderless. They started to flee, and that was the battle. William the Conqueror won. And she was never married to him, Edith of a Swan Neck, but she had 5 children with him, and she and also his mother, Guffa of Harold of Wessex, was watching from the watch oak from Oak Tree the battle. And She, so the mother Giffa, lost 3 sons and a nephew in the battle, and Edith of Swanwick was only able to recognize Van Harold of Wessex through after she had taken away the chainmails, or the armor, so chainmail, away on the body tattoos that it was Harold of Wessex. A Battle Abbey was then on the order of William the Conqueror built from there, and William the Conqueror refused to give Harold of Wessex a proper burial. He had just gotten a royal cloth and was buried then in stones in the cliffs of Hastings. Later he was reburied at Walton Abbey, then with a bigger tomb. And William the Conqueror became King of England. There was another assembling again of troops against him, of the other Saxon nobles who didn't want him, but he defeated them and he crowned himself then in Westminster Abbey in 1066 on the 25th December, the Christmas Day, the king. And that is according to the history of the kings and queens of England and Scotland, written by Edmund Swinglehurst on the pages 26 and 27. The beginning of Christianity in Britain. In the year 597, there came St. Augustine from Rome with other priests to Canterbury, to Kent, and to Britain, with the intent to convert the people there to Christianity. But already before that, there were people Christians. Here in this book is the idea name that it came maybe through trading routes. Because already in the year 313, at the Council of Arles, there were priests from York, London, who were attending that. And when we landed there, and also someone from Ireland came, St. Columba, in 563 from the Isle Iona, and also tried to bring Christianity. There were 2 different streams, a more Celtic one from the north, and the Roman Church from Rome, the other one. And when in the Synod of Whitby 664, the people of both streams met and they tried to find a consort between the Celtic Christian Church and the Roman Christian Church. And when these priests suffered less persecution in Britain as it was in other countries in some areas, and they were able to be quite successful, it was a little slowed down through the Viking invasions. The Vikings came from Scandinavia, from Denmark, and from other countries, and they had other gods. They had, for example, Odin, of warriors and of battle, of poets and wisdom, or Frey, of fertility and growing things, or, for example, Wotan, or Odin, and Thor of thunder. And so it wasn't really directly because the Vikings had other gods, but the Christianity was able to be successful because these priests, they filled the gap a little bit. The kings and the lords and the monarchs, they had not really monasteries where no people could learn and have culture. So these monasteries built by the Christians became a center for studying, learning, and culture, which was not really given previously. And they brought administrative skill and also new farming methods, agricultural things. Over time, the wealth and the power of the church grew. Some of these clergies were appointed to become chancellors of the king and so on. So it grew together and the church grew more powerful. There were people, for example, avoiding tax money on the land by donating it to the church. So and there a rivalry slowly arose between the power of the church and the monarch. And that is according to the history of the kings and queens of England and Scotland, written by Edmund Swinglehurst on the pages 20 and 21.
The Cabinet. In the United Kingdom there are general elections happening, and in these general elections all the people are voting for a person. And all these persons, most of them, are in political parties. And the political party which has the most people who have been voted for in all these areas of the United Kingdom, these constituencies, wins the general election. So in short, the political party which wins the general election wins the general election, and the leader of that political party which has won the last general election is the Prime Minister. And that Prime Minister appoints around 20 people of his political party to become Secretaries of State. There are, for example, the Chancellor of Exchequer. That person is responsible for the economy, or the Home Secretary. And that person is responsible for immigration, police, or crime. Or the Foreign Secretary, responsible for relationships with other countries. But there are more secretaries of state, for example, for education, health, or defense. So around 20 of these people. They are secretaries of state, and they are leading a department. And in that department are the ministers of state working. So the prime minister appoints the secretaries of state leading a department in which ministers of state are working. And these secretaries of state, they are the cabinet. So the prime minister appoints the secretaries of state. And these secretaries of state, around 20 people, are the cabinet. And they are meeting from time to time, once a week, for example, and then they're talking about how the course of the government, of their political party, the decisions in the country should go on, because these 20 people are in charge of 20 different departments of education, health, defense, home, immigration, police, crime. So these 20 people who are in charge of all these departments in which the ministers of state are working, these secretaries of state appointed by the prime minister, they are the cabinet. And that is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page 111 and 112. The capital cities of the United Kingdom. So of the whole United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, it is London. London is in England. Then there is also Wales. The capital of Wales is Cardiff. And then there is Scotland, and the capital of Scotland is Edinburgh. And then there is Northern Ireland, and the capital city of Northern Ireland is Belfast. And that is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page 63. The constitutional institutions of Britain. There's the monarchy, with the king or queen. And then there is the parliament. The people in all these little constitutions in small areas of Britain are voting for a member of parliament, and they are coming then into the parliament. So the monarchy and the parliament, and then the prime minister. The prime minister is the leader of a political party which had the most members of parliament in the last general election. And the monarch then appoints the leader of a political party which had the most members of parliament in the last general election to be the prime minister. So monarchy and the parliament and the prime minister. The prime minister then chooses a number of people for the different secretaries and for the different departments. So he selects ministers for education and so on. So the monarchy and the parliament, the prime minister and the cabinet. The cabinet is all these ministers together. The cabinet. And then there's the judiciary. These are the judges working at the court, law and so on. And then the police. And then the civil services and local government. In Scotland, Northern Ireland and in Wales there are also devolved administrations which have also some things to say about how the country is governed. Now in Britain there is no written down constitution, unlike as it is in America or France, for example, because in these countries there was a big revolution and a lot changed very fast. In Britain all these institutions developed slowly over centuries. There are people saying Britain should have also a constitution written down in one piece of paper. Other people are saying, no, we are responsible and we have more flexibility if we can change it a little. And that is according to the Life in the UK Test Handbook, page 107. The constitutional monarchy in Britain. In the 1640s, there was civil war in Britain between the king and his supporters, the Cavaliers, and the parliament and its supporters, the Roundheads. The king, Charles I, believed in the divine rights of gods. And that means that he believed that he had the God-given right to rule and he doesn't have to hear or get approval of the parliament. But it didn't work out, and civil war broke out between the two parties. In the battles of Marston Moor and Nesby, when the king's army was defeated, Charles II was taken prisoner and executed. It followed England as a republic under the Lord Protector Oliver Cromwell and then Richard Cromwell, the son of Oliver Cromwell, and then the Restoration happened. In May 1660, people invited Charles II onto the throne. Charles II, the son of Charles I. Charles II understood that he had to work together with the parliament. And after Charles II, there was then James II on the throne, and then the Glorious Revolution happened, and now William and Mary were reigning together. By the coronation of William and Mary, the Bill of Rights were read. And this Bill of Rights, done in the year 1689, said how much power the parliament has and how much power the king has. So with the Bill of Rights, the power of the monarch was limited. The king, for example, had now to ask every year for money for the army and the navy. During the time also political parties started, because now the king had to get the approval of the parliament for things which he wanted to do. And so he was more in reliance on advisors and ministers. which were then in the parliament talking to the people, that they vote for the thing that the king wants. And ministers got more important, and also the prime minister, then the function of the prime minister is, and the first one was Sir Robert Walpole. That was in 1721. Was that. And he was the prime minister from 1721 until 1742. During the time also, the press got more free, newspapers were printed, and in the year 1695 and onwards, newspapers didn't have to get any more a government license to publish. Now, it wasn't a complete democracy. Many people could not vote, women couldn't vote, only men, and if they had a certain amount of much property. So only very few people could vote. In some constituencies, small areas all over the country, a constituency, a small area in the country, where just a single wealthy family could vote. And these were then called pocket boroughs, and in other ones where almost no one could vote, rotten boroughs, they're called. And that is according to the Life in the UK test handbook on several pages, for example, 33. During the Elizabethan period, many things flourished. The Elizabethan period, the time when Elizabeth I was Queen of England in the second half of the 16th century. Patriotism, a feeling of patriotism, for example, growed, and the people, many, started to become proud to be British. Many exploration was done. So people went out and searched for new seaways to expand the trade routes, and they did it, for example, to the Americas. It was also the time when many people from England settled in the colonies of America. And there was, for example, Sir Francis Drake. He was a commander in the defeat of the Spanish Armada in 1588, who with his ship, the Golden Hind, circumnavigated the world, and it was the first time it was done. And it was also a time when poetry and drama flourished, prominently represented by William Shakespeare, according to the Life in UK test handbook, page 25 and 26. In 1939, Nazi Germany had started to attack its neighbors. Then in June 1941, Germany attacked the Soviet Union. And in the Soviet Union, Germany had great losses. Also in December 1941, did Japan attack the United States in Pearl Harbor. And now Germany was, from 1941 onwards, fighting the Soviet Union and the United States. And the Allied forces, the Soviet Union, the United States, the United Kingdom, France, Australia, New Zealand, started now to get the upper hand. Germany had great losses in the Soviet Union, and the Allied forces with the Americans were not strong enough to get the upper hand. On the 6th June 1944, the Allied forces landed in the Normandy in France and started to liberate France. They had also previously started to conquer Italy and also a northern part of Africa, where Germany had also done war. They had done victories. Slowly over the course of a year, from the 6th June 1944, when the D-Day was, to the 8th May 1945, Germany was defeated completely and Germany surrendered. Scientists led by Ernest Rutherford in Manchester and Cambridge University made it possible to split the atom, and that was an important step to develop the atom bomb, then done in the Manhattan Project. And that was done in the United States of America, and the United States of America then dropped on Japan 2 of these atom bombs, on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And these supermassive bombs, which kills 10,000s of people immediately and 10,000s, multiple 10,000s more in the aftermath, made it clear for the Empire of Japan to surrender. And so in August 45, Japan surrendered. In May 45, Germany was defeated through the Allied forces. In August 45, through the drop of these 2 atom bombs, Japan surrendered. So the Second World War ended in Europe with the surrendering of Germany on the 8th May 1945 and in August 45 in the Pacific. And that is according to the Life in UK test handbook, page 51. The establishing of a welfare state in Britain. In 1847, a law was introduced which maximized the hours which women and children can do to 10 hours per day. Then at the beginning of the 19th century, several things were done. For example, there was now support introduced for mothers and their children if they were separated or divorced from their husband. Free school meals were introduced, and financial help for unemployed people, and also old age pensions. when the First World War happened, 1914 until 1918. When during the 1920s the living conditions got better, houses were built. Also, previously in the 1900s, at the beginning, there were already some laws done to prevent the building of slums, so planning routes. Now in the 1920s, houses were built and the situation got better. But then in 1929, the Great Depression hit, and in Britain there was mass unemployment. Some areas where the people could still work, and some industries, like the automobile and the aviation industry, and other areas of country, the people were harder affected by the Great Depression. Shipping industry, for example, suffered, and some people struggled. The car ownership rose from 1 million to 2 million in the 1930s, for example. When the Second World War happened, from 1939 until 1945. During the Second World War in 1944, the Minister for Education, Richard Austin Butler, made the Butler Act, or the Education Act of 1944, and that introduced the primary education for free. Britain won the war, but the country was exhausted. From the war, the economy was exhausted and the people wanted change. They had a conservative government during the Second World War, and now they voted for a Labour government. So Winston Churchill was Prime Minister during the Second World War, and now Clement Attlee became new Prime Minister from 1945 until 1951. And during that government, that Labour government, many things were introduced which were proposed in the Beveridge report done by William Beveridge, which was already commissioned during the wartime government. And in the Beveridge report, William Beveridge said 5 things should be fought: want, disease, idleness, ignorance, and squalor. And many of his ideas in this report were then implemented in the UK. For example, the NHS was established in 1948 under the Health Minister Henry Nye Bevan, and the NHS, the National Health Service, provided for everyone a minimum amount of health care, free from the point of use. Or things were nationalized, for example, coal and steel, gas, water, and electricity supply. And that is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook on several pages, for example, 52, 54, and 53.
In 1940, during the Second World War, Nazi Germany was advancing fast through France, and the British and French troops who were defending France retreated and were then trapped at the western coast of France near Dunkirk. And now the Navy was trying to save these people, but also many people with small pleasure boats and fishing boats sailed from Britain out to Dunkirk over and evacuated the soldiers there. 300,000 soldiers were saved that way. And the phrase, the Dunkirk spirit, is there. And that is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page 49.
The 5 core values for the civil service in the United Kingdom are integrity, honesty, objectivity, impartiality, and neutrality. The civil service in the United Kingdom, these are around 500,000 people, and they are carrying out the bureaucracy of a state. They are doing the driver's licenses, they are working in the job centers, they are working a lot in the judicial system, many are working as prison staff. They are doing all these jobs, all the bureaucracy of the United Kingdom. And that is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page 150.
The United Kingdom has 4 big regions. These are England, Wales, Scotland, and Northern Ireland. And all 4 regions have their own flag. England has the St. George flag, and that is the red cross of St. George straight in front of a white background. Scotland has a diagonal cross, the cross of St. Andrew, in front of a blue background. And Northern Ireland has the diagonal cross of St. Patrick in red in front of a white background. And Wales has a red dragon in front of a white and green background. And altogether, the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, they have a Union flag, or the Union Jack. And that is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page 40.
The government of Britain. The whole country of Britain is split up in little local areas, and they are called parliamentary constituencies. And there the people are all every couple of years, every 5 years, for example, when the general elections are, coming together and vote for a person, which then comes into the House of Commons and represents that constituency. So of all these areas in the United Kingdom, there are now all these members of Parliament in the House of Commons. And most of these members of Parliament, they are part of a political party. The three mains are the Conservative, the Liberal, and the Democrats in the United Kingdom. And that political party, which has the most of the members of Parliament as their members, that party has won the election, and the leader of that political party becomes the Prime Minister. And the monarch invites the Prime Minister and appoints that person to become the next Prime Minister. And the Prime Minister picks the 20 of his fellow party members to become the people of a cabinet, around 20. One, for example, becomes the Chancellor of Exchequer for the economy, or Home Secretary, Foreign Secretary, or other Secretaries of State for education, health, defense. And they are then all the cabinet, these 20 people selected by the Prime Minister. And they are meeting from time to time and discussing so that they have a consensus on how the politics should go forward in the next coming time. The opposition, that is the second largest political party. So they can't put forward the Prime Minister. They are the second largest, and there's also a leader of the opposition. And they are forming a little shadow cabinet, and they are pretending to be the ministers. So that they're also pretending, what would I have done if I would be in the position of the actual minister? And when they, for example, once a week at the Prime Minister's question, they're going to tell to the Prime Minister, we would have done that, and we would have been much better. And when the Prime Minister says, we did that, and we did that for that reason, and that's better our way, and then they're discussing, and that way they're having a little challenging there, so that everyone's working hard, so that the Prime Minister or the leading party or the ministers of the cabinet don't just relax there, but they are challenged all the time by the opposition party, because in a couple of years there will be new elections, and then the people who are watching it all say we're going to vote for the other ones. So we're both putting effort into making good politics. And there are also smaller parts. There are, for example, the local authorities. So not just completely from London, but also smaller towns and cities have local authorities oftentimes. And they are also having some smaller government there. And there are devolved administrations. There are in Wales and in Scotland and in Northern Ireland. The United Kingdom has 4 big parts: England, Wales, Scotland, and Northern Ireland. And these 3 other parts, except of England with London, with the UK Parliament, with the House of Commons and the House of Lords, they have devolved administrations. The Senate and Wales and the Scottish Parliament and the Northern Ireland Assembly. And there the people are also voting and having some local government things. They can't do foreign affairs or defense, but they can do education and health, these types of stuff. And then also the people are getting information about what happens all there. For example, is there the official report, the Hansard, and there people can read what happens in the Parliament. But most people get information from newspapers, the press, from television, and so on. So, in short, the people are voting in constituencies, and the person which most people have voted for in this constituency becomes a member of Parliament in the House of Commons. And then there's the House of Lords. I didn't explain that. The House of Lords. And the Prime Minister and also the leader of opposition, there can be people who are independent of a political party, who do not be part of a political party, can be advised to the monarch, and the monarch appoints them then to become peers in the House of Lords. So there are this bunch of people in the House of Commons, voted in by the constituencies, and when the Prime Minister says to the monarch, make a person to become a peer in the House of Lords, and then the person becomes a peer in the House of Lords, and now these both chambers are supporting each other. The House of Lords, there are people in who know a lot about laws. They had a career in business and this type of stuff. And they are then proposing new laws or suggesting amendments. And then it goes to the House of Commons, and they are discussing about it, debating about it, and looking if it's right. They're representing the constituency. And then it goes back and forth and back, and the House of Lords looks that the new law is fit for purpose, and then maybe it gets implemented. The House of Commons can overrule the House of Lords. So the people in the constituencies are voting for the members of Parliament. The members of Parliament are the House of Commons. Then the Prime Minister or the opposition leader advises them and then appointed by the monarch to become the peers in the House of Lords. Both parties are working together to make good laws and good politics. And there are also local authorities for smaller towns and areas, and also the devolved administrations in Northern Ireland, Scotland, and Wales. And the media is covering that one. And that is the government in the United Kingdom, and that is according to the Life UK Test Handbook on several pages, for example, one of 14 and 15.
The House of Commons. In the House of Commons are all the politicians who are called members of Parliament, and they are voted for in constituencies. In the United Kingdom there are a lot of areas, and these are called constituencies. There are a lot of constituencies all over the whole country. And in all these constituencies, the people are all voting for one person and that person who the most people have voted for becomes a member of parliament and represents that one constituency in the House of Commons. So the people of a constituency, a small area in Britain, they are voting, and the person in the constituency who got the most votes represents them in the House of Commons. And in the House of Commons, there have been all these members of parliament there. The Parliament of Britain has two chambers, the House of Commons and the House of Lords. And in the House of Commons, there are these politicians, and in the House of Lords, there are then peers. And the peers are people from members of Parliament of the House of Commons. So from time to time, the leader of a political party advises the monarch to appoint that or that person to become a peer in the House of Lords. And now we're working together. The one people, they are creating a new law, the people of the House of Lords. They are oftentimes from lawmaking or from business. They had careers in these professions. And now we're creating a new law. And then the people in the House of Commons, the politicians, the members of parliament representing the constituency, are discussing them. They are debating about that. And then the other ones of the House of Lords looks if that law makes sense. But the House of Commons can overrule the House of Lords. Now, how did it all start? There was, after the Glorious Revolution in the 17th century, a different form of democracy, not the democracy as it is today. Many less people could vote. Only men could vote, and only if they had a lot of money or property. And that had the case, that made it then that there were constituencies, so areas in Britain, where basically only a few people could vote. Only one rich family could vote. And these were called, then, the ones were called rotten boroughs, and the ones pocket boroughs. So pocket boroughs were ones where only a few people could vote, but there were even worse ones, rotten boroughs, and where almost no one could vote, because in the whole area, in whole Britain, in the constituencies, no one had enough money or property to vote. Then there was the reform in 1832, another one in 1867, and then more people could vote, and they didn't have to have that much money anymore. And then also in 1918, 1928, women got the right to vote, and today, everyone in the United Kingdom over the age of 18 basically can vote. And also be voted for. So in all these constituencies in Britain, all these areas, there are the people voting for another person, and everyone can also be voted for. And now that person becomes a member of parliament and comes into the House of Commons. In the House of Commons, they are now debating and representing their constituencies, talking about new laws, getting new laws proposed by the House of Lords, and we're talking about it, and the House of Lords looks if that makes sense, and then it goes back and forth. And that way, the politics is made with the House of Commons and the House of Lords in the United Kingdom. And that is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page 110 and 111.
The House of Lords. In the United Kingdom is democracy. And in the United Kingdom, there are many different areas, and they are called constituencies. So the country is split up in many, many different constituencies. And in all these constituencies, all the people there voting then for the people they want to be the representative of that area. And the person where the most people have voted for becomes now the representative of that area, and the person comes in the House of Commons. The person is the member of parliament, called. And now in this House of Commons, there are all these members of parliament, and they're all representing one of these many constituencies in the whole United Kingdom. And now it happens that the Prime Minister, or also the leader of the opposition, or a special appointing commission, looks through the people and says to the monarch, here's an advice, and we want that person to be someone in the House of Lords. And then the monarch puts them into the House of Lords. And then someone of these members of parliament is now in the House of Lords, and is now called peer. In the House of Lords, there are now all these peers in, all these people who were appointed by the monarch to become now into the House of Lords. And they oftentimes had an important career in lawmaking, in laws, in other things, in business, for example. And that makes them some specialists in all these different areas which are necessary to make them laws. They people now in the House of Lords, they can suggest amendments or propose new laws. And these new laws are then discussed in the House of Commons. And also the House of Lords looks if the laws then coming from the passed by the House of Lords, by the House of Commons, are making sense, if they are fit for purpose. So in the House of Lords, there are the peers in. These are people appointed by the monarch on advice of the Prime Minister, of people of members of parliament who voted for of constituencies by all the people in the democratically little areas. And now they are there and checking laws and looking at the laws are fit for purpose and so on. And this is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page 111. The Houses of Parliament. In Britain, there are the House of Commons and the House of Lords. In the House of Commons, there are the members of Parliament, and these are all these people who have won in the constituency in the last general election. So there are a lot of areas in the United Kingdom where the people are voting, and the person to whom the most people have voted for, that becomes a member of Parliament and represents now in the House of Commons that constituency. And all these members of Parliament of all these different areas in the United Kingdom, they are discussing then new laws and how the politics goes. In the House of Lords, these people are called peers, and they are, for example, proposing new laws. These people, they are oftentimes from careers of lawmaking or from business, and so they are good in making laws and know how to do it. These people in the House of Lords, they are advised by the Prime Minister, who is the leader of a main political party who have won the general election, or also by the leader of the opposition, or for some people who are not part of any political party, there's an appointment commission. They are advised to become the new peers in the House of Lords to the monarch, and the monarch then appoints them to become the members of the House of Lords. So the people in the House of Commons, these are the members of Parliament. They had won in the constituency in the election, and the people in the Houses of Lords, they are appointed by the monarch on advice of the Prime Minister or someone else to form the people of members of Parliament. Are they to become the next peers for the life? And the House of Lords proposes new laws, and they make new laws, they writing them down, and the House of Commons then discusses them. And the House of Lords looks if what the House of Commons had given that laws, if it is fit for purpose, they're checking them one to the other, but the House of Commons can overrule the House of Lords. Now, how did it all start? In 1215, there was King John, and he was forced to sign the Magna Carta. And in that Magna Carta, there was listed down what right the nobility has against the king. And from that moment on, the king had to ask the nobility if he wanted to make new tax rates, if he wanted money. So from that moment on, 1215, when the Magna Carta was signed, the king had always to ask if he wanted money, the nobility to get the money, and that was then called the Parliament. He then assembled the people, the nobility, and that was called the Parliament. The Parliament had then gotten bigger and it was separated in the House of Commons and the House of Lords. In the House of Commons, there were wealthy people and knights, and in the House of Lords, there were the bishops and the nobility and great landowners. Then over time, that changed in these 800 years, and there could come more people in the House of Commons. Voting changes were reformed in 1832 and 1867, and the women's voting right was also established in 1918 and 1928. And now the people in the House of Commons are just people who are voted in by most people. So the most people are just saying we want that person, and that person becomes a member of Parliament in the House of Commons. And the people in the House of Lords, they are no longer hereditary peers. They don't inherit their title to become peers in the House of Commons, but they are appointed by the monarch based on advice of the Prime Minister or the leader of the opposition on people of the House of Commons. And the whole building, that Houses of Parliament, which is in London, it's next to the Big Ben, and it is built in the 19th century in a revival of a medieval Gothic style. And that is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page 110 and 111.
During the interwar period, so from 1918, the end of the First World War, to 1939, the begin of the Second World War, in Britain the living conditions improved. Many new houses were built, for example. Then in the year 1929, the world entered the Great Depression, and many areas of Britain were badly affected by it. Mass unemployment happened in many areas of Britain. Some industries were harder affected than other ones. For example, the shipping industry was strongly and badly affected. Other ones, like the aviation or plane building, or the automobile industry, they grew. During the 1930s, the car ownership number is from 1 million to 2 million. So the number of people who had a car in Britain doubled in the 1930s. There were people like Graham Greene and Evelyn Vaughan who wrote books. Graham Greene, he wrote, for example, The Heart of the Matter, Brighton Rock, The Honorary Council, or Evelyn Vaughan, who wrote Decline and Fall, Scoop, and Brightside Revisited. And there was when also John Maynard Keynes, he made influential new theories to the economy. The BBC started to firstly broadcast radio in 1922, and in 1936 the BBC started to regularly broadcast a television series. And that is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page 48.
During the medieval times, there was the King's Council, and there the king was advised by noblemen and also members of the church. Then in the year 2250, King John was forced to sign the Magna Carta. And in that Magna Carta, it was said that the king has to follow some rules. For example, could he no longer raise taxes as he wanted. And in that Magna Carta, the rights of the nobility was secured in front of the king, and that whole established the idea that also the king is subject to the law. Then the parliament developed a bit. So if the king now wanted to raise taxes or wanted money or so, he assembled his noblemen, and that was then called parliament. The number of the Italian people increased, and now there were two houses, the House of Lords and the House of Commons. In the House of Lords, there were the great landowners, the nobility and bishops, and in the House of Commons were the knights and wealthy people. Only a few people could join in voting there. In Scotland, something similar developed. There were 3 estates, and these are the nobility, the clergy, and the commons. And the legal system also developed. And in England, it happened on the basis of precedents, so on previous cases and tradition. In Scotland, it was more written down, so codified. And that is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page 18 and 19. The monarch and the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. The monarch is the head of the state of the United Kingdom. And the Prime Minister is the leader of a political party which has won the last general election. That happens usually every 5 years. Every 5 years after the general election happens, the monarch invites the leader of a party which has won the general election in and appoints him or her then to become the next Prime Minister. And they also have follow-up meetings from time to time. They are meeting, and then the monarch is telling advices, encouragements, or also warnings to the Prime Minister about the country and of politics. At the opening of a parliamentary session, there the monarch holds a speech to the politicians, and the monarch says then how the future politics should happen a bit, and also then all the decisions when coming in the parliament are happening in the name of the monarch. But the monarch cannot decide what happens. Okay, the monarch cannot decide what happens. But that are the politicians doing for the Prime Minister. But they are doing it in the name of the monarch. Something similar, there is the Church of England in the United Kingdom, and the Church of England is the constitutional linked church to the country, to the state, and the spiritual leader is the Archbishop of Canterbury, and the monarch appoints the Archbishop, but usually it's done by the Prime Minister together with a committee appointed by the Church. So the spiritual leader of the constitutional link to England, the Church of England, is appointed by the monarch, but usually it's done by the Prime Minister. So it is the case that the monarch gives stability to the people and a focus for pride and identity. The monarchy stays and the people have no continuity and stability, but the government is the country by the politicians and the Prime Minister and the Parliament. And if their politics doesn't work so good, the people gonna vote in the next election democratically for someone else. But the monarchy stays and gives the people a focus for their pride and identity and stability. And that is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page several, for example, 108 and 109. The monarchy in Britain. The monarch, which is the king or queen of Britain, represents the country. He welcomes other visitors from other countries, other heads of states, and makes their visits splendid. And he also visits other countries, and then that all happens to strengthen the diplomatic relationships with these other countries. The King of the United Kingdom is King Charles III. He's married to Queen Camilla, and his heir is his eldest son, Prince William, the Prince of Wales. Britain is a constitutional monarchy. So that means in the United Kingdom there are a lot of areas called constituencies, and there the people are all voting, all the people over 18 are voting for a person which becomes then the winner of a democratic election. And there's a political party, there are multiple political parties, and the political parties with the most areas in which the people have voted for the person which is part of that political party wins the general election. And the leader of that party is then invited by the monarch and then appointed to become the next prime minister. And that prime minister is then selecting people for his cabinet, his ministers. So the monarch is appointing the person who is the leader of all the persons who have got the most votes in a democratic election of all the people voting in the United Kingdom. From time to time, once a week, for example, the monarch invites the prime minister and then he advises the prime minister, or gives also warnings, and also he encourages the prime minister. And the main role of monarchy in Britain is to provide stability. Now it is so that the government and also the prime minister changes with the elections and the democratic system. But the monarchy stays, and that gives the people stability and continuity. And the monarchy also gives the people a focus for national identity and pride. And that is according to the Life in the UK Test Handbook, for example, on the pages 108 and 109. The mood in Britain at the beginning of the 20th century. Britain was the largest empire the world had ever seen, with over 400 million people as a population. Some people thought the empire was overexpanded and conflicts in Africa and the northwest frontier of India were drained on resources. Other people thought the empire should expand further to increase commerce and trade. From 1899 until 1902 there was the Boer War in Africa, in South Africa, and where the British soldiers fought against Dutch settlers, the Boer. Many people in Britain publicly sympathized with the Boer. The war caused many people to die, and also from diseases, not just from the battle itself. And when, in fact, over the course of the 20th century, many countries of the British Empire went mostly peacefully over to Commonwealth countries and gained their independence. The area of the beginning of the 20th century was all over an area of optimism. Britain was a thriving nation. It had a great expanded empire, a well-admired navy, and also in social things were done. There was better support for divorced mothers if they were divorced or separated from the husband, and also free meals and schools were introduced, financial help for workers who were unemployed, and also pensions for older people. And salaries were given out now to members of parliament, so people could now actively start to take a part in the politicians' life, because they get no money there. It all ended very abruptly with the assassination of Franz Ferdinand, the Archduke of Austria, on the 28th June 1914, sparkling the First World War. And that is according to the Life in the UK Test Handbook, page 45 and 46. God Save the King is the national anthem of the United Kingdom, and the first verse is, God save our gracious King, long live our noble King, God save the King. Send him victorious, happy and glorious, long to reign over us, God save the King. And that is according to the Life in the UK Test Handbook, page 109. The Northern Ireland Assembly and the Northern Ireland Parliament. During the 19th century, so 1800 something, there was a rise of nationalism in Ireland. And there were people like the Fenians, and they wanted complete independence of Ireland from the United Kingdom. There were other people like Charles Stuart Parnell, and they wanted Home Rule. Then in 1913, there was in the Parliament in London the Home Rule Bill introduced. And that would mean that Home Rule, that Ireland stays a part of the United Kingdom, but rules itself from home. So on Ireland it would be ruled, but it would be still a part of the United Kingdom. Then 1 year later, in 1940, the First World War broke out, and changes on the government were postponed. Then in 1916 there were Irish nationalists who didn't want to wait until changes were made, and the Easter Uprising happened. And that was in Dublin against the British. And that uprising was then defeated, and under military law the leaders of this uprising were executed. Then a guerrilla war followed, and against the British Army and the British police. In 1921 then, a peace treaty was signed, and Ireland was split in 1922 in the northern part and the southern part. The northern 6 counties, which were mainly Protestantistic, they became Northern Ireland, and the southern part became the Irish Free State, which in 1949 became the Republic of Ireland. And in 1922, when with the splitting of Ireland following the 1921 peace treaty of the guerrilla war starting with 1916 with the uprising, Easter Uprising, then in 1922 the Northern Ireland Assembly was founded. Now it is the Northern Ireland Assembly, but then there was a lot of disagreement. There were people who wanted complete independence, full Irish independence from the UK, and there were people who wanted to stay in the United Kingdom, and now the troubles started. And in these troubles following 1969 and the 1970s and onwards, 3,000 people lost their lives in these troubles. So some people wanted complete independence, other people wanted to stay in the United Kingdom. And in these troubles, when following 1969, around 3,000 people died. And when following the starting of this trouble in 1969, the Northern Ireland Assembly, which was founded in 1922, was suspended. And when the trouble happened, and when in the 90s, John Major was Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, and he helped to establish a peace process in Ireland. And when Tony Blair became Prime Minister, and he made the devolved administrations. That means these devolved administrations that there was in Scotland, the Scottish Parliament from 1999, and that they can rule in some areas, and in Wales, the Senate, or then known the Welsh Assembly, and they could do some governing in Wales, and then also following the Good Friday Agreement of 1998, the Northern Ireland Parliament was elected in 1999. So during Tony Blair's time when he was Prime Minister, there were devolved administrations established. In Wales, the Senate, in Scotland, the Scottish Parliament, and in Northern Ireland, the Northern Ireland Assembly. And with that Northern Ireland had when the Northern Ireland Parliament, the Parliament was established. The Northern Ireland Assembly was the one from 1922 until 1972, which was when during the trouble suspended, and then following the Good Friday Agreement of 1998, which was more or less a peace treaty. The Good Friday Agreement from 1998, the Northern Ireland Parliament was elected in 1999. And that was suspended then in 2002 again, but then re-established in 2007, Northern Ireland Parliament. And today there is the Northern Ireland Parliament. It has 90 members called the MLAs, the Northern Ireland Legislative Assembly. And these 90 people are voted in on proportional representation. And the ministerial offices are shared between political parties. There's an agreement on that. And they can do governing in health, education, the environment, and agriculture, and social services. These devolved administrations, all three which exist today, the Senate in Wales, the Scottish Parliament in Scotland, and in Northern Ireland, the Northern Ireland Parliament, as they are today, they cannot rule in defence or foreign affairs, and the central government in London has the right to suspend them, as it happened with the Northern Ireland Parliament from 2002 until 2007, but they can govern in education and health or these things. And the paramilitary groups have decommissioned their arms in Northern Ireland and are inactive. And that is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook on several pages, for example 116 and 117. The Northern Ireland Assembly. The Northern Ireland Assembly is the devolved administration in Northern Ireland, in the United Kingdom. In the United Kingdom there are 3 devolved administrations. The main government is in London, but then there are other areas, a part of England with London. There is Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland. And in Wales there is a devolved administration, and that is the Senate. And in Scotland there is the Scottish Parliament, and in Northern Ireland there's the Northern Ireland Assembly. And these 3 are called devolved administrations. They have also some right to govern. They can't govern in all affairs, like defence or in social security or foreign affairs, where London is governing, or part of the United Kingdom. But in these 3 other areas, there are these devolved administrations. In Northern Ireland, it is the Northern Ireland Assembly. And that exists since 1999. And in it are 90 MLAs, are they called, members of Legislative Assembly. And they can govern in areas like education, or the environment, or agriculture, or health and social services. And that is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page 160. The Northern Ireland Parliament. The Northern Ireland Parliament existed from 1922 until 1972 for 50 years. Today exists the Northern Ireland Assembly. In the 19th century, there was a growing sense of nationalism in Ireland. And then in 1913, there was a Home Rule Bill introduced in the UK Parliament. So it was so that there were some people who wanted complete independence from the United Kingdom, for example, the Fenians, and there were people like Charles Thomas Parnell who wanted Home Rule. That would mean, and what was when introduced in 1913 in the UK Parliament, that Ireland stays a part of the United Kingdom, but it governs itself. And this Home Rule Bill then was brought into Parliament in 1913, but then rejected. It was postponed, the changes after the First World War, which then broke out in 1913. But during the Second World War, while it lasted, in 1916 there was the Easter Uprising against the British rule in Northern Ireland. In Dublin was it. The uprising was defeated, and under military law, the leaders of the Easter Uprising 1916 executed. Then followed a guerrilla war against the British Army and the British police in Northern Ireland. Then in 1921, a peace treaty was signed. And then in 1922, Ireland was separated. The northern 6 counties became to be Northern Ireland, and the other ones the Irish Free State. In 1949, that became then the Republic of Ireland. And then in 1922, when this peace treaty was done, where the Northern Ireland Parliament was founded. And that one was there for 50 years until 1972. Now, when it happened that in 1969 and the decades following, the Troubles went on. The Troubles were about that there was disagreement. Some people wanted that the whole of Ireland, full Irish independence, was independent of the United Kingdom. Other people rather wanted to stay in the United Kingdom. And in these Troubles, in these decades after 1969, 3,000 people lost their lives. Now, in this Northern Ireland Parliament, which was then established by the Peace Treaty, 1922, was then 1972 suspended. When in the 90s, John Major was the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, and he helped to establish a peace process. Then Tony Blair got Prime Minister at the end of the 90s, and then Tony Blair, during his premiership, the time that he was Prime Minister, where the Good Friday Agreement was done in 1998. And with that, more peace came into the country. And while Tony Blair was Prime Minister, both administrations were made. In Wales, the Senate was established, or then known under the Welsh Assembly. So the Senate in Wales, or the Scottish Parliament in Edinburgh, in Scotland, and then also in Northern Ireland, the Northern Ireland Assembly. And these 3 devolved administrations have power to rule in some areas. They can't rule in defense, in social security, or in foreign affairs, but they can rule in education and health. Now, and then, following the Good Friday Agreement of 1998, there was then in 1999, for the first time, that Northern Ireland Assembly elected. And the people in that they are elected under proportional representation. And how the minister departments are made, that this is on an agreement that the political parties have all the right to it, for some of them. And they can do politics in education and agriculture and the environment, or in health and social services. So, from 1922 until 1972, there was the Northern Ireland Parliament, following the Peace Treaty of 1922, then established after the Troubles broke out in 1969, and then suspended in 1972. And today, since 1999, there is the Northern Ireland Assembly. It was suspended from 2002 until 2007, but it is there. And that is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page 160. The oath and the affirmation of allegiance are said by new becoming citizens during the citizenship ceremony. The oath of allegiance includes to swear by God. The affirmation of allegiance is without swearing by God. So the oath of allegiance is, I, then the name, swear by Almighty God that on becoming a British citizen, I will be faithful and be a true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, his heirs and successors according to law. The affirmation of allegiance is, I, the name, do solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that on becoming a British citizen, I will be faithful and be a true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, his heirs and successors according to law. And that is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page 109. The opposition in the United Kingdom. So in the United Kingdom, there are a lot of areas, and they are called constituencies. And in these constituencies, there are general elections every 5 years in all of them. And then there are people saying, vote for me, and they want to get the votes. And if in one of these areas, many people have voted for that one person who wanted to get the votes, that person has won the vote in that little constituency and becomes a member of parliament and represents that constituency. And he comes into the House of Commons in London, the House of Parliament. Now, and most of these members of parliament are part of a political party. And now after the election, it's looked, all of the members now in the parliament, all these members of parliament who are all representing one of these many constituencies of the United Kingdom, of which political party are the most of them? And that political party has won the general election. And the leader of that political party becomes the Prime Minister. And the second largest party, so the main party had some number, and the second largest one had less members of parliament, less won constituencies, but the person who was part of the political party, who the people have voted for, becomes the opposition. So the second largest political party in the last general election becomes the opposition. And the leader of that opposition, that person picks a couple of people out to become shadow ministers. So the real leader, the leader of a party who had really won, becomes the Prime Minister and appoints around 20 people to become the ministers of all these departments: education, health, defense, and all that, foreign secretary, home secretary, all this stuff. And the leader of the opposition selects 20 people who becoming then pretending to be that. They are not actually that, but we're sitting then together and then we're thinking, what is the best way for the country to work? And then we are putting it forward and telling that to the other political party. For example, once a week there's a Prime Minister's question, and then we're going to come then and asking the Prime Minister, the leader of the party which won, we have that idea, how we're going to do education, health, whatever. And then we're going to say, we have that idea, and that is much better than yours. And then we're going to say, no, ours is better. And that way there's a bit concurrence. So the main political party has to put effort into getting the best ideas about. And it's public, it's all public. So the people of the United Kingdom can see that political party, which not so much of had voted for, they have much better ideas. Next time, if a general election, we're going to vote for that party. And now the other party hears that and says, maybe ideas are not that bad. And all the people want that, so let's adopt some of them. Let's improve. Let's make even better one. And now there's a concurrence. So both political parties, the one governing and the one who wants to win the next time, we have lost this time, if we want to win next time, both are working hard to make the best politics for the whole country. And that is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page 140.
In the 19th century, there was a growing sense of nationalism in Ireland. There were people like the Fenians who wanted complete independence from the United Kingdom, and other people like Charles Stuart Parnell who wanted Home Rule. Home Rule would mean that Ireland stays a part of the United Kingdom, but that it has its own parliament and can govern itself. Then in the year 1913, there was a Home Rule bill introduced, but Protestants from Northern Ireland rejected it, and they also threatened to use force against it. Then the First World War broke out in 1914, and the British Parliament decided to postpone decisions on Ireland. During the First World War, when in the year 1916 there was the Easter Rising in Ireland, in Dublin, against the British, the uprising was defeated, and the leader of the Easter Uprising were executed. Then a guerrilla war started. In the year 1921, a peace treaty was signed, and in 1922, Ireland became two separate countries. The 6 mostly Protestant counties of the north became Northern Ireland, and the rest of Ireland became the Irish Free State, which then in the year 1949 became the Republic of Ireland. The trouble were then in the 70s, in the 60s and 70s, and that was fighting between people who wanted complete Irish independence as one country, and other people who wanted to stay in Ireland. Around 3,000 people died in this trouble. And then in the 90s, John Major, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, he worked on a peace process, and Tony Blair then, his following Prime Minister, he then made it possible that in 1998 the Good Friday Agreement could be signed. Northern Ireland got the Northern Ireland Assembly and could govern it partly with it itself, and the paramilitary groups decommissioned their arms and are inactive. And that is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook on the pages 47 1848, and others.
The United Kingdom has 4 big regions, and these are England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland. And each of these 4 big regions has their own patron saint. These are for England, St. George, Scotland, St. Andrew, Wales, St. David, and Northern Ireland, St. Patrick. And each of these saints has their own patron saint's day, so a day of celebration for the patron. And these are for England, St. George, the 23rd April, Scotland, St. Andrew, the 30th November, Wales, St. David, the 1st March, and Northern Ireland, St. Patrick, the 17th March. In Northern Ireland and in Scotland, these days are official holidays. So England, 23rd April, St. George, Scotland, 30th November, St. Andrew, Wales, St. David, 1st March, and Northern Ireland, 17th March, St. Patrick. And that is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page 68. The population distribution of the United Kingdom, 84% in England, 8% in Scotland, 5% in Wales, and 3% in Northern Ireland. And that is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page 65. In the 19th century, Ireland was still very much depending on farming. And now, in the middle of the 19th century, there were multiple years in a row where the potato crop failed. The people were very much depending on farming, and potatoes were very important for their diet. And now there was no food. The potato crop failed multiple years in a row. 1 million people died of diseases and starvation. Another 1.5 million left Ireland to England, Scotland, or the United States. And there were large population groups living, for example, in London, Liverpool, Manchester, and Glasgow from Ireland. Also during the 19th century, the nationalist movement gained its strength. There were people supporting the Fenians. They wanted complete independence from the United Kingdom, and other people like Charles Stuart Parnell, they wanted home rule, and that would mean they are still a part of the United Kingdom. Ireland would be still a part of the United Kingdom, but it would rule itself. And that is according to the Life in the UK Test Handbook, page 43. When King Henry VIII in the year 1509 came onto the English throne, he continued the policy of his predecessor, Henry VII, of centralizing power. He got more power to the administration in London, and he reduced the power of the nobility. King Henry VIII is known for 2 things mostly. The first one is that he had 6 wives, and the second thing is that he broke off of the Roman Catholic Church. Now, he was married to Catherine of Aragon, and with her he had 1 child, which survived, and her name was Mary. But he wanted a male heir, so he wanted to reverse Catherine of Aragon. And for that he needed the approval of the Pope, of the Roman Catholic Church in Rome. But the Pope wasn't giving him this approval. And so he broke off of the Roman Catholic Church and founded the Church of England. And he was then the leader of the Church of England. And he could say how people had to worship. And he could also appoint bishops. Now, during the same time, there was in Europe the Reformation. And there were many people who were not satisfied with the Pope and also the practices and ideas of the Roman Catholic Church. They wanted to read the Bible in their own language, not to pray to saints or authors, and it was more important to them their personal relationship with God than to submit to the Church. And these Protestantistic ideas gained a lot of followers in England, Scotland, and Wales, not so much in Ireland. The English tried to impose Protestantism in Ireland. There followed rebellion and much brutal fighting. Now, after King Henry VIII, his son Aethelred came onto the throne. Aethelred was a strong Protestant, and, for example, the Book of Common Prayers was introduced during his reign, which was just 6 years. Now, after then Aethelred, there was Mary on the throne, and Mary was a Catholic, and she persecuted Protestants, and that is why she has the nickname Bloody Mary. Mary also ruled only shortly, and after her, Elizabeth came onto the throne. She was a Protestant, and she re-established the Church of England. People had to attend the church, but people were not asked what they really believed, and that way she found a way to avoid serious conflict. She tried to find a balance between Catholicism and Protestantism. Elizabeth was loved by many people, and that happened mostly after the defeat of the Spanish Armada in the year 1588. They had been sent out from Spain to restore Catholicism in England, and that all is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page 22, 23, 24, and 25. The Romans in Britain. In 55 before Christ, Julius Caesar tried to invade Britain, but he was unsuccessful. In 43 after Christ, Emperor Claudius tried the same, and he was successful. There was resistance, for example, by the leader of the Iceni, Boudicca, but the resistance wasn't successful. Boudicca has an honorable statue on the Westminster Bridge in London. The Romans stayed then until 410. They then left to defend our areas of the country, but during the time they remained there in Britain, they built roads, public buildings, created a structure of law, and introduced new plants and animals. And they never conquered Scotland, so Emperor Hadrian, during the time when the Romans were there, built the Hadrian's Wall. And along the Hadrian's Wall there are, for example, two forts, Viondale and Housestead, and the whole Hadrian's Wall is a part of the UNESCO World Heritage. In 1933, in Germany, Adolf Hitler came to power. And in the following years, from 1933 onwards, he built up the German military. In the year 1939, he invaded then, together with the Soviet Union, Poland, and he also annexed Czechoslovakia and Austria. Britain and France declared a war on Germany because of that, and the Second World War was going on. In 1939. In 1940, the Germans had also conquered Belgium and the Netherlands. They were now advancing through France. And the British and French troops fighting in France to defend France against the Germans had to retreat. And they were now trapped at the west of France at the coast near Dunkirk. And 300,000 were trapped, and then the evacuation of Dunkirk happened. And from Britain out, not only the Navy, but also civilians with small pleasure boats and fishing boats sailed over to Dunkirk, from Britain to Dunkirk, and evacuated these 300,000 trapped soldiers. And that gave rise to the phrase, the Dunkirk spirit. Then, after France fall, for 1 year Britain was fighting Germany almost alone. There were also Canada and Australia and New Zealand and the Union of South Africa and India fighting on behalf of the Allies. So these are the Allied at the time, and the other ones, Germany, Italy, and the Empire of Japan, the Axis. For 1 year, Britain was fighting alone, from June 1940 until June 1941. During that year, in the summer of 1940, the Battle of Britain happened. German airplanes were attacking Britain, and Britain, with the Royal Air Force, was defending itself with planes, for example, the Spitfire and the Hurricane. Britain won the Battle of Britain, but Germany continued to bomb the United Kingdom, in particular Coventry and the east end of London. And that bombing is known as the Blitz. And there's been the phrase, the Blitz spirit, and that means that the people are pulling together in hardship. So if someone says in the United Kingdom, the Blitz spirit, then they mean that the Britons are pulling together when they're facing hardship. During the time in Britain, the Prime Minister was Winston Churchill. In 1940, he became Prime Minister, and he was an inspirational leader for many Britons. In his first speech as a Prime Minister, he, for example, said one line, and that line was, "I have nothing to offer but blood, toil, tears and sweat." Then after the evacuation of the 300,000 trapped British and French soldiers from Dunkirk, he said, "We shall fight on the beaches, we shall fight on the landing grounds, we shall fight in the fields and in the streets, we shall fight in the hills, we shall never surrender." And during the Battle of Britain, so the air battle, there he said, "Never in the field of human conflict was so much owed by so many to so few." The Second World War was fought all over the world. Also in India, there was threat from Japan. So Japan was there also. And Britain was fighting in Singapore, and then also Burma was threatened, and India was threatened. Then Germany attacked the Soviet Union in the June 1941, and Japan attacked Pearl Harbor, so the United States, in December 1941. And now the Soviet Union and also the United States of America were also fighting against Germany, Italy, and Japan. Germany had heavy losses in the Soviet Union. When they attacked the Soviet Union, there were heavy losses for the Germans. And for both sides had heavy losses. But the Germany all over had heavy losses, and the Soviets were advancing. Now combined, all the Allied, for example, when all the time Britain, France, New Zealand, Australia, Canada, the United States of America, the Soviet Union, got stronger, and on the 6th June 1944, they landed in the Normandy, in western France, and started to liberate France, other countries, and then also to push for Germany. And in May 1945, Germany surrendered from the combined forces from the Soviet Union and from the Allied forces landing in Normandy and conquering all of Europe. When they were at Manchester and Cambridge University, scientists working under the leadership of Ernest Rutherford on splitting the atom. And that was an important step in the Manhattan Project to make then the atom bomb. So in the Manhattan Project, the Americans then built the atom bomb, and they dropped two, one on Hiroshima and one on Nagasaki in Japan. And that forced Japan to surrender. So then Japan surrendered in the August 1945. And with that, the Second World War ended. And that is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook on several pages, for example, 50 and 51. The Senate of Wales. In the United Kingdom, there are devolved administrations, and the regions Wales, Scotland, and Northern Ireland have their own little government and parliament. And in Wales, that is the Senate, previously known as the Welsh Assembly. And in that Senate, there are 60 SMs, Senate members, and they are voted in every 4 years based on proportional representation. In that government, in that Senate, which is in Cardiff, which is the capital city of Wales, where all publications are made in Welsh and in English, because Welsh is spoken by some people in Wales and it is a completely different language. And the people in the Senate, they can make politics for Wales in education and training, in health and social security, and in housing and in economic development. They cannot, that is by the UK central government in London, in foreign affairs, social security, or in defence. And that is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page 160. The Shadow Cabinet. In the United Kingdom, there's voting happening, and the party with the most votes for it becomes the leading party. That party has the leader, and that person becomes the Prime Minister. And the second strongest party in that all voting becomes the opposition. And the leader of the opposition now selects a few of his fellow members to become the shadow ministers. The Prime Minister is selecting a few of his fellow members to become actual ministers for education, health, or defense. Whereas the leader of opposition just selects a few people and they are becoming then the shadow cabinet, shadow ministers. They are not the real ministers, but they are a bit pretending to be that. And now they are also looking then what can be done in the country, and the real ministers are really doing all these departments, and the other ones are looking for alternative policies, and they are challenging then the ideas of the real ones. And that is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page 140.
The siege of Londonderry was in the year 1689, and for 105 days was the Roman Catholic army of James II besieging the garrison Londonderry in Northern Ireland. After 105 days, a naval force relieved the besieged people, and they won basically that siege. And this besieging all contributed to the loss of now James II's Roman Catholic army, then later in the Battle of Brunei. So they were weakened through besieging, which was not successful, over 105 days in 1689. And that is according to History of Mankind on the page 614 of the book Reader's Digest Library of Modern Knowledge, Part 2, Part 11. And that is written by T.F.C. Black, Harold Blackmore, Neil Grant, Robert Lacey, John O'Brien, Jonathan Sumption, Julie Winch, and Esmond Wright.
With 6 demands of the Charterists. The first one is that every man has the right to vote. And that happens every year. That's the second one. And that all the regions are equally in the electoral system. that the ballot is secret, so the voting is secret, and that every man also can be voted for as a member of parliament, that every man can stand as a member of parliament, and the sixth one, that members of parliament are getting paid. At the time when the charters were doing that in the 30s and 40s, when they were campaigning for that, it was seen then more or less as a failure. But over the course of a century then, most of these things were adopted. And then also after more campaigning, for example with the suffragettes, and in recognition of the work which women had done in the First World War, when in 1918, women also got the right to vote in the first step, and then 1928 in the same way as men did it. From 1928 onwards, men and women in the United Kingdom could vote if they were over the age of 21, when that was reduced when in 1969 to 18. And that is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page 106.
The 6 wives of King Henry VIII are Catherine of Aragon, Anne Boleyn, Jane Seymour, Anne of Cleves, Catherine Howard, and Catherine Parr. Catherine of Aragon was a Spanish princess, and she had several children, but only one, her name Mary, survived. King Henry VIII wanted to divorce from her because he wanted a male heir, and he needed the approval of the Pope to do that. The Pope wasn't giving it, and so he broke away of the Roman Catholic Church and founded the Church of England and then divorced her. Then he married again, and he married Anne Boleyn. With her he had one child, her name Elizabeth. Anne Boleyn was accused of having lovers, and she was unpopular, and she was executed in the Tower of London. Then he married again Jane Seymour. With her, King Edward VIII had a son, Edward, but Jane Seymour died shortly after the birth of Edward. Then he married again, so he married Anne of Cleves. She was a German princess. He married her for political reasons and divorced her soon after the marriage. Then he married his wife, Catherine Howard. She was a cousin of Anne Boleyn, and she was also accused of having lovers and executed. And then he married Catherine Parr, and Catherine Parr was a widow. The marriage was only short because King Henry VIII died. Catherine Parr married again, but she also died soon after, and that all is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page 23. The Speaker is basically the moderator in the Houses of Commons. In the House of Commons, there are all the politicians sittings voting in by their area, which will represent of all the country of the United Kingdom. And the Speaker is there moderating the debates. He makes sure that all the political parties and all the members of Parliament have enough time to talk, and also that it all goes by following the rules. The Speaker has to be neutral. The Speaker might be him or herself from a constituency representing it, or belongs to a political party, but the Speaker has to be neutral. He's voted for in a secret ballot, and on some ceremonies he's representing the Parliament. So the Speaker basically moderates the House of Commons, all the politicians, but everyone has a guaranteed amount of right to talk. And that is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page 111 and 112. In the year 1284, did King Edward I of England annex Wales with the Statute of Rutland. There followed 200 years of fighting, but in the middle of the 15th century the English could establish their rule, and huge castles were built to maintain this rule, for example, Conway and Carlton. And then the English laws and the English language were introduced in Wales. In Scotland the English were not so successful. There the Irish army, led by Robert the Bruce, won the Battle of Bannockburn in 1314 against the English. In Ireland the English sent troops to support the Irish king, and by around the year 1200, because some of the English troops had stayed and settled, controlled a region known as the Pale around Dublin. And the English ruling there was accepted by many important lords in Ireland. And that is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page 70. The swinging 60s. The swinging 60s are the 1960s. And in Britain it was a time of growth in cinema, music and fashion, for example. In music there were, for example, the two groups, the Beatles and the Rolling Stones, who made popular music. Also there was technological progress. The Concorde, a supersonic commercial airliner, was developed by Britain and France. Also in the architecture there were new things. High-rise buildings became more common, and concrete and steel were used more. The people were all over better off, and many were able to buy cars and other consumer goods. There were laws introduced which ensured that women are getting the same payment in the job as men, and also laws to abortion and divorce were liberalized. And that is according to the Life in the UK Test Handbook, page 55.
The Tower of London. It is in London in the United Kingdom, in England, and at the north bank of the Thames is it. The river through London is the Thames. There was at the place something of the Romans already, there was something discovered, but it was when in the year 1066 William the Conqueror who let there start to build something out of timber and wood. And then in the year 1078, while William the Conqueror was still ruling, when the Bishop of Rochester, Gundulf, started to let there build that building. And that started to be built in 1078 for 20 years then. And it had in the top area a residential suite for the royal family, a great dining hall, and also the St. John Chapel. And then it has today there at one place, there is in one tower there are additional towers, and in one of them there is a collection of arms and armor, and in the Waterloo Barracks there are the crown jewels. And there's also the Traitor's Gate that leads to the River Thames. And then there is the Bloody Tower, and there were some people beheaded. And some people who were beheaded there, they are then buried at the St. Peter's Advincula Church. Now some people were beheaded, and here are some people listed who were there. Not all of them were beheaded. For example, Queen Elizabeth I was there, she was not beheaded. But Anne Boleyn or Catherine Howard, for example. Other people who were there were Walter Raleigh, Thomas More, or Lady Jane Grey. And then there are some people guarding the place, still, the whole tower, and they are called yeomen, and they are still wearing the clothes which the people during the Tudor times in the 16th century were wearing. And the whole area has 13 acres. And that is according to the history of the kings and queens of England and Scotland, written on the page 37. The positions and views expressed are the ones of a source and not necessarily aligned with my own or with the ones of the entities spoken of. The Treaty of Amiens. It was signed on the 20th of March 1802, came into effect on the 27th March, and lasted until the 18th of May 1803, so for 14 months. And it was the only time of general peace in Europe in these 14 months between 1793, around the time of the French Revolution, and 1814, the Battle of Waterloo. And it ended the wars of the Second Coalition, and one big thing was that Britain accepted France now as a republic after the French Revolution. And there were some people signing it. It was for Britain, was it the Marquis of Cornwallis. For France, it was Joseph Bonaparte, brother of Napoleon Bonaparte. For the Batavian Republic, that is somewhere where Belgium and the Netherlands are, the Batavian Republic, Rutger Jan Schimmelpenninck, and for Spain, José Nicolás César. And why was it made? Now, there were also humanitarian reasons. The Marquis of Cornwallis, for example, said that he didn't want to have continuous, helpless bloodshedding, for example. Or another thing was that the Prime Minister for domestic issues in Britain had changed in 1801 from William Pitt the Younger to Henry Eddington. Now the people were starting to talking about how the treaty could be. And it wasn't going so well. The Batavian Republic is here written and quoted then that they were seen by the French. There was a lack of respect for them, that were seen as vanquished and conquered, and that they owned France everything. And also, Lord Cornwallis wrote that he wrote, "I feel it as the most unpleasant circumstance attending this unpleasant business that, after I have obtained his acquaintance on any point, that I can have no confidence that it is finally settled, and that he will not recede from it in our next conversation about Joseph Bonaparte." Now it was talking there. Was it Lord Hawkesbury on the British side of Louis Gilliam Otto on the French side, the French Commissioner of War in London? But
Louis Otto was under detailing the instructions of Napoleon. And so, when Lord Hawkesbury opened the second line of communication with sending Anthony Merritt to Paris to talk in the second line of communication with Talleyrand, Charles-Marie Talleyrand. And when we're talking, and when there were some things happening, why they had to sign now under pressure. And Britain was talking about the budget in the parliament. It's not said explicitly here, but it must be about on what money to spend in the next year, on military, if wars continued or not. And there was a huge pressure on Lord Cornwallis to sign or to not sign, which Lord Cornwallis seemed to not want, because he wanted peace. And during the peace, these 40 months, Britain then kept its large peacetime army. They did not demobilize of 180,000, I think, was it, troops. And also they used that year to build up the navy. And when they had given Lord Hawkesbury an ultimatum to sign, and when we're talking about Malta, Malta was the big issue. Who got Malta? It seemed to have been part of St. John's Holy Knights order, and then it became occupied by France. But then during the war, Britain had got it, and what was in the hands of Britain. And when we were talking about that, and when Lord Hawkesbury got an ultimatum to sign, and after then, shortly after the ultimatum had ran out, after a 5-hour-long meeting, Lord Hawkesbury signed. And he said he was worried and unhappy with the treaty, but he also was not happy that the war would go on and it would be just hopeless, useless bloodshed. About the signing of this preliminary agreement, which was done then, there was a great joy in Europe. There were poems written in the languages German, English, French. And on the stage, people were acting it out, and fireworks were done in Britain. In Britain, the people hoped that the income tax, which had been imposed a few years earlier, would be gone away, that the market had a revival, and that the grain prices would go down. Some reasons for making the treaty were also on Britain's side, that they feared war with Russia, and that they wanted more trading with Europe. And now it was signed, and the people waited for it, wanted it. And another reason was that the mood was a bit changing in Britain about some people who wanted peace. Now read about the things which were happening in Europe with Napoleon, and they read about it in newspapers in more strong moralizing colors. It's written like that here. And that made the people who wanted peace also turn away. Lord Hawkesbury also saw that is what he saw. And so he had a pressure to come to peace before the public opinion would change. It was happening that France was involving stronger in the Batavian Republic. France was supporting a French general with a revolutionary coup d'etat, and also, I don't know something else, but that was. And they read about it, and they saw that France was having influence, and that's also by the pressure to make that peace now. When the peace was, after some time it was then signed also the actual treatment. There was made 2 days later an addendum when saying that it was not, that it should not set a precedent, that it was written only in English and French and not in Dutch probably and in Spanish of the other signatory parties, that should not set a precedent for future contracts or treaties. And also then that some titles were said wrong, that is not part because of prejudice or something. Now, some things were done about the Cape Colony in South Africa, who got it, about Malta, that it stays a bit longer British, but that Britain should retreat when other things with Trinidad should become a part of Britain. That was allowed to Spain. Spain's allegiance with France came a bit under pressure during the time. One reason was that Spain wanted that, or had hoped that France would block that Trinidad, an island in the Caribbean, would not become British, which France didn't block. And now Spain, for example, the economy in Spain is recovered during that time, for example. Now, and then there was this 14 months of peace, and traveling in Europe started again. Expatriates came back to France now under released restrictions who had fled during the French Revolution or something. And people also came, some people named here the name. William Herschel, for example, went to the Observatory in Paris probably to make astronomy or something. And Marie Tussaud got to London and opened the second exhibition as Marie Tussaud, so she had in Paris,
Or Henri Jacques Garnier went also to London and flew with a hot air balloon from London to Colchester in 45 minutes. And there was in the Louvre in Paris the Exposition des Produits Français à l'Industrie or something. And Napoleon, the private secretary of Napoleon said then that Napoleon was above all delighted about the numerous foreigners who expressed their delight about the exhibition. But it was not all perfectly. There were some problems. Malta was a big problem all the time. Now, but also other diplomatic problems. Britain felt insulted that France or Napoleon said that Britain had no voice in Europe. And also should Britain censor the entire British press. And also should they expel and expatriate people who had gotten there. Expel them. And Britain saw this as an affront against their sovereignty. And King George III, I think was also an elector of the Holy Roman Empire. This is where Germany is. And they felt insulted from it. Then more things. Napoleon had made the Treaty of Luneville a year earlier to the Treaty of Amiens. Britain had not signed it, but Napoleon had signed it, and that he had said that he would not accept the presidency of the Italian Republic in northern Italy, which he then did, and he became the president of northern Italy. And also sent troops into the Helvetic Republic in Switzerland and occupied it. And also a stronger influence than more on the Netherlands. And he dispatched naval ships or something to regain revolutionary Haiti in the Caribbean, and also to take control again or still of French Louisiana. Louisiana was then sold by Napoleon to the United States, to the Thomas Jefferson administration. Other things which Napoleon also did was to make the Napoleonic codes with the Concordat. He made peace with the Vatican. That was one thing said, for example, in the treaty, that he should retreat from the Kingdom of Naples and from the Papal State and from Egypt also. That has been also a big issue when the treaty breaks down. So Napoleon made the Concordat to make peace with the Vatican, the Napoleonic Code, that he did something, and also a new constitution. A new Napoleonic Code making a new legal system in France, and a new constitution with which he became emperor of lifetime. Now, and when these were the promises. So Britain saw themselves threatened, insulted, and also threatened on a global stage by France's imperialistic actions which they did, and also that they had nothing to say in Europe, and that France was not holding to the Treaty of Luneville, but they attacked Switzerland and accepted the presidency of Italy. And we saw that France was weak. Britain kept a large peacetime army and did not demobilize and built out its navy. And when the war then started again, Britain was in the Battle of Trafalgar very quickly able to regain an upper hand on the oceans with the Battle of Trafalgar a bit later. And they saw that France was in weakened positions also. And now, then there became more diplomatic problems. So Britain saw that, what was happening in Europe with Napoleon, and then they seized on the Malta issue. It's written like that. They seized on the Malta issue. They had signed in the treaty that we would retreat from Malta within 3 months, and they didn't do it. And Napoleon pressed them on it. He published a report in which he stated how easily he could regain Egypt or take Egypt. That was something similar which he did. And then also later he said then to Lord Whitworth, which was the British-French ambassador, in an interview that Britain should retreat from Malta, and he threatened war. And Lord Whitworth felt like he had gotten an ultimatum that war would come if not Britain would go away. And so he said how easy he could get Egypt, and that he would have war if Britain would not retreat. Britain was seeing that he was having actions in Switzerland, in the Helvetic Republic, in the Batavian Republic, with the influence on Netherlands or whatever it is, Belgium. I don't know if just no text. And these things. And then it got more and more. Then Napoleon said then also in a public meeting again, where other people were there, pressured he again onto Malta. And that saw now the Russian ambassador Markov, and he reported then back to Russia, to the Tsar, that France was threatening, and also did he report then back to Russia that rumors that France had taken an eye on Hanover and on Hamburg in northern Western Germany. And following that when the Russians accumulated assembled troops in the Baltic because of the threats of Napoleon then to Western Germany, because Russia thought that would now be part of their business if Napoleon would be doing something then in Western Germany. It was not Germany at the time. And then Britain made an ultimatum to France and saying that France would retreat from Switzerland and something else, and that Malta would be staying part of Britain for 10 more years. Napoleon said that he would accept the Ottoman Empire's, so that Turkey is, the Ottoman Empire's integrity. That had probably something to do with Egypt, that he would not attack Egypt again. The British troops were also, there was war related something. I don't know, just from this article. But he did not accept that on Malta. And when it got worse, they were talking again under big pressure that war was imminent. And then on the 7th of May, then Britain seized all the ships, all the French and Dutch ships in the ports and at the coast. On the 18th May, then war was declared on France, naming the region as reason the hostile actions against the Empire, the West Indies, and Britain. And then on the 18th May, war was declared again. France then also arrested all male British people. Some were taken as prisoner for over 10 years then, until all the wars, the Napoleonic Wars, had ended. And then the war got on again. This time Austria and Russia joined the coalition against France. And at that time also, shortly before the war started, France was again making signs that they would attack Britain again. Now here's the text that is written like that. Napoleon didn't feel ready to attack again, to make war again. So he showed signs that he was preparing again an invasion of Britain. It never happened that Napoleon invaded Britain, but he had made preparations early or something. And now he made signs that he would do it again. When the seizing of all Dutch and French ships, I don't even know if that news made it to Napoleon. So and then one day later on the 18th, then declaration of war against France. France arresting all the people who were English. How big of an impact it was is not really. And then in secret, the Grand Army of Napoleon was marched away from France, from Normandy, where they were assembling to pretend that they would attack England, to Ulm and defeating there the Austrian army. And then one day later is the Battle of Trafalgar, where Britain wins with the ships against Admiral Nelson against Spain and France. But then the next battle comes at Austerlitz, and where Napoleon wins then, but the wars go on for over 10 years. And then there is the Battle of Waterloo then in 1814, and where Napoleon is then defeated. And the Treaty of Versailles are these 14 months in between these 30 years of war in Europe. And that is according to the Wikipedia article of the Treaty of Versailles, but the views and positions mentioned here in the article don't necessarily align with my own or with the entities spoken of.
International institutions of which the United Kingdom is part of, for example the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth has 56 members, and the ceremonial head is the monarch of Britain. These countries, they have no power over each other, but they're trying to work together to get democracy and development in all these countries. Also is the United Kingdom part of the Council of Europe, and that Council of Europe, they have again no power, but these 47 members, they are making conventions and charters, and one of them, the most famous one, is the European Convention on Human Rights, where they're trying to get human rights in these countries. The United Kingdom is also part of the UN, of the United Nations, and there are over 190 countries in, and 15 of them are in the UN Security Council, and 5 of them are permanent. Britain is one of these permanents, and they are sometimes coming together and making recommendations how peace might be obtained if there's a conflict in the world. And then is Britain also part of NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, and these are a bunch of countries of Europe, North America, Australia, and other countries, and they have agreed upon helping each other if one of them might come under attack. And that is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page 123, 24, and 125.
The Victorian Age, named after Queen Victoria. She was 18 when she became queen in the year 1837 and she was queen until her death in 1901 for almost 64 years. So the Victorian age is 1837 until 1901. During that time, the British Empire expanded in Africa and India and Australia and other parts of the world. Many people from Britain left Britain and settled in these other areas of the world. 13 million, the number. There were also people coming to Britain, for example, Russian Jews. And a lot of other things happened. Trading and commerce happened. Industrialization had gone on. The corn laws were abolished in 1847, for example, and 46, and that made it possible that firms were buying grain cheap from other countries and other raw materials also, because the taxes and tariffs on importing goods were abolished. In 1847, then it was made law that women and children can maximum work for 10 hours, so the working conditions got better. Transporting conditions got better. George and Robert Stephenson developed the railway, pioneered in the railway, and a lot of railways were built. For example, the Great Western Railway from London Paddington Station to the west, to the southern part of England, to the West Midlands and to Wales. That was constructed by Ishmael King Brunei, an architect who also built bridges and tunnels and railway lines and ships. And some of his buildings, for example, the Clifton Suspension Bridge, are still standing today and are in use. But other things happened also. There was the Crimean War during the Victorian age. The Crimean War was 1853 until 1856, and that was fought Britain and Turkey and France against Russia on the Crimean Peninsula. It was the first war to be covered extensively by photographs and newspaper stories, and more soldiers died from infections which were caught in hospitals rather than from war wounds. And it was also then the time when the Victoria Cross was given out for soldiers who showed valor. There was Florence Nightingale. She was a nurse in the Crimean War in 1854, which she went with, and she treated soldiers in Turkey. And she improved the conditions of his hospitals so that less people died. And then in 1860, she opened in the St. Thomas Hospital the Nightingale Training School for Nurses, the first of its kind, and so she is seen as the founder of modern nursing. Other things also happened. Now there were, for example, Emmeline Pankhurst. Emmeline Pankhurst founded in the year 1903 the Women's Social and Political Union, WSUP, and they were the first one called the Suffragettes. Now the story is, in 1832 there was the first Reform Act with which more people could vote, and in 1867 a second one with which more people could vote. So they needed less property to have a right to vote, and now also people of the middle class of a working class could vote. But women were still completely excluded. And she already founded, Emmeline Pankhurst, in 1889, the Women's Feature League. And they fought for the right of married women to vote in local elections. And now there were the Chartists in the 1830s and 40s. They wanted for every man in every region, every year, the right to vote and also to be voted for. And now there were the Suffragettes. For example, then that group with Emmeline Pankhurst, Women's Social and Political Union, 1903 founded, and they fought, for example, also the civil obedience for the right to vote. They, for example, committed arson, they chained themselves to railways, they went on hunger strike. And actually in the year 1928, women got the full right to vote as men had it. And there were, for example, an authors, for example, Rudyard Kipling, born in 1865 in India, living in the United Kingdom, United States, and India. He wrote, for example, If, which is a poem and which advises people to be calm and patient, even if the people around them are not to return hatred, but not to pretend too good. Or he wrote also the Jungle Book. In 1907, he won the Literature Nobel Prize. Then there was the Boer War in 1899 until 1903 against Dutch settlers in Africa. Many people sympathized with them, also publicly, and some people started to think that maybe the empire has overexpanded, and then over the course of the 20th century, many countries of the empire gained gradually independence, mostly peacefully. And that is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook on several pages, for example, 45. The Vikings were from Denmark, Norway, and Sweden, and in the year 789, they started to raid coastal towns in England and Scotland. They stole goods and they also took slaves. Over time then, some Vikings stayed, but they were then defeated by King Aethelred the Great, under whom the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms, which were in England, unified. But even after their being defeated by King Aethelred the Great, many stayed longer, and they settled, and they mixed with local communities, and some also converted to Christianity. And in Scotland there was also the threat of Viking attacks, and so the people of Scotland unified under Kenneth MacAlpin. And that is also the time when firstly the term Scotland was used for the region. And that is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook on the page 15. In the 1400s, there was an indecision about who to be the next king. And there was a rivalry between the House of Lancaster, they had the symbol the red rose, and the House of York, they had the symbol the white rose. The leader of the House of Lancaster was Henry Tudor, and the leader of the House of York was King Richard III. From 1455 for 30 years until 1485, there was a civil war. Then in the year 1485, there was the decision-making battle of Bosworth Field. In that battle, King Richard III died, and Henry Tudor became king and was then known as Henry VII, King Henry VII. King Henry VII then married Elizabeth of York. She was the niece of King Richard III, and that united the two families. And they had a new symbol. So out of the red rose, out of the House of Lancaster, and the white rose out of the House of York became the red and white rose of the House of Tudor, according to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page 21. Theatres in the United Kingdom. In most cities and towns in the United Kingdom there are theatres, and they are playing an important part in the communities. And in these theatres are professionals and also amateur groups performing. There is the West End of London that is known as Theatreland, and for example in this Theatreland there is by Dame Agatha Christie running the Mouse Trap, and that is happening since 1952, and that is the longest time a show has ever run. In the 19th century there were for example Gilbert and Sullivan, and they wrote comic operas and they made fun of culture and politics, for example HMS Pinafore, The Pirates of Penzance, or The Mikado. There are also Baron Andrew Lloyd Webber, who together with Sir Tim Rice made Jesus Christ Superstar, Evita, Cats and The Phantom of the Opera. There is a tradition that at Christmas many theatres are producing pantomime, and it is intended that it is fun for the whole family. For example, by this pantomime there are two people playing together a horse. There is then, for example, the Edinburgh Festival, and there are a bunch of festivals in Edinburgh, in Scotland, and the most famous one of them is the Fringe. At them, theatre works and comic plays are played, and also experimental work. And there is the Laurence Olivier Award, after the actor Sir Laurence Olivier, later known as Lord Oliver, and he played many times roles out of Shakespeare's works. And the Laurence Olivier Award is given out to, for example, Best Director or Best Actor, Best Actress or so. And that is according to the Life in the UK Test Handbook, page 81 and 82.
Thomas More, born in 1478, executed in 1535. His feast day is the 22th June, and he is the patronage of large families and difficult marriages, politicians and civil servants. He was a friend with the English King Henry VIII, and in the 1520s, the king was sometimes sailing the Thames down to Chelsea, where Thomas More was living, and they talked. For example, was King Henry VIII coming to Thomas More to seek his advice on how to divorce Catherine of Aragon. Thomas More had a reputation of integrity and honesty, and he was becoming the Lord Chancellor in 1529. And when he was Lord Chancellor, after Cardinal Wolsey, he was Lord Chancellor. And he was publishing a book that was in 1516 already, Utopia. And Utopia, that is Greek for no place, good place. And that is an unfold of what Plato had written already thousands of years earlier. And he described a fictionalized island in his book Utopia, in the New World, which was 20 years earlier discovered. And that is a world or a society, a community without inequality or corruption. And it is a society in which the people have limited work hours, where there is sexlessness in education between boys and girls, there is religious tolerance, and also now private property. And the book was an inspiration, does this book say, for Anabaptists, Mormons, and communists. Now, what happened then also? Henry VIII wanted to become the supreme head of the Church of England. And that would have meant for Thomas More that he was a higher authority as the Pope, and Thomas More wasn't accepting that, and he resigned as Lord Chancellor. And so his friendship with King Henry VIII deteriorated, and it went more in deterioration. King Henry VIII really wanted to divorce Catherine of Aragon, his wife. And the Pope was saying that his marriage with Catherine of Aragon was valid, and he married Anne Boleyn. Anyway. And then there was the Act of Succession in 1534. And King Henry VIII wanted that the people would say that the children of him and his new wife Anne Boleyn would be the future heirs to the throne. And that the marriage with Catherine of Aragon, his first wife, was seen as invalid. And Thomas More wasn't doing that, and he was found guilty of high treason. His property was confiscated. He was in prison for 15 months in the Tower of London, and Westminster Hall was the trial, and he was in 1535 beheaded. In 1935, he was canonized. According to Malcolm Day's Itinerary of Saints book on the page 56 and 57, the positions and views expressed are the ones of source and don't necessarily align with my own or with the ones of the entity spoken of.
Tips from the Life in UK Test Handbook to become part of a British society. Now, first of all, the fundamental principles and values of the United Kingdom should be respected. Democracy, the rule of law, individual liberty, tolerance of those with different faiths and beliefs, and participation in community life. And then a bit more profound, respect others and their opinions, to treat others with kindness, and to look after yourself and your family and your environment. Then they say us that we should try to be good neighbors. When we move in, we should introduce ourselves to our neighbors. They can be a help in saying where local shops are. They can look after your pets if you're away for some time. And also try to respect their privacy and to keep your garden tidy and not to be too loud. And also to only put your refuse bags and bins out on the day which they are collected. When can people become part of a local community? They can look if they can work or help, volunteer in governing bodies of universities, museums, art councils, and they can volunteer in many different ways at charities. There's Age UK, for example, helping the elderly, or NSPCC, they are helping children, or PDSA, they are looking after animals. People can work at or volunteer at Cancer Research UK, trying to fight cancer, or at other things. And for example, the National Trust, they can then look, there are 61,000 volunteers, and they are looking after the buildings, the countryside, the castles, the coastline, that they are keeping properly for future generations as heritage of the United Kingdom. And people can also, if they want to, donate their blood, so that other people who had an accident or an illness can get new blood, or they can also decide that after they've died, their organs should be donated and transplanted to other people who had an organ failure or an accident, so that they can live on. And people should try to look after the environment, are telling us. They should look that they don't produce so much waste and rubbish, and that there are things they are recycled, so the things then are cheaper because not new raw materials have to be digged up from the earth. And also, if it's possible, because it's cheaper and doesn't emit so much carbon, to look if public transport is made available, or to go by foot instead of using a car. And if people want to have change, they can become part of political parties, and then they can campaign for a political party. They can, for example, go around canvassing, knock at people's doors, and try to tell them why we should vote for their political party. And if people are then voted for, you can then become part of government and decide what happens in the country. And that is according to the Live UK Test Handbook on several pages, for example 142 and 143.
Air Masses over Britain.
So there can be the Arctic air masses, they bring cold weather and sometimes ice and snow. And there can be the polar continental from Scandinavia, they can bring rain at the east coast and coldness. And the polar maritime, they bring rain and also coldness. And there can be the tropical maritime, they bring rain but a bit warmer, but rain. And the tropical continental, they bring warm and dry. And they oftentimes meet over Britain. And that is according to geography by Jane Ferretti and Brian Gresnick on the page 35. The positions and views expressed are the ones of the source, don't necessarily align with my own or with the ones of the entities spoke of.
According to the Wikipedia page to the Civil Service of the United Kingdom for the year 2013, of a total 450,000 employees of the Civil Service, 105,000 working for the Department for Work and Pensions, 70,000 for HM Revenue and Customs, 50,000 for the Ministry of Defence, and 40,000 for the National Offender Management Service, 20,000 for Her Majesty's Courts and Tribunal Service. But also other things like the Home Office, the UK Border Agency, the Food Standard Agency, the Highways Agency, the Scottish Prison Service, the Ministry of Justice, the Valuation Office, the Identity and Passport Service, or the Vehicle and Operator Services Agency. Waishiki. Waishiki is celebrated on the 14th April, and it celebrates the founding of a Sikh community, and this Sikh community is known as culture. And on that 14th April, when Waishiki is celebrated, it happens with parading and dancing and singing. And that is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page 71. Valentine's Day is on 14th February, and lovers are exchanging gifts or little cards. And there are also sometimes people who are sending anonymously a secret letter or card to another person which they admire. And that is according to the Life in the UK Test Handbook, page 72. Viking invasions to Britain. After the Romans had left Britain 400 after Christ, there the Vikings were coming, and they were mostly during that time peaceful. Then in the 7th, 8th century they became more aggressive. They raided towns and they killed people, they stole people, they kidnapped people, they robbed goods and so on. In 873 they got the river Treat up and the 32 longboats, and then also pillaged the Saxon village. Then they started to settle a bit more. They established a bit of trading area at York and also founded by Dublin. And Alfred the Great was able to make a Danelaw. They fought against them, and when the Danelaw was made, the Vikings stayed behind the line. And the Vikings, they had long skips. With them they were doing raids 20 meters long, narrow, so they could drive fast, and also the rivers up, and knots, these were cargo ships, so they could transport things. They made it also up to North America, Leif Erikson, proving through maps. And now after they settled there a little bit, then after some time there was no Aethelred the Unready on the throne, called like that, and he was advised to bribe them, also to give them money to pay them off. He collected taxes to pay them, but he was just strengthening them. And when one day in 1002 he ordered a massacre, but he tried then to establish laws, for example at an Ironside, but it didn't really work out. Aethelred the Unready got into exile in the Normandy, came later back, but then it became just out of Edmund Ironside and Canute, who became his successor. And they agreed then after some battles, and it became then, after Edmund Ironside died, Canute the next king, and he was then a Dane. And the most fierce warriors of Vikings were called berserkers. They had oftentimes attacked with surprise, and they were treasuring the weapons a lot. But not only that, when we stayed also, they were also making crafts things. So not only were they able to make these boats, for example, one person was buried in such a boat after the person had died, and the boat was in use for 100 years previously, seeing where it was maintained, if it is visible as the wood. They were also doing things, and they had also administrative skill. And that is according to the history of the kings and queens of England and Scotland, written by Edmund Swinglehurst on the page 16 and 17. The UK Parliament and the devolved administrations can be visited.
and the Parliament, the UK Parliament in London, that can be visited, and people can listen from the public galleries in the House of Commons and House of Lords to the debates. And the entrance is free, but if people haven't had a ticket through, for example, contacting their Member of Parliament, they might have to wait in a queue for 1 or 2 hours. And there are more information at Parliament.uk. Also, Northern Ireland Assembly in Stormont and Belfast can be visited, and people can contact their Member of Legislative Assembly, or they can go to niassembly.gov.uk/visit-and-learning. And also the Scottish Parliament can be visited. People can book tickets, and people can call 0800 or 0800 092 7600, or they can go to visit at Parliament.Scot, and people can visit the Senate in Cardiff Bay in Wales. And that can happen by booking tours, and people can get information at senate.wales, or they can call 0200 300 6565. And that is according to the Live in UK Test Handbook, page 122 and 123.
This is Washington Old Hall in Washington, in northeast England. And the family of George Washington, one of the founders and the first president of the United States of America's family, lived here from the 12th to the 17th century. Then they moved further south, a bit north of London, to Northamptonshire, and then to Virginia, the United States of America, which they then became through the help of George Washington.
Westminster Abbey. It is in London, and the plan is cruciform, and the nave and the transept have side aisles. The choir is semicircular, and its ring of chapels is the only complete one in England which forms a shepherd. And it is the crowning place of most of the monarchs of England since the year 1066, since William the Conqueror. And also 80 monarchs have their burial place. Also some other people have their tomb, for example in the Poets' Corner, Alfred Lord Tennyson, George Chaucer and Robert Browning. Now it was originally a gravel island in the marshy floodplain, when in the 7th century Aethelred, the king of Kent, led there a church built. And it was then used as an abbey church to a Benedictine monastery until 1539. But previously already, in 1050, Edward the Confessor let them there build a Norman church, which was consecrated in 1065. And 1066 was when the crowning of William the Conqueror. And when Henry III in 1245 demolished the edifice and built the eastern portion, and also a fine octagonal chapter house. And when other things were done, cloisters were made in the 14th century and other principal monastic buildings. Then Henry VIII then let them build the Lady Chapel, and the Lady Chapel is a dedication to Henry VII. At the shrine of Edward the Confessor, there is told that there some holy things happened, and that makes the church is said to be able to be a place of having more sanctity, and also a place fit for monarchy. Now Henry VIII, then the Lady Chapel, and then also the two western towers were built in the 18th century, 1720 until 1740 or something, under the architectural instruction of Sir Christopher Wren and Nicholas Hawksmoor. And then in the 19th century there were restorations done under Sir George Gilbert Scott. And during the Victorian age in the 19th century, many memorial statues were added, and there are some bells. And since 1220, one is still there from the 13th century and two from the 16th century. There's the Westminster Abbey Company of Ringers, and to major royal events or to major church events or to civic events, they are ringing them, and sometimes they are also rung muffled, for example, at the funeral service of Diana. And that is according to the history of the kings and queens of England and Scotland, written by Edmund Swinghurst, on pages 34 and 35. But the positions and views expressed are the ones of Suez and don't necessarily align with my own or with the ones of the entities spoken of.
William Beveridge He was a British economist and social reformer. For some time, he was a member of parliament for the Liberals and also the leader of the Liberals in the House of Lords. But best known is he for the Beverage Report, or the official name, Social Insurance and Allied Services, so the Beverage Report after his name, William Beveridge. That report was given into task in 1941 to him, and he came then back with that report, and in that report he said what 5 things the government should try to fight. And these are idleness, ignorance, want, disease, and squalor. And these ideas, this report, is the basis for the modern welfare state of the United Kingdom. In the 1940s, many of these things were proposed then by him, were then put into effect. For example, the founding of the NHS, the National Health Service, which gave a minimum assurance, at least protection and health service for all people, free from the point of use. And also, the protection was brought into effect from the cradle to the grave, so that everyone from the cradle to the grave is supported. And also things were nationalized, for example, the coal and steel, the railway, gas, water, and electricity supply. And that's according to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page 52 and 53.
William II. He was King of England from 1087 until 1100. In the year 1087, his father, William the Conqueror, had an accident, probably did his horse reared back and the saddle hit him in the stomach and the intestine, and he died within a few days or sometime later. Now William II became king. He was not the eldest son, he was the third son. There was another son, Robert, who was the Duke of Normandy now, and now William II, the King of England. So William the Conqueror had given one son, Robert, the Normandy, and another son, William II, England. And he gave not his eldest son, probably Robert, the Kingdom of England, because there was already quarreling. In the year 1079, there was already the Battle of Gavelroy, and in that already William the Conqueror defeated his own son. So now William II is ruling, and he continues the work of his father to unify the country. He builds Westminster Hall as a center for the governance. The start of Durham Cathedral, the building of it is happening. And he also puts down rebellions of barons and also of lords in North Wales, and also repels the invasion of an army led by the Scottish King Malcolm III. And another thing is that he is not so good on one side with the church. He taxes the church, and also he confiscates property of the church and gives it to his friends. And in protest to that, the Archbishop of Canterbury and son leaves the country. Now, then one day he was out hunting, William II, and then his friend William Tyrrell shot an arrow and that hit him and he died. There are some people saying that that was an assassination to get another brother of him, not the brother who was in the Normandy, onto the throne. That brother became Henry II, and he was on the throne. He again was fighting against his brother Robert in the Normandy. So, like William the Conqueror, the father, also the son, and the other son was fighting against the other son in the Normandy. In the battle Brunei, 27 years after the Battle of Greenwich, where his father had already defeated him, where he in 1107 defeated then also Robert, the Duke of Normandy, Henry II, and imprisons him for life in Cardiff Castle. And that is according to the history of the kings and queens of England and Scotland, written by Edmund Swinglehurst on the page 32 and 33, and some others. The positions and views expressed are the ones of his source, and don't necessarily align with my own or with ones of the entities it spoke of.
William Shakespeare was an actor and playwright. He made many works, plays, and also poems. Some of his works that he did were A Midsummer Night's Dream, Hamlet, Macbeth, and Romeo and Juliet. He oftentimes wrote stories about kings and queens which were based on real happenings, but he often dramatized them. But he also wrote about ordinary men and women. Many of his lines of his plays are still in use today. For example, Once More Unto the Breach out of Henry V, or To Be or Not to Be out of Hamlet, or A Rose Upon Another Name out of Romeo and Juliet, or All the World's a Stage out of As You Like It, or The Darling Buds of May out of Sonnet 18 shall compare thee to a summer's day. Many people regard William Shakespeare as the greatest author of all time, and his works and poems are still studied and performed today. And there is the Globe Theatre in London, and that looks as if it were built during the time when Shakespeare lived, which was from 1564 until 1660, and he was born in Stratford-upon-Avon in England, according to the Life in the UK Test Handbook, page 26.
William the Conqueror. He was the King of England from 1066 until 1087. His father was Robert the Duke of Normandy, and his eldest son has also the name Robert, and his third son has the name Rufus. His third son Rufus became then the King of England in 1087. And he was an illegitimate son to his father, but he inherited the throne and it was accepted, but there was already at that time some rivalry between who becomes now the Duke of Normandy. Then at some time there was Edward the Confessor, the King of England, in exile by William the Conqueror, just then William, in the Normandy, and as a return for the favor that he was protected there, he said that he would make one day William the Conqueror to be the King of England. Later on, he considered differently, and Edward the Confessor made Harold of East Wessex to become the new king. William of Normandy, he didn't like that, and he invaded England on the 28th September 1066. Harold of East Anglia was in the northern part of England. He was fighting a Viking horde. He went down, and then in the Battle of Hastings, Harold of East Wessex was defeated. He died even in the battle. And William the Conqueror went on, and then on the Christmas Day, 1066, he crowned himself in Westminster Abbey in London, the new King of England. There was rebellion against that by Edward of Mercia or by Hereward the Awake of East Anglia, but he defeated them, and he became more and more the whole King of England. And he invaded also Scotland, and he fought against the troops of Malcolm III, and he obliged Malcolm III to accept him as an overlord. He let churches built and castles in strategic places to govern the country. And then one day he had an accident or something with his horse in Nantes, and he died after that fall. And then he was at some time also, there was a rebellion by his first son Robert, and he was defeating that also in a battle. Robert was the Duke of Normandy then or something. He defeated that, or in the Normandy was a rebellion. He defeated it. It's not success, so perfectly in the book. And so he did not make Robert his successor, but Rufus, his third son. So after him, when his third son Rufus was governing England, and his first son the Normandy. That led also to some problems. There were some lords who had estates in both regions, and so they weren't so sure who was governing where. And then at one time when Robert was lending money from Rufus because he wanted to join the crusade and so on. So the story goes on. But something else happened at the time. William the Conqueror sent people out to record what was happening everywhere in the country. So who obtained what lord was having what property, what estate, what country, what land was what lord obtaining, what people were living there, how many people, what cities were in the countries, and what animals were living there, everything. And that book did he then use to demand contributions from the people, and so that he could make taxes based on that and control the whole country. And that book exists still. It can be seen in the public records in London. And it gives some insight into how the country looked at the time, with geography and how the people lived and the legal system and so on. That is according to the history of the kings and queens of England and Scotland, written by Edmund Swinglehurst on the pages 28 and 29.
Winston Churchill, who was born in the year 1874, was a soldier and journalist. In the year 1900 he became a member of Parliament for the Conservative Party. Then, during the Second World War in the year 1940, he became the Prime Minister. So he led Britain basically through the Second World War. He was an inspirational leader through the British people during that phase of hardship. He made many speeches, and there are some quotes of him still in use today. For example, in one speech he said, "I have nothing to offer but blood, toil, tears and sweat." On another one he said, we shall fight on the beaches, we shall fight on the landing grounds, we shall fight in the streets and in the fields, we shall fight in the hills, we shall never surrender. Or he also said, never in the field of human conflict was so much owed by so many to so few. In 1945, his party, his Conservative Party, wasn't re-elected. The Labour Party was elected. The people wanted change in social things. That was already done during his premiership in educational system reform, but the people wanted more, and so a Labour government was voted in, then under the leadership of Cleveland Attlee, and then, for example, the NHS, the National Health Service, was established. But after the time of Cleveland Attlee as the Prime Minister, Winston Churchill became again Prime Minister in 1951. And he is still today a much admired figure in the United Kingdom. And that is according to the Life in UK Test Handbook, page 50. In the year 2013, 5.5 million people were working in the United Kingdom in the public sector, which are 20% of all the employees in the whole country. And 1.5 million were working for the NHS, 1.5 million for education, and 1 million in the public administration.